So funny. I could just cut my finger off right now. Wild. Ah, gorgeous view from...
Yeah, I mean, these videos pop off. Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of fucking views. Holy shit. There's a lot of One Piece videos he's done. Like, I have not watched that anime yet.
Having been invested on this website for 6 or so years now, there are just some things I wish I knew first.
Okay.
For all of the wacky drama on YouTube, it's actually one of the most supportive globs of people that I've ever encountered. Any YouTuber you talk to will be highly encouraging. I mean, of course you should get involved because literally anyone can do it. It's very similar to the classic dream of, say, becoming a big Hollywood actor, writer, director, whatever it is.
Of course.
Until you realize that all of your favorite actors are related to a producer, who's related to a musical artist, who's like the nephew of a record executive. It's a very nepotistic industry, to say the least. But YouTube actually is that dream because it technically has no barriers to entry. You don't need to be in a specific geographic...
Are we good? Yeah, okay. Alright, good.
Nephew of a record executive. It's a very nepotistic industry, to say the least. But YouTube actually is that dream because it technically has no barriers to entry. You don't need to be in a specific geographic location. You don't need to know someone to get your foot in the door. You don't even need any professional quality gear or even professional skills. You just need either a really good idea, a solid grind set attitude, or both. Ideally both. I honestly believe...
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. A lot of people always say that, you know, oh, well, I can't get into YouTube because everybody that's already in it, like, you have to know somebody to get into it, etc. I don't think that's very true. I think that if you have a good idea, you're motivated to make content, you will actually be successful in time. Most, like, not every time, but like most of the time, I think that will happen. Yeah, sounds like an excuse. Yeah, I think so.
It is the most equal opportunity platform to have ever existed in human history. And the reason why I compared it to a classical Hollywood dream is because that dream is dead. A survey in 2017 found that 34% of all kids want to become YouTubers as a career. Meanwhile, a much more recent survey in 2022 saw that number skyrocket.
Yeah, this is really reassuring, guys. Let's take a look at this. I've showed you guys this too. What do you want to be whenever you grow up? Well, in the UK, people want to be a vlogger, an athlete, or a musician. US, obviously a YouTuber, again, athlete or musician or teacher. And then over in China, they want to be an astronaut. So yeah, I think that goes to really show what we have to look forward to for the next 30 years.
Don't be a YouTuber. Or do, because I'm not your mother, probably. But before you do, there's a lot you should know that really doesn't generally get brought up on this platform. This isn't universal, a lot of this is coming from my own personal experience, but after having been invested on this website for 6 or so years now, there are just some things I wish I knew first. For all of the wacky drama on YouTube, it's actually one of the most supportive globs of people that I've ever encountered. Any YouTuber you talk to will be highly encouraging. I mean, of course you should get involved because literally anyone can do it. It's very similar to the classic dream of, say, becoming a big Hollywood actor, writer, director, whatever it is. Until you realize that all of your favorite actors are related to a producer, who's related to a musical artist, who's like the nephew of a record executive. It's a very nepotistic industry. But YouTube actually is that dream because technically has no barriers to entry. You don't need to be in a specific geographic location. You can know someone to get your foot in the door. You don't even need any special gear or even professional skills. You just need either a really good idea, a solid grind set attitude, or both. I honestly believe it is the most equal opportunity platform to have ever existed in human history. And the reason why I compared it to a classical Hollywood dream is because that dream is dead. A survey in 2017 found that 34% of all kids want to become YouTubers as a career. Meanwhile, a much more recent survey in 2022 saw that number skyrocket to an astonishing 75%, with around 30% of them specifically gearing themselves towards becoming vloggers. For a career that didn't even exist a decade ago, that is pretty damn right. And I very much blame, or maybe not blame, But I attribute a huge part of that to what I said before, just how encouraging YouTubers are that anyone can do this. But that's not really the whole story. The whole ton of tips that you hear from people like, well, I guess me, tend to be coated with a healthy slathering of survivor bias, which is the tendency to concentrate on those who made it rather than those who did not. And I think that's understandable because those that did try and fail don't actually have a voice on this platform, which makes it real difficult to get their perspective. For example, my flagship channel just hit over 1 million subscribers, which is actually not as rare as you may think. In 2022, it's estimated that somewhere between 25 to 30,000 channels have over 1 million subscribers. However, when you put that into perspective, YouTube also estimates that there are roughly 37 million channels on the platform. Not users, not viewers, just channels. Channels that are actually producing content, which puts channels like mine in like the top 0.08%. And I don't say that to just like, statistically jerk myself off on camera. I mean, to be fair though, that ratio is pretty hot. But I say it more to highlight just how many unheard voices there really are. Despite being the most equal opportunity platform in human history, the odds are still pretty astronomically stacked against you if you want to make YouTube a career. And I think the vast majority of people fail for one very simple reason. The most common factor I see with successful channels is pure obsession. You need to live and breathe your content. For example, I have this blue theme. I live it, I breathe it. That was creepy. I may not want to choose to include that. But whether it's anime, history, gaming, science, finance, beauty, like whatever, it honestly doesn't matter what the content is as much as it matters that you are absolutely obsessed with it. It could even be video making itself. Like you might not be obsessed with the topic you're making a video on, but you're obsessed with the process of making the actual video. That's perfectly valid. The reason why you need to be obsessed though is because the bad times of video making are going to heavily outweigh the good times. For example, to make a Grand Line review video, I have to write a roughly 2,500 word script. And not only that, but I need to do that 4 days a week for that channel alone. Add a New World review and Dude in the Room, which I'm doing right now, and that means I'm writing at least one whole essay per day. And that gets hard. Often, I just want to do anything else that isn't writing. But this is where obsession carries you pretty hard. Because I'm so, arguably, unnaturally invested in what I'm talking about, that passion outweighs the grind. And you can apply that to any part of the process. Like say editing, what you guys see on screen is like a fun 3-second effect. But what you don't see is like the hour and a bit that it took me to research and implement that effect, tearing my hair out in frustration until it actually worked. If I wasn't obsessed with what I was talking about, I would have quit a long time ago. So on the bright side, YouTube is one career where having a crippling and potentially socially awkward obsession can really pay off. But if you just like something, or even worse, if you just like the idea of being a YouTuber, then you are almost certainly going to fail. And even if you do succeed, there is a price to success. And by far the biggest price is time. Making even the simplest of videos when you're inexperienced takes a long time. However long you're thinking, triple it, quadruple it, maybe even do the other one, the one that's even more, the 5, I don't know what it is, quintuple. Do that, or maybe even more. And then when you do know how to make videos, you start getting more ambitious, which just says more time. And the people at the very top do have a much healthier work-life balance because they can afford to hire employees, which frees up time for some sort of social life. But that's not the vast majority of YouTubers, not even me. And for those of you who are just beginning, it is going to be years and years on this journey before you can even think of the concept of hiring someone. Which means that all of that time being put into the channel is just yours. And so if YouTube is your hobby, then sure, that's fine. You can afford to chuck in a little bit of time here and not a lot of time there. But if you have ideas of becoming more serious than that, then honestly, you should probably be prepared to just write off your social life. To be clear, I'm not saying that you should do that. I'm saying that it's a bit of an inevitable cost. Especially when you're just starting, because you'll probably already have a full-time job to support all of the living that I hear you like to do. So when you get home from work, you won't have time to do anything that you want to because you will need to be making videos. And on weekends, that is prime video making time. If you're not using those, then you're probably not posting videos. To post videos, you need to make videos. And to make videos, you need to use the time to make them. It's a lot. And again, even the really simple ones take a long time to make. For example, it can take anywhere from 12 to 24 hours to make a standard Grand Line review video. That includes research, writing, recording, editing, thumbnail making, and whatever other production needs pop up. And that time cost is after having streamlined the process to what I think is currently its most efficient. It also doesn't necessarily get better when you do get to hire staff, like say editors. I have 2 editors for Grand Line Review who edit half the videos whilst I edit the other half. And I can't count the amount of times I've run into a situation where I've been invited out, because happens sometimes for some reason. But I can't go, because if I do go out, it means I won't have the time to have a project ready for one of my editors. So what am I meant to say in that situation? Sorry, Mr. Editor, but you're not getting paid this week because I wanted to have a fun night out. Or alternatively, I pay them regardless because it was my fault for not being prepared in time, and that night out ends up just costing me a disgusting amount. And I actually think that Mr. Beast is a great example to bring up here. I often sing his praises for just having taken control of his platform with increasingly brilliant ideas, but that guy has no life outside of video making. He lives in his studio and just spends 24/7 working. The 10 minutes of video that he releases every month or so is the result of weeks and months of just non-stop obsessive work. And if that's not a lifestyle that appeals to you, then maybe aiming to be a YouTuber isn't the greatest of ideas. Because every bit of sweet success you taste is going to make you more and more willing to give that much more of your life away. And that's to say nothing of the literal years of time investment that you may need to put in before anything starts paying off. I mention this a lot, but it's never been more relevant than it is now. I was making videos for 3 years before I saw a single cent. Not that everything is about money, but look, eventually you do need to find a way to sustain your obsessive activity. And continuing along the lines of obsession, one thing you need to know is that YouTube is a platform designed to get you addicted to success. As a creator, I often feel like a dog being fed a delicious treat by YouTube every time I perform the trick it is they want to see. I mean, within the creator dashboard, they reward you with literal fireworks when one of your videos performs amazingly, which of course leads to more views, more growth, more revenue, and it's all very addictive. And that only makes me more willing to invest time into it because I need that hit, you know? But it also has a very harsh come down because when you do perform badly, not only does YouTube not reward you, but it actively punishes you. Every time I have a low performing video, I feel like, my career is over. It makes it really difficult to do things like say sleep, which I've heard is pretty important, and it also makes me really adverse to taking risks in terms of video content. I know what my YouTube audience wants, so I give it to them, and I tend to avoid passion projects that could harm or even sink the channel. But again, this is where obsession comes in clutch. I am so obsessed with One Piece that I am happy to talk about anything. It really doesn't matter because this is my favorite thing. And if I didn't have that acute obsession, I think always having to min-max content could be quite soul-destroying. And that's before you bring up the idea of putting yourself out there publicly. Because something you should be prepared for is the fact that some people are just going to hate you. Sometimes there's a decent reason for this, and there's some constructive criticism that you can take on board. But most of the time, it's just going to be people saying they hate your face or your voice or anything, literally anything, whatever you can see, whatever you can hear, someone hates it. Legitimately, whatever you put out there, someone is going to have a reaction of visceral disgust to it. All of which is to say that if you're particularly sensitive, either prepare yourself for this or maybe rethink the idea of being a YouTuber altogether, because it's very exposing and it could destroy you. You know, I was once actually sent a death threat because of my opinions on comic book pirates. Good times. Look, it shouldn't have to be this way, but it's the sort of thing that you need to expect. To quickly touch on business, if running your own business is something that doesn't appeal to you, then this also may not be the right career path. There's this romantic idea amongst viewers that YouTube is all about the passion, you know, just dude in room doing his thing for the world to see. So honest, so raw. But then as soon as you start making your first cent, everything changes. Because whether you see this as a business or not, the government sees it as a business, and so you need to treat it like one. Which means that you are now subject to a whole new side of law that you need to be on top on, or else you could get into some serious trouble. This is a very common story with YouTubers, especially younger ones, but the amount of people I've heard that just forgot to pay their tax on their YouTube income is terrifyingly astonishing. And that caused them big problems because they weren't prepared to run even the most basic aspect of the business. And I'm not saying I'm amazing at this. I despise admin. I'm so shit at it, and it's by far my least favorite part of this career. But this is, again, where obsession pays off. I love talking about fictional pirates so much that I am willing to sit down and just dive into my personal living hell that is admin. And then there's people. It's kind of weird, actually. Despite the stats I showed you earlier with like the staggering amount of kids wanting to be YouTubers, the majority of society still doesn't even recognize this as a real job. I would say that when you get to talking to people who are around 30 plus, it's a very foreign concept, so you should be prepared for some awkward discussions. A lot of times people can ask what, in any other profession, would be considered quite an invasive question. Stuff like, how much money do you make and how do you make it? And I still don't really know how to answer that question, especially with people I still don't really know. I tend to find that people fall into one of two camps when they discover that I'm a YouTuber. Either it's, holy crap, that's amazing, you know, the sort of putting you up on a pedestal and worshipping the idea thing, which comes with a lot of its own problems. Or there's the other way, which is to be completely dismissive of everything you do. Because to them it probably just sounds like you've said, I play with Lego on my bedroom floor for a living. And here's a good example from my real life. So I still do some theater work from time to time, and it's well past the point where I can keep my actual career a secret. As a result, it often does come up in conversation because, you know, it's a fun novelty profession. So one time I was in between shows chatting with the group, and the question came up of, what would you do if you could no longer do YouTube? Which is a great question, actually, one that I ask myself every time a video performs poorly. But before I could answer, another, slightly older member of the company interjected and said, well, he'd have to actually work. Which elicited a big group laugh that I just had to go along with. It was either that or get like very confrontational. Because I very rarely get angry in real life, but this was one of those situations where I really could have gone off. Because it was a joke, yeah, but you know, there's always truth in jokes. And I could tell that from her perspective, I don't work. I just sort of fuck around all day and somehow make money doing it. While she has real work to do, like a job that makes you get up in the morning and go to a place to do a task. And that's how you make a real living. And that's the sort of thing you'll have to deal with. People not considering what you do a, quote, real job. You don't carry bricks, or you don't... I don't know. Look, I don't know what a real job is anymore. I just fuck around all day and somehow make it. You know what? Leave a comment in the comments if you have a real job, and tell me what it is. I'm legitimately interested. But in conclusion, unless you have a crippling obsession with something, maybe rethink the whole YouTube thing. Because it will cost you time, it will cost you mentally, and it will cost you socially. I don't care how good you think you are balancing your work life, it is going to cost. And you could spend years paying all of those costs, all for the insanely low chance of actually breaking through. And these are things no one tells you because all of the advice you hear is from the 0.1% of people who actually made it. But also, if you want to do it, go for it. Do it now. Because this is still a very unique opportunity, but maybe keep these things in mind before, during, and after you decide to invest years and years of your life into it.
Maintain situational awareness. The grounds are not secure. Ma'am.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks for stopping in today. It's good. Appreciate it. Yeah, just you know, living my daily.
The White Spring is under our protection.
Don't be a YouTuber. Or do.
They did say, they said something about BST jug pets and something else, but I don't remember what else they said. Something about BST jug pets though. It'll be on the Discord somewhere, but I don't know. He's been doing maintenance like every day. I'm like, yeah, I don't even bother looking anymore. I just, ooh, 10K, nice, yeah. I'm about to buy a race, dude. I finally got to a race. It's only 80K. Then I've got to come up with 210,000 for Astral Rings. Probably like 50 or 60K for a golden hairpin. I've got to spend 55,000 for a belt, or sorry, for the Spiny Spippy cape. And then, I think I'm done until AF, which is good. Or no, I also need, 2 dodge earrings. That'll be 60K, so I'm 200K out of the 8. I'm a quarter of the way now. I'm like 200K into the 800K or something that it'll take to just take White Mage to 57, like in a good way, you know. I wanted to be prepared this time, because every single time I ever level, I just do it with the most ghetto gear. Because the privacy, like the private community... Shut up. Sorry. You know, like, my entire Final Fantasy career and stuff, like, until I went on to Somi, like, 2017, something like that, I was very conscious of my gear, because if you showed up without the min-max gear for what it was you were that level, they would ask you why. They were like, why don't you have something? And they'd be okay if you told them, like, I'm poor, or I'm about to get one tonight, my homie's about to pop some boxes in a Stroha, or whatever. They'll be like, why don't you have your Astral Rings, or why don't you have your this or that? And, you know, and I know now what my trigger is, which is anybody fucking second-guessing me at all. You know what I'm saying? Anybody. About anything. I'm critical of people who attack me, but I mean, that's it. That's the only time you'll ever see me be critical of other fucking people, unless they're like shithead fascists or little stalker, like loser bitches like these people who hang around me all the time, you know? It's like, I don't generally go out and attack people, you know? So and it already happened to me, like, while I was leveling White Mage, somebody was like, you shouldn't use Cure 2. That was day 1, or day 2, I think it was. It's like day 2, and they were like, I forget what he said, but he was like, you shouldn't use Cure 2. And I was like, motherfucker, I've been doing this 20 years. I don't, like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of more hours than this guy, whoever he was. And I don't even remember who it is now, but I didn't like that guy. And like, I realize now that my trigger is that I've got a hairpin trigger on my fucking temper. And I know sooner or later, like it's not that anybody will ever say anything, I don't think. It'll be that they examine me and they'll find me wanting. And on this server, I think that's their vibe. I think this, like, from what I've seen here, I believe these Final Fantasy players on this server are the best in the world. I've never seen competition like this. So I'm not about to step to the fucking table without the proper fucking gear, because some fucking neckbeard's gonna fucking blow up, and I'll go to war with him in the fucking party chat, and I'll fucking leave the fucking party, and I'll be like, fuck you, fucking cocksucker, and then I'll get in the Discord, and I'll be like, this fucking cocksucker fought with me for 40 minutes in a fucking party, and I finally just fucking left and shit, because I didn't have one of my 2 astral wings or something like that, or I was using Tier 3. Or something like that, right? I know, I'm just trying to minimize that sort of situation where I fly off the fucking handle and I rip off some goddamn neckbeard's throat and fucking threaten to hang him in Village Square, you know? So, and it's already happened to me on this fucking server. So I'm just not, I'm not gonna do the fucking drama. When I show up, I'm gonna look clean, like the motherfucking Weekend, you know what I'm saying? Or like, you know, like So Fresh and So Clean, like motherfucking Outcast. I'm gonna have all the white mage gear. I'm not going into the fucking parties past 30 until I have at least gear, until I have AF, you know? And it took me so long. It's been like 10 days of fishing now. It's gonna be another fucking 10 days of fishing before I'm truly ready, because I realized today that I've gotta get astrals. I've gotta get all of this stuff. The other thing is it's all gonna triple. All of it's going to triple. Right now, a race is, or a quadruple, or even 6 or 8 or 10 times, you know? Like, right now, you can get a Minis ring for 100, that's Minstrel's ring. You can get a Bard Minstrel's ring, it's one of the best items in the game, for like 115,000 gil, but the actual retail price on that, on any server, in any era, is like 790,000 gil, because the only place that you can get that is from Double Dragonium, which is a 30 KSNM Kindred Seal Nightmare Monster Circle. You kill these 2 dragons. That's why it's called Double Dragonian. I've always really liked Double Dragonian, and it's a great little pay, because it pays clean, because you can even get, it's happened to me before, you can get a pole grip and a fucking what's that called, what was I talking about? Minstrel's ring. You can get a pole grip and a Minstrel's ring in the same Double Dragonian for just 30 Kindred Seal Nightmare Seals, right? KSNM. You can walk with like 2.7 million in half an hour, you know? So, those prices, that's what they're gonna be. The fucking pole grip will be 1.1 million. Erase will be 475,000. Like right now, a race is only 80k, and it took me so long to get 80k, but I'm gonna buy it now before it's like, it pisses me off worse when it's like 570,000 gil, you know? Already Leaping Boots is 600k. And I should have bought that. Like, I should have just fished day 1 and bought a pair of Leaping Boots for like 40k, because they were 40k, like day 5. I could have just bought a fucking pair of Leaping Boots, you know, instead of paying 600,000 fucking gil later, which is many, many more hours of fishing than what's taking me right now, you know? This is how a real player thinks about it, because the prices aren't going to go down, they're only going to go up. So right now I'm trying to buy everything while it's still within reach, even if it means no leveling, doing nothing at all. I kind of had to self-examine my behavior here of trying to kill my stream by sitting and fishing for goddamn 500 hours straight or whatever. But I don't care. It's better than having to do it later on stream when it's like 1,500 or 2,000 hours of farming to get the same amount of loot, you know? Shit's cheap right now, and I'm trying to take advantage of that. And I got obsessed with it, and I was like, I know what a race is going to get up to. I saw it on this. I saw it on retail, I saw it on Somi, and I saw it on Wings. Wings, it was cheap because they made it nice. It drops somewhere. It should drop from something somewhere. I don't remember. But on the Somi and retail, man, race has always been like 400, like 2 to 400,000, something, 475. I've seen a race go as high as 675, you know? And so, yeah, I'm gonna take my race for 80k. I'm gonna take my race for 80k. Absolutely, I'm gonna take it for 80k. And then all the other white mages are gonna be like, man, you took for fucking ever to get to 75, and I just skipped the race and got to 75 first, right? And then they're gonna look back and they're gonna be like, oh my god, a race is 775,000, and now my Dyna LS won't let me play with them unless I go get it. And then they're like, where am I gonna get 775,000? Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up! I have to turn off the voices. They're driving me crazy. Fucking Bethesda! Fucking Bethesda! Jesus Christ, shut up! Ah! Shut up for fucking Bethesda, dude. I hate Bethesda NPCs. Everybody does. It was a meme on the internet. People were getting 1 million subs off calling their channel Bethesda NPCs and shit like that because it's like a fucking trope in the scene. I could do Bethesda so much better than fucking Bethesda. Nobody does this stupid shit except Bethesda. Nobody. Voice chat games from, like, you know, I guess that would be Bethesda, really, but, like, other voice chat games from even back in the PlayStation 1 era, like Metal Gear Solid and shit like that, they don't do shit like this, you know? Some games do this, where the NPC just chatters for fucking, like 2.5 hours straight every 7 seconds. And you're like, why would you design it like that? It's an MMO. You know they're standing around talking to somebody or typing in party chat or, you know, whatever. You know they're just standing there. Why would you spam them with a fucking bot fucking talking every 7 seconds for 3 hours? Why would you do that? Like, what ails you? Have you ever played your own game? I don't think you have. You know? It's like so stupid. Anyway, sorry. So now I'm like, oh my god, I need astral rings. I need a gold hairpin. I need a fucking miss cape. I need fucking astral rings. That's all 400,000 right now. I'm not kidding, Dave. It'll be 2.6 million in like 6 weeks. In like 6 weeks, that same shit that's 400K right now, it's gonna be like 2.6 million. I can see it coming. It's already happening. The prices haven't gone down; they've only gone up. You know. Oh, you're off to bed. Peace, buddy. Yes. Good to see you, Dave. Yeah. All right. Sleep well, huh? But yeah. Like so like I don't know, man. Like I realized that this wasn't fun for anybody, but I'm gonna do it anyways. You know. I'm gonna farm up like. I'm gonna get out of the way, and everybody's gonna be like, man, that white mage is fucking geared. That nice white mage, and they're full AF with their like astral rings and their light staff. Right now, light staff is like 200K, and I mean that's cool. I mean, kind of, but I mean, like, man, that's kind of a fucking ripoff, and I kind of really need that. That's so annoying. I should level fishing up. But I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I'm okay with just sitting on Mokar for a really, really long time. I'll probably do Lu Shang's, because if you level fishing up, you have to do Lu Shang's. I mean, you don't have to, but it's like... Oh, damn it. You know, let's keep fishing, I guess. God damn it. Stupid ass shit. I don't ever want to hear what anybody ever has to say to me again. It's like an unfortunate thing. It's bad PTSD. I'm seeing a therapist about it here soon in a couple of days. But I don't ever want to hear what some fucking shithead on the internet thinks ever again. But that time in my life is over. Yeah, I'll raise you. Yeah, sure.
Incoming sound. Your skill has increased. Incoming sound. Incoming note. Your skill has increased. Incoming note.
I just couldn't give a flying fuck, and this is what's going to happen to our community too. In the next couple of days, right? Or not days, excuse me, in the next couple of years, the neckbeard fucking shitty negative gaming community, they're going to understand that the longer that they're nasty to each other and their own community, the more the world is just going to disregard everything they think, say, or do. And people like Asmongold won't even have any viewers anymore. The more toxic they are to everybody, the worse it's going to be for everybody until the community just pretty much like kicks them out. That's what always happens. And then you've got the Proud Boys, you know? So go ahead and be little Proud Boys, you angry fucking neckbeards. Leave me alone. Like, nobody wants your negativity, dude. Like, leave me alone. It's fucking annoying. This kid yesterday, man, he was like, yeah, you can't sing. And I was like, motherfucker, I can sing. I can do a lot of things that you can't do. I can sing, and I got the proof, but I'm not going to show it to you. Dumb. See, look, hairpin's $350, and it's only been, what, 10 weeks? Something? Jesus. I just, oh, man. You see it, motherfucker? You see it? The only liar here is you, cocksucker. You piece of shit. Worthless piece of fucking human shit freak. Fucking freak. You fucking weird shithead freak. See it? I don't lie about anything, motherfucker. Fucking see it? That's all you get. You'll never get my balls in your mouth. You'll never get them.
There are two different kinds of gaming content creators. And I know that's a huge overgeneralization, but it's important. And at the end of this video, I want you to decide which one of the two you are. This video is very difficult to make, but it's about time we talked about this and had an in-depth conversation about why gaming channels just aren't growing. Also, side note, this room is so quiet. My tinnitus
Hey, shithead, by the way, you know they perma-block IPs on YouTube, right? And you will be able to use YouTube at your parents' house. It's gonna be hilarious. And not just you, your parents won't be able to use YouTube at your own house. And you're gonna get your fucking ass beat. And when the feds show up, and all that happens at the same time, you gonna have some fun being homeless or in jail. More likely in jail. I mean, I'm serious. They were like, yeah, we're gonna put him in jail. Enjoy it. I, by the way, said, I don't care what you do, just do something.
Is definitely in here. But gaming creators are struggling on YouTube. Not like the top tier, the top echelon there. Those guys are crushing it. But you should never judge a group based on its extremes. So like while the top point
No, if I ever said I had duelists, I was wrong. I don't have duelists. Sorry, it was 15 years ago. Sorry, I got shit from 15 years ago messed up. Sorry. But 13 years ago. Sorry. I don't have duelists, yeah. I got 65% of my arena achievements. I'm not trying to lie to anybody. I don't have duelists. I don't have gladiator. I'll be the first one to fucking admit it. And also admit that you're the worst fucking lying piece of shit cocksucker I've ever fucking, come across. Cocksucker. Like, I got 65% of my arena achievements. I never said I was the best in the world. I said I was one of them. One of them.
0.01% of gaming.
I quit Arena in Legion, you know what I'm saying? Legion. And even then I only went to, like, whatever it was, you know?
Content creators are just...
It's still better than the rest of the world. 18,140. Whatever you think it is, with your retard ass. It's still better than you. Better than you on every game I play, including Rust. I've slaughtered you 600-700 fucking times. including you, outplayed you. Have you ever gotten a kill? Not in 5 months, no. Because you're bad. You tried like 600 times and you lost. You're the bad who can't even get a single kill on Rust. You gotta be the worst piece of shit gamer in history. It's fucking clear you're bad. You don't have anything at all, including a brain.
Rushing it.
I'm getting so sick of pretending like I care about this little player of ours. I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm done now. I know I've said it a billion times before, but I really am done now. This is the last time. Watch.
Bringing home a serious bag, the average gaming creator isn't even able to pay their bills. Like, remember that massive Twitch revenue leak that showed like every Twitch streamer's incomes, and we learned that, what was it, like only the top 0.04% of streamers are making above minimum wage? So let's have the hard conversation about why gaming channels just in general aren't growing. And even if you are one of the lucky few to get like a spike in viewership, usually that momentum doesn't last very long. And then of course, let's talk about how to fix that. Before we get too far, I got a special spooky sponsor for you today. For any streamers out there looking up to spice up their stream on Halloween, that rhymed. Today's sponsor, Visuals by Impulse, just loaded their store with spooky designs, and everything I'm about to show you is 20% off. We've got the Animal Stream package, the Halloween update version, Spooky Supers for social media callouts, lower thirds, and screen background.
Why is it that every single fucking streamer wears this like 7-year-old fucking piece of shit, off-color, stained, white piece of shit t-shirt with a V-neck that's fugly? That's a girl's shirt. Why do all of them wear it? Watch, you can see it here. Asmongold wears it. I'll draw all the examples of it, right? I've seen it a bunch lately, like fucking like all the streamers, like Asmongold and this guy, and I've seen it like 4 more times too. Like fucking like, what's with this fucking V-neck? Like this weird girl's V-neck. What's with that, man?
It's transitions and overlays as well.
It's like that shirt. It's designed to show off your bodice. Is the actual word for it? It's like cleavage, right? It's a shirt. It's not a man's shirt. The guy's wearing a girl's shirt. It's so stupid.
Hundreds of scary emotes and chat badges.
Like men can have kind of like a triangle, you know, but not that thing where it goes all the way down to the cleavage. That's a girl's shirt.
Including the animated Phantom set, Spooky Stream Deck icons, those are free, by the way. And a free Halloween stream pack. If you're bad at math, by the way, 20% off
piece of shit
is also free.
Like off color. I mean, it's like it works for whatever turtlenecks and stuff like that. But that V-neck shirt, it looks so bad on a man. Look at it. It's like a girl's shirt. It's so weird. At least it is a man's shirt, but it looks like a girl's shirt. That's why it looks so bad. It looks really bad.
I just want to make sure.
It looks really bad on Asmongold because he hasn't changed it in like, I don't know, 5 years or something. And like I'm not the one to talk. I do that stuff too. But like I don't know. I wash my clothes though. Like if you look at him move around and kind of like act animated and stuff. Like that same old crappy, like off-color, ugly, fucking girl-repellent, fucking V-neck T-shirt, you know.
The link in the description down below to automatically have 20% off applied to your purchase, or at checkout just use Spooky Senpai. Senpai. And while you're there, check out some of their other designs. This is BBI. They're a premium design company. You won't be disappointed. Back to the video. Alright, let's talk about gaming content. But just to make this digestible, let's cut this into three parts. Part one is called the problem. Gaming is massive.
That's not the problem. The problem is gaming is massive, and every content creator is doing the exact same thing. If you're browsing through Twitch, you're going to find mostly 2 things. Gameplay and camera. Gameplay and camera. Gameplay and camera. You're either a pro gamer, best in the game, or you're an unmatched, charismatic personality. And that's it. Those are basically the 2 verticals of gaming content. That alone is a massive problem, and it makes it very hard to stand out and get noticed. But there is another problem. Both of those 2 things, gaming and personality, are short-lived and easy to replace. You might be a top 10 gamer at your game, but as soon as that game dies, so does your channel. You might have an amazing magnetic personality that people come to watch, but people move on. This is the mantra of social media. People are always looking for the next thing. Neither of these two things are the perfect anchor that keep the audience coming back forever, which is what brought us to part 2, the half solution. The one that came up 4 years ago. Like, this YouTube channel's roots, its complete beginnings are embedded in what was a new idea, which was if you want to grow on Twitch, you have to grow on YouTube first, where there's more discoverability, and then move that audience over. You've heard it a million times. Move that audience over to Twitch. Everybody knows it now. But that was an interesting and kind of a new idea 4 years ago when I started this channel and started talking about that. But the problem here is, even though we all know that you have to start on YouTube and move over to Twitch, no one really shared how to get started on YouTube, myself included. I've done a terrible job here. So often when I find a new gaming creator and I go in and check out their YouTube channel, we find the same thing. We find full-length VODs, like 5-hour VODs uploaded, or highlight reels, or clips uploaded as shorts. The exact same content that is short-lived and easy to replace, just posted on a different platform. Like, guys, there are a million people posting Minecraft videos. It is highly unlikely that your Minecraft videos are gonna make waves. Which brings us to part 3, the fix. Maybe the fix isn't the best word. Nothing was broken, nothing needs to be fixed, it's just you only had the first half of the solution, which was start a YouTube channel. Which is great, you started your YouTube channel, you did it. Now, the second half of that is, what do you create on there? When you look at content creators who have stood the test of time, who have survived the YouTube ringer, I'm talking about creators who are still relevant after 5 to 8 years and still have a dedicated audience that will watch every video. Why? For example, Casey Neistat, Mark Rober, and MKBHD. What is it about these channels that keep them hot, even if they don't post for long periods of time? I mean, honestly, if you know the answer before I end up saying it, do me a favor and hit the like button, because that makes you great and it's free and it helps out this video a ton. But the thing that these 3 creators have in common is they've all developed a very incredible and unique skill. Casey Neistat has his storytelling. Mark Rober used to be an engineer at NASA. MKBHD has an incredible knowledge of consumer tech. And all 3 of them have mastered their own unique style of filmmaking as well. And YouTube in general has such a diverse field of skills that you can learn. There are engineering science channels, there are cooking channels, there are dance channels, music channels, film, photography channels, anything you can think of, there is a channel with over 1 million subscribers on it. Gaming has 2 skills, 2 verticals. You have gaming, and you have personality. And there's nothing wrong with that. Those are both very much great marketable skills, but for some reason, that's where we decide to draw the line. Very few people in the gaming community try to learn something outside of those 2 things. And so if I can speak bluntly here, and maybe even overgeneralize a little bit, this might not apply to you, and if it doesn't, that's great. But it seems to me that there's a massive hurdle in gaming content creators, and that is the fact that most streamers don't actually want to be content creators. Most streamers want to play video games and get paid for it. And the problem with that is that the bar is so much higher than that. You are competing with people who do want to be full-time content creators. So the question that I started in the beginning of this video is, do you want to be a creator, or do you want to get paid to play video games? Those are the 2 different types of gaming content creators. If you want to be in that first group, you want to be a creator, and you've already started your YouTube. Channels, there are cooking channels, there are dance channels, music channels, film, photography channels, anything you can think of, there is a channel with over 1 million subscribers on it. Gaming has 2 skills, 2 verticals. You have gaming, and you have personality. And there's nothing wrong with that. Those are both very much great marketable skills, but for some reason, that's where we decide to draw the line. very few people in the gaming community try to learn something outside of those two things. And so if I can speak bluntly here, and maybe even overgeneralize a little bit, this might not apply to you, and if it doesn't, that's great. But it seems to me that there's a massive hurdle in gaming content creators, and that is the fact that most streamers don't actually want to be content creators. Most streamers want to play video games and get paid for it. And the problem with that is that the bar is so much higher than that. You are competing with people who do want to be full-time content creators. So the question that I started in the beginning of this video is, do you want to be a creator, or do you want to get paid to play video games? Those are the two different types of gaming content creators. If you want to be in that first group, you want to be a creator, and you've already started your YouTube channel, the next step is simple. It's hard, but it's simple. You need to develop a skill that sets you above the rest. And that can mean you either get extremely good at something, or you learn something that makes you very unique. And it's very hard, but it's unbelievably rewarding. And this channel has kept me so busy for the last couple of years now that I haven't been able to spend time learning all the things I've had on my list of things I've wanted to learn. It's caused a little bit of an internal struggle, actually, maybe even combined with
Your skill has
a little bit
increased.
of depression, which is why I'll be spending most of 2023 finally learning to do these things that have been sitting there in the back of my mind. Things like learning true filmmaking. I'll be spending serious time learning After Effects, 2D and 3D animation. I'll be playing a ton more guitar. I've already booked a 30-day trip to Japan to immerse myself in the language after almost 4 years of tutoring. So excited about that. And if you're on board with all this, but you don't know where to get started, why don't you ask yourself what you enjoy?
One of the things I really don't like about some of these streamers is they're always talking about, I'm taking a trip to Japan, or I'm buying a McMansion, or I'm buying a new car, or I'm so rich, I'm Logan Paul, or whatever the fuck, and all this stupid ass shit. And I never hear streamers talking about how they can enrich other people. It's only about, I'm taking a trip to Japan, or shit like that. Sure, great, go on, suck your own dick a lot longer and shit. If they ever give me $1 and shit, I'm gonna fix a lot of this mental health fucking bullshit that we've got around us. I'm sick of the mentally health sick gamers that just want to sit and troll you and attack you all the time. All they ever know is attack, you know? Attack, 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 attack. Gotta troll, troll, troll. Attack, attack, attack. Trust me, I went through that phase too. But the difference is I waited until somebody spoke to me. I never went looking for targets. That makes you a predator. You're like a little shithead attack predator, you know?
By watching and consuming, that's usually a pretty good indicator of what you're into, and it's a great place to start. And after all this, if you still fail, if you still never become a content creator, you've still developed a talent that makes you unique, and you have become something greater. No one can take that away from you. So, hit the like button if you haven't already, because it helps out the channel a ton. Leave a comment down below. If you don't have anything to say, just leave your favorite emoji. I would really appreciate that. Hit the subscribe button if you want to see more videos like this. And as always, happy streaming.
I need enough money so I could do mukbangs. Come on, and I need to buy food, you know, this stuff. I'm like, man, come on, take that money and go save someone's life with it. You know, there's somebody that you know that's probably dying of poverty right now. Go save their life, you know? It's so stupid, dude. Like, come on now. You guys are selfish, and like that's one of the reasons why the money doesn't like last. It's one of the reasons why the prestige and the fandom and all that stuff doesn't last for a lot of you guys, because we know what you blow it on. G-Wagons and houses in the hills. And that's cool. You know, some of you guys are actually like kind of philanthropic and do care. But I mean, the finest thing that a person can do with money is for others, never themselves. It's disgusting to see it, you know? You might see me move to a nice house or whatever, but that's about it. That's about all you'll ever see. You'll never see me in a sports car. You know, I mean, you might see me in a fast car. I don't know about a sports car, though. Nothing flashy is what I'm saying. I'll get the fastest, cheapest looking car I can, you know. or whatever. More like, I know what I want. It's a Nissan Altima. I want like a 2023 Nissan Altima. That's what I want. They're really nice. They're super. I like Nissans. Always have. Really good cars. And I don't know, like, you know, whatever. I'm not buying some fucking Eldorado, or, you know, not some box Chevy or whatever. I'm not doing that stupid shit. I'm not acting all bougie. It's shitty, you know. Not doing that. Oh, putting it on nuclear might have really messed up my character. It's annoying. Oh. And, you know. I will never get tired of that. It's so stupid. I'm so used to having to, like, adjust for bullet drop that it's hard for me to hit when there isn't bullet drop. It's actually real. I'm so used to it now. They're like this ghetto game that doesn't have bullet drop and shit. It's like, actually, wow, he got out of render. Look at that. He did get out of render. Wow. But yeah. Like, no bullet drop's cool. I actually prefer it. But I still would say I've played so many games now, like Fortnite and fucking all the other games I've replayed recently have like real bullet drop and physics and stuff like that. And I'm not used to this whole fire or no bullet drop thing. It doesn't seem very real at all. It's one of the things that sucks about this game. That's one of the things that should have been the first thing they worked on, is putting bullet drop in you know. I don't like how the wells act as like this wall that protects them sometimes. It's kind of annoying. Whatever. I was gonna say. Like I look at that money and I know that I'll always only ever have like $100,000. If I ever have more than that, it's going to fix all of the problems I ever had in my life, all of my debts and all of my loans. When I paid off all of that, I'll buy a house. And when I'm done with that, the rest of my fucking money goes to everybody that I've ever known that has problems. And when I'm done with that, I'll start walking down the street on, you know, Colfax and fucking Broadway in Denver, Colorado, and I'll ask people what their problems are. You know what I'm saying? Like bums and shit like that. And I'll just put them in rehab, give them a job and stuff. And, you know, I'm looking to fix people. I'm not trying to break people and attack people like this guy. You know, that's just not my vibe. I'm not trying to be like that, you know? Yeah. Like, I don't want to be known as a gaming YouTuber. I want to be somebody who is gaming all the time, but just provides really good, like, personality stuff. Like, you know, not good personality, but, like, you know, provides a good point of view and can help you with your problems and has a good brain. I want to solve issues and stuff, but... White Boy 7th Street. What? White Boy 7th Street. Jesus fucking Christ, what is that? It seems like he made an attack video on other streamers. And I get that, but I mean, like, man...
Now, recently while making these downfall videos, I've had a load of tip-offs and suggestions from people on Twitter regarding YouTube.
Downfall. About John Canadian, he was a huge part of my childhood, but just sort of fell off that childhood. He still uploads really frequently, but he posts around 50k views now, when he used to pull about 500k, 1 million views a video back in 2016. That's just a guess. But I really hope you can shed light on him, for you've been a huge part of a lot of kids' childhood. Oh, hey, thank you, man. He was a big part of mine, too. I'm going to look into him over the next month. Aw, how cute.
YouTubers were born irrelevant or had a quote-unquote downfall. Now, I've been loving getting these suggestions because it makes my life way easier, so thank you guys for that. But I've started to notice a trend. About 90% of these YouTubers that you guys suggest are gamers who don't get views anymore and are irrelevant, shall we say. People like Gold Glove TV, 1.26 million subscribers, 8,000 views per video. Blocks, 300,000 subs, 10k views per video. Sandy Ravage, 436k subs, 10k views per video.
It's fair to say the gaming genre is super volatile and way more exposed to relevancy compared to any other genre.
But why is this? I also want to explore how come some YouTubers can go months without uploading, come back and still get millions of views, while other YouTubers don't upload for 3 days and run the risk of ruining their channel.
This video will explore the concept of irrelevancy, so we can answer the question, why do gaming YouTubers go irrelevant way more than any other YouTubers?
I think what I'm doing is relevant. I think it's relevant. It's more relevant. I think I've got the best idea in the fucking scene, I think I've got the best idea in the scene. It's crazy to be that self-deluded, but I do. I think I've got my best idea in the scene. I really do. I think it's weird. All it will take is a little bit of notice for people to understand. I intend to spend 50 years playing 500 different MMOs at a mid-level while I entertain you with all the people who talk to me and all the people who ask me questions and, you know, all in my previous life and the things that I've learned and all this. I don't want to be attacked. I'm not part of some drama circle. I'll fight with you all goddamn day and I'll never back down ever, ever, ever. I'll never stop for the rest of my fucking life. I'll never stop. You understand? Never stop. Never did, never will, never. Kind of crazy like that. It's not like it's hard for me to do any of this. I've done so many fucking jobs, I don't care. And I love this one in particular because I at least am able to care about it. I don't care about most jobs. I think they're basically just like stepping stones to some other solution, you know? So, you know, why do gaming YouTubers go relevant more than any other video genre? See, what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to mix a 24/7 personality with like 24/7 gaming, 365. Try to see if those things can meet across so many fucking titles that I'm hoping that eventually I'll find the right the right crowd or the right like fandom, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, conceited shit. The right fandom of people who don't mind seeing 50 different games in a month, right? And when I sew up that niche, and I'm gonna sit here for 10 to 50 years till I get it, I don't care. And I'll play 50 different games, and I don't care what some Andy has to say about World of fucking Warcraft. You know how many times I've played World of Warcraft in the last fucking 5 years? 4 months. 4 months in the last fucking 5, or more like 7 years. Like I have played World of Warcraft for 4 months in the last 7 fucking years. So I don't give a living shit what the fuck you think about it. I don't give a shit about that. Don't give a shit about that. Don't care what you think, you idiot. Little right-wing fucking piece of shit. Fucking little liar and stuff. God damn it. I promised myself I would stop. Sorry. I keep forgetting. I make these promises and I forget. Because it's like, man, like, I don't know, man. Like, every time that, like, like, every time now, do you see how it's cyclically just, like, kind of, it's, like, cyclical, so stupid? Like, where I'm just like, oh, man, now you took me down that fucking insanity hole again. I'll get better, I promise, and I'll just stop talking about it. It's not good content for the stream. It's not good for you, and it's not good for me. Can we have peace? I've asked you before. Are you too broken, I guess? You're too much of a broken fucking freak to give me peace? What did I ever do to you, dude? Beyond talk shit on the internet. You act like I raped your fucking mom or something. You're a fucking shithead.
Video genre. Competition. There you go, I've given you one word that answers the entire video. But seriously, what is competition? Well, competition in a broad sense is rivalry between two people who share a similar goal. However, in a YouTube context, competition is the number of other creators that are making videos in a specific video genre. For example, Ninja is competing with Tfue, Keemstar is competing with Scarce, Some Ordinary Gamers is competing with Penguin Zero. I'm sure you can apply it to whatever creator you watch. However, simply knowing that competition exists isn't enough to answer the question. We have to dig a little bit deeper. Why is there a lot of competition in the gaming genre? How come some genres of content like gaming or reactions have millions of different videos available on YouTube, while other genres it's hard to even find a single person making content on a topic that you might be interested in. Well, it comes down to what's called barriers of entry. What do I mean by barriers of entry? In a YouTube setting, it's the amount of obstacles in the way of making a certain video type. For example, the specific knowledge of a skill or perhaps the equipment needed to make a specific video. Well, let's apply that to gaming. What does it take to start a gaming channel? A computer or gaming console, 90% of the developed world has one. A specific video game to make videos on, again, anyone can get that within an hour if they really want to. Recording software, editing software, all very easily accessible to anyone looking to start making content. On top of this, there's really no risk from a social standpoint. You can post videos under an anonymous name with no face cam. There's no risk of social rejection, right? And what's the result of all this? Quite literally millions of gaming videos on YouTube to compete with. Most of them get no views, but that doesn't matter. We're just trying to highlight the competition and how easy it is to make content within that genre. The current state of monetization on YouTube also likely has a huge role in the desire to be a gaming content creator. With so many different video styles becoming demonetized, there's far more incentive to go with a safer genre like gaming. On top of this, the gaming genre in itself already offers loads of incentives that you might have over other video types. Sponsorships seem to be way more prevalent than other video genres, and also you can stream on Twitch if your YouTube channel becomes big enough, an incentive that's not offered by other genres. Another aspect that adds to the level of competition is the fact that it's really difficult to differentiate yourself from other gaming YouTubers. Suppose that you're all playing the same game. Where's the point of differentiation besides the level of skill? Well,
yeah, like one of the things I struggle with is like I know people come into my channel expecting to see somebody running Dyna right now or something like that, and I'm just not like that anymore. Now I used to be. I'm 40 now. When I was like 28, dude, I was on the top of my fucking game in the fucking world, dude. But I'm 40. Why are you expecting so much from a fucking 40-year-old gamer? It's sort of weird. You guys should, like I want them to come in the channel and hang around for just a few minutes. Like I'd say, like I love it when they stay like 7 minutes. It's always just 2, but like, you know, I'd like it if they hung around like 7 minutes, long enough for me to fucking talk. You get the gist of like what it is that's going on. Or they like pop in every day for like 2 weeks and all they see is Final Fantasy XI fishing, so they never come back. But it's not like I'll ever, I'll be here a lot over the next couple of years. I'll be fishing a lot over the next couple of years. That's how Final Fantasy is, you know? That's how all MMOs are. If you want to be the best in the fucking world, you better get to fucking fishing or something. Fishing or killing. One or the other. If you really think killing's boring in an auto-swing game, which I do, I'd rather fish. At least it's interactive and requires something from me. Killing in an auto-swing game is so goddamn boring, you might as well go play RuneScape. RuneScape's so boring. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. I'm just sort of like, man, like, what did you guys think it was? What did you think it was to be the best in the world of World of Warcraft? You think a bunch of night elf girls are sucking you off all day while you sit around on a pile of gold and you're a king of Ironforge or whatever the fuck? No, it's goddamn fishing 12 hours a fucking day or farming your fucking Mogushan vaults or whatever for fucking gold and shit like that. That's what MMOs actually are. Rust is not, oh, I triple beamed this kid and I got 110 kills today or some shit like that. Rust is hitting like stone nodes and shit. You know it is. It's like hitting stone it's like running the road, going to gas station, ganking somebody recycler, and hitting stone nodes all goddamn day until maybe a raid happens or maybe a counter. Maybe you do some roof camping or door camping or whatever the fuck. It is varied enough gameplay, but I'm just saying, it's the same thing though. You still sit around all day doing something. You're building some base, going somewhere. It's never like, oh my god, I just took over an RP server and they got me in their RP village and I took over as king and I trapped them inside and I set off all the fucking, you know, I watched yesterday, and then I set off, Mimeo did one recently where he trapped a bunch of RP kids in a fucking base, and people think that's what a streamer's lifestyle is like. It's not. It's sitting here fishing goddamn 10 hours a day, at least if you're in the RPG fucking thing, or running raids, or whatever it is you like to do, you do that all day. And then I like doing this because when I wake up, when I'm finally so sick of this, I can't fucking handle it anymore, I look in my fucking wallet and there's 200k, when everybody else in the fucking server has 20, you know? And I'm like, oh, I'm 10 times better than you, and here's the proof. Got my astral rings, got my erase, got my golden hairpin. I have the proof, like, shing, 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 ding, 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 you know, like on my ears and my fucking necklace and shit. I got the ring and stuff. I got all this stuff. Like, I got the rings. I got the astral rings, you know, on my motherfucking finger and stuff. I'm standing around looking like a motherfucking pimp, and you're looking like trash. Can't get with that deadbeat ass. You know what I'm saying? That's what you guys are like. And you think that UKM makes you good. I say, like, go do a real fucking job and live in real life and bang girls or boys or whatever you're into and go to clubs and have fun and be a real human being. If you want to be a fucking gamer, you better get used to 14-hour fucking days of grinding shit that you don't want to do for fucking 20 years. And so this is what it actually looks like, motherfucker. If you think Rust is how reality is, yeah, no. There's 30,000 people playing Rust on PC today, I guarantee it. Now, there'll be like, what? It's a Friday night. It'll be more than that. It'll be like 110, right? We'll go see it. But I mean, there's 7.5 billion people on the fucking planet, right? And like what 0.000000000000000000001% of them play Rust, you know, and you think you're so special and you want to troll me because you met me on Rust one time. Your view of the world is so goddamn naive that I need you to get better before your dangerous ass hurts more fucking people in our beloved community. You want to attack fellow gamers more, you fucking cocksucker? Jesus Christ, you want to attack gamers? What the fuck is wrong with you? What in the literal fuck is wrong with your freak ass that you want to attack the one thing in the fucking world that you are, which is a fucking gamer? You can't even stand yourself or people in your own fucking community. You gotta go attack fucking fellow gamers? You don't think you might have a better target out there, maybe? Piece of shit! Maybe you might have a better target? Just saying. You want to attack gamers? What in the literal fucking loser-ass fuck is wrong with you? Like, what, you want to attack your own community? You're a piece of shit. Your community will attack you. Fuck you. I'll make an example of your ass. I will. I know your name. I'm going to make an example of your ass. I'm going to do a video about your fucking ass. I'm going to make an example of you, and they're going to mail bombs to your fucking house. Fucking asshole. Fucking stalker piece of shit. See, I can't let it go. You done crossed the line, man. It's been fighting words now for a long time. I know when I sick the fucking feds on your ass, it was fighting words. And I'll fucking fight you in real life, motherfucker. It's not a joke or an internet fucking... Like, you're trying to win an argument on the fucking internet about some fucking thing that you fucking perceive and shit. I just want to break every bone in your fucking body. That's what I want. We'll see. Yeah, so anyways, to go back to something a little nicer, sorry for the vitriol, guys, I got a bad stalker, little 15-year-old shithead, completely fucking naive, you know what I'm saying? Like, completely fucking, like, totally fucking naive, you know? But anyways, never had sex, never actually had any skill, doesn't have any life experience, probably failing school, probably not going to school, probably playing Rust, piece of shit blowing rocket launchers at goddamn fucking bears and shit. You know, fucking asshole. The kind of piece of shit that all the people know about. You know, oh, that piece of shit. Yeah. Now, what am I looking for? Why is this not here? Oh, it's right there. Alright, fine. So, we are looking here at the CL 100 play today. So, Rust is done, dropped down that list on a Friday night, right? Correct? It is on a Saturday night at 11 p.m. You know, now that the day's said and done, Rust got 137, which is pretty good. But that's not even like 1/10 of CSGO or 1/5 of Dota or 1/4 of... It's like 1/4 of Apex Legends and stuff. So, I mean, thank God that Rust is doing well enough. Thank God. I mean, those numbers right now, they're not too good. Current isn't too good. It's like number 11 and stuff. So, like, it's cool. Rust is a great game. I'm not talking shit about Rust. I'm just saying, dude, like, there's a lot of other assholes through all of these other titles and stuff that you could go attack that are successful, that are actually going to give you a better time about this. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you attacking me? Just got nothing better to do, huh? I guess it shows. Today, I wrote 7 pages worth of material. What did you fucking do? Attack me on YouTube? Fucking loser. Get better. I expect you to do better. You have to do better with your fucking life. Loser. Like, if you, like, seriously, if you don't do better with your fucking life, your entire fucking generation is gonna fucking fail. Because they're counting on men like you. You know what I'm saying? And if you fucking fail like this and attack everybody you ever meet, you're gonna fucking scrub out. They're gonna put your ass in fucking jail, dude. Especially if you're, like, attacking people on the internet, trying to assassinate their fucking careers and shit. You actually will end up in fucking jail. You're fucking stupid, dude. I need you to do better. This looks enhanced. It's like enhanced a bit. Yeah, it looks better to me. Like the colors look better to me for some reason. I don't know. I need this rocket launcher to work. Oh wait, I guess I'm only 15. I won't be able to use this for a while. That's okay. Do I have my buffs still? I don't think I do. No. I lose them every time I log. Damn it. Man, it takes a while to do this. It's like 5 minutes. Anyways, enough of the vitriol on a Saturday fucking night. I'm done here.
Is the fact that it's really difficult to differentiate yourself from other gaming YouTubers. Suppose that you're all playing the same game. Where's the point of differentiation besides the level of skill? Well, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but on the surface, from a visual point of view, maybe a slightly different overlay, slightly different editing, slightly different webcam, but overall, differentiating yourself from the crowd in a way unrelated to gaming skill can be difficult. We can use a comparison.
I don't feel I need to differentiate myself from this crowd at all. I think it's already very clear. They're all right-wingers almost. They're all little shithead fucking little Eichmanns that talk about cucking and themselves in each other's butts all day with weird, sick perversion stuff like that all the time. And they stalk and harass and cyberbully and call each other trash cans all day because that's what their reality is, the trash can. You know what I'm saying? That's why you guys use language like that. You ever see me calling somebody like that? No. Because my life isn't a trash can like yours, obviously. I own my own home. I've been successful. I've worked my whole fucking life. I did something with my life instead of attack strangers on the internet. I've never attacked strangers on the internet unless they attacked me. Like, your loser ass has nothing to look forward to, motherfucker, and I'm sick of it. Take your displeasure out on someone else. Or don't do it at all. Would be even better. I need you to fucking get better. You're piece of shit, worthless fucking ass, dude. Like, it's dangerous to the human fucking race, dude. And the human race, not just me, but the human race needs you to get better with your fucking life. It's actually a fucking genetic priority now. Speaking to you as a fellow fucking man. I'm your fucking peer. I share your fucking gender, you understand me? You are making my gender look bad when you harass my fucking girlfriend. You're fucking stupid. Not my girlfriend, whatever, my best friend, whatever you want to call it. Like, don't harass girls. What the fuck is wrong with you? Talk about hate speech. Yeah, harassing women isn't hate speech or anything. You're fucking so stupid, dude. Like, what in the literal fucking wrong? What is wrong with you? Like, it's clear as day how sick you are. It's so annoying. I can't let it go. It's like all cyclical. I can't let it go. I'm just gonna keep verbally fucking reaming you until you leave me alone. It's so annoying. And if it goes 40 years, it goes 40 years. And sooner or later, somebody will start listening. And they're just going to listen to me rail for hours about how bad you are. You know? And eventually, 100,000 people are going to listen to it for an hour about how bad you were and shit. And then they're going to start fucking attacking you. And then you're going to see how fun that is.
As an example like Tfue and Ninja, if you put their streams or videos side by side, they really aren't that different. But the thing is, you can compare these two high-level streamers to any other lower-level streamer or YouTuber, and it'll be a pretty similar comparison from a visual standpoint. But now let's look at some examples on the opposite end so we can have some contrast. What about those extremely differentiated YouTubers in a video genre with high barriers to entry? Let's talk about Vsauce. If you haven't heard of him, then you're probably living under a rock, but he's a science YouTuber with 15 million subscribers. He uploads very rarely. For example, his last upload was 4 months ago in February 2020. But 4 months isn't even that long for Vsauce. His previous upload before his most recent upload was 9 months ago, and 2.5 years before that. But these videos all still got millions of views. Imagine if any gaming YouTuber that you can think of uploaded 3 times in 2 years. How dead would their channel be? Pretty dead if you ask me. So then let's ask the question, what makes Vsauce extremely resistant to irrelevancy? It's not just that Vsauce makes good content, because there are loads of creators who make great content and still end up going irrelevant. It's that Vsauce has a skill that no one else on YouTube can replicate. Particularly his knowledge and interest in science to a level where no one else can compete with him. There's very few people that have the knowledge that Vsauce has, and of those who do have that same level of knowledge, how many of them have the ability to create engaging, well-edited videos like Vsauce? He's so far ahead of the pack with his skill set that no one else has any hope of catching up. Another example is someone like Brody TV. His skill is that he has the ability to go out and embarrass himself in public and look hilarious while doing it. It's something that no one else is willing to replicate because it can be embarrassing and awkward to film. You need a cameraman who's willing to follow you around for a day. It's not easy. It's a difficult type of content to produce. It has high barriers to entry. But difficult can be a good thing because the resistance to irrelevancy is much higher, considering there's minimal competition and very few alternatives to watch if you want that type of content. Final example, Casey Neistat. What does he have in his videos that no one else can replicate? Well, he has a lifestyle that very few can replicate. He has a non-douchey influencer personality despite all of his success. Another thing that not many people can replicate. And on top of this, he has filmmaking skills beyond this world that no one can even get close to replicating. He has so many skills that make him indispensable on the platform. And the result is that he can make YouTube videos that no one else will ever be able to replicate on the same level. He's only uploaded 5 times in the last 4 months. The views might not be as strong as they were previously, but they're still pretty decent. If you were to upload 5 times in 4 months on a gaming channel, it's pretty likely that your YouTube career would be pretty much fried. So, avoiding irrelevancy appears to be just having a skill that you can perform on camera that very few other people can replicate without working on themselves first. Then let's apply that to gaming. Most gaming YouTubers don't have this type of specific skill that no one else is willing or able to replicate. Well, kind of. I say that lightly. I'll talk about that in a second. But firstly, I think we can all agree, if a gaming YouTuber doesn't post, there's 100 or even 1,000 other people playing the same game who are all easily accessible on YouTube for you to watch as a viewer. It goes back to the point that if you aren't consistently producing, there's always going to be another gaming YouTuber who is. But let's go further back to what I said about gaming YouTubers not having a specific skill that no one else can replicate. What I've said is obviously not entirely true. In order for there to be certain gaming YouTubers that rise to the top, there has to be some sort of skill in place for these top gaming YouTubers, right? Well, of course. Why do you watch a Tfue or a Ninja? Because they're exceptionally skilled at the game that they're playing.
But what about, for example, like those Minecraft YouTubers where there isn't a specific skill aspect to the game? What is their skill? It's not like you need to be exceptional at the game to be an entertainer on it.
Well, that is their skill, entertainment, and this is why so many of them go irrelevant over the long term. Entertainment in itself is an extremely volatile skill, especially in the gaming world because everyone is entertaining in some aspect. So then we might ask, what's the incentive for watching an entertaining YouTuber with a limited skill aspect? It's the game they're playing, right? You like the relatability of watching them do something in a game that you personally might be able to replicate in your own time.
But what happens to both types of gaming YouTubers, the skilled and the unskilled ones, when the game that they're playing begins to decline in popularity?
Well, your audience is going to decline naturally, and there's nothing you can do to stop that. If people aren't interested in the game, people aren't going to watch you, period. You can be the Rolls Royce of entertainment and the most skilled player on a specific game, but if the world isn't interested in the game you're playing, you're not going to get views. And of course, there are exceptions to this like PewDiePie and other variety creators, but generally speaking, if the game that the content is being made on is on a decline, the views are also naturally going to be on a decline. Case study, someone like Noah's Noah. Following Fortnite's decline in popularity, his views have naturally dwindled. He was uploading quite literally daily, very high quality content, but given the decline in the game he was making content on, the growth just wasn't there. So when the game that the specific YouTuber is known for begins to decline in popularity, what happens to those gaming YouTubers who specifically have that gaming skill on a particular game? People like your Tfues and your Ninjas. Well, they have two options. They can stick with a game that they're exceptionally skilled at and are making content on, but it's a sinking ship given the declining viewership. They're not stupid, they know that games come and go, rise and fall in popularity. If they stick with that game, there's a chance they'll go down with the ship. So the second option seems more viable. Change game to whatever is most popular. But then let's take Tfue for example, previous top 50, top 20, top 10 player in Fortnite, right? Well, when he swaps to a game like Call of Duty Warzone, is he going to be top 50, top 20, top 10 player right off the bat?
Well, of course not. Skill level is unique to a particular game. It might translate a little bit, but not in its entirety.
Maybe in the top 10,000 or the top 5,000 players. While top 10,000 is a reasonably impressive number, why are you going to watch a streamer or a YouTuber in the top 10,000 players when there will be another streamer on Twitch or YouTube on that game in the top 20 or top 10 for that new game that they've navigated to? The reason you watch a Tfue or a Ninja is if I had to estimate 80% game skill, 20% personality.
When the skill level on the new game is much lower than the skill level on the previous game, there's not nearly as much incentive to watch.
And this is reflected in the YouTube views for Tfue as well as many other Fortnite creators. People like Ninja, Muselk, Lachlan, they're obviously not irrelevant or even close to it, but you can see how their view charts pretty much perfectly correlate with the popularity of the game. And this is kind of what we've seen with most of the big Call of Duty YouTubers from back in the day. As their main game that they're linked to declines in popularity, they just kind of go down with it. And the only ones who stay relevant are the ones who either move to new ventures or develop a bit more of a personality and become a variety stream. But generally speaking, think about Whiteboy 7 Street, X-Jaws. At the time, they were the kings of the world because their skill was relevant. But looking back, you can see how disposable they are considering that their only developed skill within their videos is their ability to play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And now that that game has a minimal audience, they have to resort to other that everyone else can replicate. Football card opening, how to smell flowers, just general clickbait BS. Anything to get a few more views before the channel disintegrates into nothing.
There's no effort, there's no passion, there's no nuance. There's nothing that is being done in these videos that can't be replicated by anyone else on this platform.
And the ultimate result? A dead channel. So then let's finish this video by answering the original question. Why do gaming YouTubers go irrelevant more than any other type of channel? Well, the videos and the channel popularity are often based on the popularity of something that's totally out of their control, the popularity of the genre. On top of this, there's unlimited competition for the genre considering the low barriers to entry. Finally, differentiation beyond skill level is extremely difficult given thousands or even millions of channels available for viewing. If you're a gaming YouTuber and want to avoid irrelevancy, it seems as though you have to offer something unique. A unique personality like Julian Third or exceptional skill across multiple games like Tfue or Shroud. You have to have something else that no one else can offer. Be like Vsauce, be like Brody TV, be like Casey Neistat. Offer the YouTube audience something that no one else can offer. If you do, you'll have a cruisy time on the platform.
Alright, that's going to be all for this video, guys. If you guys could like and subscribe, I'm going to put a thumb up for both because they both do something. I would appreciate the hell out of that, but other than that, I will see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys for watching. Peace!
First impression of the game, fun.
Well, let's go. Pleasant Parks.
Beast coming out. First impression of the game, fun.
Well, let's go. Pleasant Parks fun. Let's get it.
This looks like a knockoff of Battlegrounds. Alex, so much fun though.
Where they at? Where they at? Where they at?
Where that beast coming out?
Oh! Oh, I feel the rhythm. Let's go! 27 solos! Woo!
34 solo squad. Not bad.
31. New record.
I realised that I could probably go to a pro level.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are getting ready to start game number 1.
Here at the Fortnite Pro-Am, him and Marshmallow come out on top.
Let's go! Give me that, boy!
Oh, baby! This man about to get hip fired.
It needs a nerf. That's for sure.
Eventually, this is not even a game anymore. Like it's just there's no decision making. It's literally you see someone you just hold left click.
I have to do long division to figure out how many SMGs there are now.
The game is in such a bad spot right now. You have to be trolling, dude. I don't understand. What are they thinking?
Increase the time between subsequent turbo replacements from 0.05 seconds to 0.15? What? Why would they do that? No way.
And you hear that Infinity Blade as well. He's still alive, breaking through everything. Number 9, number 10 for Knees with the Infinity Blade.
doing?
You only have to connect one time. That is so frustrating.
There's planes.
Wait, for real?
2, 4, 6, 8, close to 10 vehicles in the air at the moment.
I hate planes so much, man. So much, dude.
Season 10 was the worst season of Fortnite yet.
It's never been as bad as it's been right now. The pro players are upset. The content creators are upset. What's going on, man? I feel like there's no communication right now.
When Fortnite Battle Royale was released back on the 26th of September 2017, the potential outcome for what had been created was completely unspecified.
Alright, here we go. I want Jimmy dead!
A new free game in the Battle Royale genre? I mean, come on, there was already PUBG and this new Fortnite game was completely free for anyone to download. How good could it possibly be? Well, some of these aspects that were considered negatives in the beginning would go on to make the game one of the most successful games ever released into gaming.
Oh, I'm not even, no! 20, baby! Let's go!
However, things started to go wrong around late Season 4.
So irritated, man. Can't wait for freaking Call of Duty to come out, man.
Awful updates and mass complaints from the community began to roll in. Playground mode completely flattened the skill gap. SMGs began to overtake the beloved shotgun meta that made the game so fun in the first place.
What?
Infinity Blades, planes, mechs, and a bunch of brainless updates has caused the game to slowly lose popularity since its peak in July 2018. But was it just the bad updates? Or was it the fact that people just lost interest in the game over time?
This same old shit is boring.
Buckle up, boys, as we cover the rise and fall of Fortnite Battle Royale. I want you to cast your mind back to mid-2017. Where were you? For some of you, it might feel like a long time ago in a place far from where you are now, and for some others listening, it might feel like just yesterday. Well, for a team of developers at the relatively unknown Epic Games, mid-2017 is what we might call the calm before the storm. Because on the 25th of July 2017, a project that had been in development for over 6 years was ready to be released to the general public. This special project was the now popular Fortnite.
Hurry up out there, Ramirez!
Epic Games explained in 2011 that they wanted to create a game that combined the construction game genre with the first-person shooter gaming genre to create something that might be a mix of maybe Minecraft and Call of Duty. Epic Games had recently completed the extremely popular game Gears of War, and to let themselves down from the hype, they participated in what was called a Game Jam, an event where game developers would try and create the best possible game within a limited period of time, say for example 1 to 3 days. It was in this game jam after the release of Gears of War that the idea of Fortnite was born.
And then the discussions around what happened at Game Jam is actually kind of what led to Fortnite. And Fortnite wasn't a direct result, it wasn't one of the games in the Game Jam, but that process was kind of the fuel that caused that to become created.
The game was then announced in December 2011 at the Spike Game Awards.
Showtime!
Then 2.5 years after the announcement, in early 2014, signs began to appear here and there that the game was nearing completion. Game Informer uploaded the video inside the development history of Fortnite on the 25th of April 2014. In this video, the developers explained what they had been working on and how it was coming along.
It's a game that spawned directly from passion. This is just something that people wanted to build. We were just coming off of Gears, and we wanted to do something totally fresh.
There was also other videos being uploaded to YouTube, displaying the mechanics and giving an insight into how the game was looking back in 2014. However, despite looking like Fortnite was ready to be released in 2014, the game wouldn't be ready for another 3 years. But after polishing the gameplay consistently over those 3 years, the game was ready to be released, which was announced at E3 in June 2017.
We're going to start with one called Fortnite. Now, I don't know much about a lot of these, so I think the best way to do it is just jump in.
Fortnite Save the World was then released on the 25th of July 2017, which was 1 month after the initial announcement. Fortnite Save the World was set up as a single-player versus environment game, a combination that Epic believed to be a resemblance of Minecraft and Left 4 Dead. The Save the World part of Fortnite was at 1 million players only 1 month after release in August 2017. However, there was a bit of a problem with Save the World. There needed to be more of a PvP aspect to the game. Sure, versing monsters all the time was kind of fun, but the game lacked a gripping competitive aspect. One game that did have an excellent third-person competitive aspect, however, was the game PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, released 1 year previously in July 2016. PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds had utilised a recently new style of gameplay called Battle Royale, a style that was relatively unused by many other games at the time.
You died, didn't give a go and just keep going again, right? And again, and just, it's all about the PvP, so.
The concept was fairly simple. 100 players drop into an island, find weapons, and the last player alive is the winner. The gameplay style was extraordinarily competitive and fun, but wasn't used by many games besides PUBG, H1Z1 and some other smaller titles at the time. Epic Games noticed this and spotted a gap in the market, and this is where things just seemed to kind of align for Fortnite. They had a game where you could shoot like Call of Duty and build like Minecraft, as well as an opportunity to integrate their game into the Battle Royale genre. However, Epic Games didn't only draw inspiration from the success of PUBG, they also drew inspiration from the success of another huge game at the time, League of Legends. League of Legends had taken a slightly different route to monetize their game, which Fortnite eventually adopted. Rather than just charging a fee up front to play the game forever, they actually gave the game out for free, with monetization coming from cosmetic in-game purchases. This also kept the player base strong as there was no barrier to downloading the game if you were a new player, which obviously Epic Games liked. Epic Games then took all of these aspects, the free game, the building, the shooting, the Battle Royale, to create the now popular Fortnite Battle Royale, which was released to the public for free on the 26th of September 2017. Fortnite Battle Royale was an instant success. The fact that the game was free to play removed any hesitance for a potential player to at least try it out. Only 2 weeks after release, the game had hit 10 million players, 10 times what Save the World was able to achieve in its first month. The fact that everyone was on a similar skill level to start meant everyone had an equal chance of winning, and the possibility that the next game could be your first victory royale.
You've been examined.
This competitive aspect caused players to play over and over and over to try and get at least one win, and by the time you did win, it was over, you were hooked. The addictive nature of the game was incomparable to any other game available on the market. Many huge streamers then began catching on to how fun the game was, with people such as Ninja,
Oh, wait, what's up? Oh, hello!
Summit,
Kind of chilling for now. Level up.
and CDM III, switching their primary streaming focus to Fortnite.
Yes! Let's go! Let's go!
50 kills.
Then these streamers began to experiment with crazy ideas on stream, such as rocket ride, which were clipped and shared extensively on social media, bolstering the growth of Fortnite even further. Players got bored of playing solos and began to invite their friends to play squads, multiplying the player count and causing extreme exponential growth. It was likely around this point that Epic Games realised that perhaps rather than using the Battle Royale genre to get people to buy Save the World, they should just double down on Battle Royale and make it the primary development focus. On the 25th of October 2017, exactly 1 month after the release of Battle Royale, Epic Games introduced Fortnite Season 1.
That's what I'm talking about, baby!
Season 1 wasn't much different to the previous month. However, Epic Games introduced what was called the Item and Season Shop, where players could purchase cosmetic items and pickaxes for real money. The first example of Epic Games monetizing the Battle Royale aspect of the game. These skins would later become rare, which is insignificant now but will be important in later parts of the downfall. By the end of Season 1 in December 2017, only 3 months after the initial release of the game, Fortnite had reached 30 million registered users and had overtaken PUBG as the most streamed Battle Royale on Twitch, and it only had League of Legends standing in the way of the top spot. However, by Season 2 in January 2018, only 1 month later, Fortnite overtook League of Legends to become the most popular game on Twitch. And by this point, people had really started to take advantage of the build mechanic as a proper strategy for staying alive, and realised that this mechanic distinguished it from any other Battle Royale. The building mechanic took the game from a mediocre third-person shooter in Season 1 to a game with a genius way of protecting yourself.
And when you're in the fight, and you're able to do something on the mouse or keyboard that could alter that fight, that could change that fight based on your ability or skill or knowledge. That's what you want, right? You want this mouse and keyboard to be your Lamborghini right here, man. A stick shift Lamborghini.
On top of this, the game just had pace like no other.
Number one, optimize. And that is why its popularity is just like
I should try it.
Yeah, you love it.
It was just non-stop action and players literally could not get enough. After overtaking League of Legends on Twitch in January 2018, Fortnite then overtook PUBG in terms of active player count in February 2018, only 1 month later. And it's not like the Twitch records stopped there, because 1 month later in March 2018, an event would take place that would break the record for the most viewers in a single stream on Twitch. Ninja playing with Drake, 636,000 concurrent viewers.
I got 5K donation if you get this dub right now.
Yeah?
Playing Fortnite had officially become mainstream, just in case it wasn't already before.
That literal one match with Drake made it okay for everyone to play video games.
So much so that Fortnite hosted its first major public event only 3 months later in June 2018, the Fortnite Celebrity Pro-Am.
Kingstar on him. Ninja, can he clutch it out? Ninja! Kingstar gets the win.
What a play.
Wow.
Famous music artists, UFC fighters, sports stars, and Fortnite players all playing for $3 million in charity prize money. After the event had displayed the capabilities of what could be possible in the esports world, it didn't seem like anything could possibly go wrong for Fortnite. They had the gaming world in their hands. What could possibly bring such a behemoth of a game undone? Well, on the 27th of June 2018, only 2 weeks after the Celebrity Pro-Am event, Epic Games released a new game into Fortnite Battle Royale called Playground.
Oh my god, look at that, mate. Playground, sandbox, mate.
Playground mode offered a sandbox style of gameplay, giving every player the opportunity to practice their building with unlimited material and no limitations from other players. Now, while the community loved this newly implemented game mode, it began to do strange things to the skill level of the player base. Everyone started to get extremely skilled in a very short period of time. It seemed as though after Playground was released, the skill level that was achieved in 6 months previously could be achieved in only 2 weeks by simply practicing in Playground mode. After Playground was released, all of the newbies just kind of disappeared and everyone's skill level increased dramatically. It was difficult for new players to get a grip on the game because the beginner skill level was diminished following the release of Playground. It's likely that Epic released the game mode attempting to give those new players a leg up with a practicing platform, but it just seemed to get abused by high-level players who just wanted to get even better. Now, it's hard to actually quantify whether or not players left the game following the update, especially considering it was an ongoing game mode. But I think we can all agree, if you can reach almost peak skill level in 2 weeks instead of 6 months, and everyone on the game is now extremely skilled putting up a barrier for new players, it's going to affect the health of the game in a negative way over the long term. So what was it that followed this? Epic Games began to notice the increased skill level of the general player. By the time Season 5 rolled around, just after the Playground mode update, everyone was extremely skilled at building all of a sudden.
Oh no, not the Season Classic! No!
The skill level of the players in Season 4 compared to Season 5 was almost incomparable. Epic saw this as an issue because how is a potential new player going to win a game versus 100 other experienced players when they have no experience themselves?
What? He betrayed me, bro.
They had to change something to give newer players a shot, but instead of removing Playground, the game mode that made everyone extremely experienced in the first place, they started to mess with one of the main things that made the game so fun in the first place, the shotgun meta. The most effective close-quarter weapon at the time was the range of shotguns, with submachine guns in the background as a secondary. Epic Games hatched a plan to increase the strength of the submachine gun range in the hope that newbies could just shoot through builds instead of learning how to build themselves. With the macro goal of competing with the shotgun meta at the time. However, they made 2 main mistakes with the implementation. Firstly, they made the submachine guns way too strong.
Like, this thing is actually dumb. It's actually dumb. The silenced SMG is literally the best weapon in the game right now.
And secondly, they made the main aspect of the game, building, completely redundant in the process, given that the new submachine guns could completely rip through enemy builds with 0 skill level.
I got you guys, don't worry.
Epic introduced a new submachine gun in the first update of Season 5 on the 17th of July 2018. However, Epic Games didn't really feel as though it did what they desired, so they added the P90 only 1 week later on the 25th of July. And this weapon was absolute carnage.
No.
Not broken, by the way.
The beginning of Season 5 also saw the removal of the controversial double shotgun strategy, another update designed to reduce the strength of the shotgun meta.
After firing a shotgun, another shot cannot be fired for a very short time. You can't double pump.
So get rid of double shotgun.
Double pump,
or just double
heavy.
shotgun. Double shotgun period.
No double shotty in general. They're switching the meta to the double shotgun SMG. They're switching the meta.
It was at this point that everyone kind of started to realize what Epic was trying to do with the meta. It only took about 2 seconds of critical thinking to realize that they were trying to give new players the edge. But they made the new submachine gun so strong that people just stopped playing for a day or two until they fixed it. The almost laughable part about the update was that the people who the gun was put in for, the newbies, were complaining about the P90 in the same way that the pros were. After the update, it seemed to become trendy to start hating Epic and complaining about Fortnite. Over a 1 month period between Season 4 and Season 5, everyone went from thinking it was the greatest game ever created to a game doomed and destined for failure. Looking back, perhaps a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then various videos started to come out with titles along the lines of, "Is Fortnite dying?"
We're on the cusp of some...
See what happens when you cancel and attack that which you love and you can't stop watching? One day I won't be here. You're dumb.
Something great, and I'm not really sure if it lasts the next season, you know?
If we look at the Google Trends graph for Fortnite, the weekend where P90s were released into the game was when it was at peak popularity, with a slow decline following. And as we can observe from the graph, the P90 update was really only the beginning of the decline. Fortnite Season 6. The previously discussed SMG problem that was seeing many players leave the game had been fixed to some extent with various nerfs.
Are they still worth, like, using and doubling up and all that? They're fine at very, very close range, but they're not, like, stupidly broken at far range anymore, you know?
However, shotguns still hadn't been returned to their first glory, and Season 6 brought its own set of problems. The popularity of Fortnite peaked upon the introduction of Season 6. However, died down to the lowest point that Fortnite had been at by the end of the season. The introduction of zombies was just found to be a nuisance, with seemingly very few people advocating to keep the mechanic in the game.
Dude, these zombies, go away. You're making this so much more harder than it needs to be.
However, there was something else that occurred in this season which was another intangible phenomenon that made many people lose a bit more respect for Epic Games. During Halloween 2018 in Season 6, Epic decided to re-release the Scythe Pickaxe and the Skull Trooper skin, 2 cosmetic items that were available only to the original Season 1 players.
Wait, the OG one's in the OG one's in the shop too. Oh my god, it's back. They put the OG in. Oh my god.
And while everyone seemed kind of happy to have the opportunity to purchase these skins, there was also an underlying sadness that Epic had sold out a little bit on their original player base. It kind of made buying skins less exciting, since everyone knew that there was now a possibility that no skin could be rare in the future, because Epic Games kind of showed that they would sell out on the rareness of a skin if it meant a slight uptick in short-term revenue. And since buying skins was less fun, this just translated into the game being a little less fun. However, the reintroduction of rare skins was nothing compared to what Epic would do to ruin the game in a following update.
Looks like he's kind of committed to the Infinity Blade here. And he's going to be the first to pick it up. He has to build this time around because he knows the player there. He's going straight for the dive.
And you hear that Infinity Blade as well.
He's still alive, breaking through everything.
Number 9, number 10 for Knees with the Infinity Blade.
He is just chopping through everything.
He has 400 freaking HP, people.
The Infinity Blade. Speculatively agreed upon to be the worst and most game-changing update ever released into Fortnite.
Now, if you're still doubting the power of the Infinity Blade, look what happens when you dive into Tilted Towers. This thing will literally smash through any structure in its way, meaning you
can pretty much level that entire city in a matter of seconds. It is absolutely disgusting.
A weapon that completely threw all of the rules out the window, altering not only gameplay but professional tournaments as well.
We get the victory royale, that'd be nice.
He's blood, here it is.
Player's gonna be right in
That's
front of
one.
him, and he...
All three land here. Here comes the hop over. That's the elimination on Coop Train.
Then throw another controversial plane update in the mix and you have yourself a potential recipe for disaster.
I hate planes so much, man. So much, dude.
Well, I say recipe for disaster, but the data might prove otherwise. It seems as though Fortnite actually had very little drop in Google search volume throughout Season 7, actually peaking in many places. However, I'd say that this was due to a mass number of people Googling the potential removal of the Infinity Blade and planes. When everything is going fine in the game, there's not really much reason to search for Fortnite on Google. These updates seem to provide mass traffic for the game throughout Season 7, however, it's questionable if this was healthy for the longevity of the game, given that in Season 8, search volume for Fortnite dropped extremely heavily after a small peak during the introduction of the season. Then the same story with Season 9, a small peak in popularity at the beginning of the season, followed by another drop to the lowest point in the game's history. The beginning of Season 10 then returned the popularity of the game back to where it was in Season 8. The season was marketed as Season X, which added a little bit of excitement for the season. However, as you might guess, the season itself came with its own set of challenges. It seems as though Epic didn't really get the message that players didn't enjoy ridiculously overpowered and unbalanced meta within Fortnite, because Season X began with a new update that some might argue was the most unbalanced update to come into the game since the Infinity Blade.
God!
Mechs appeared to be another one of those updates added purely to spark outrage from the community and flatten the skill gap, giving the lower skilled players a chance to win.
What's up, boys? This is why I'm the driving friend. Alright, go on, take him out.
However, all mechs seemed to do was create a bigger gap between the haves and the have-nots. If you had a mech, you were unstoppable. If not, you would have a hard time beating someone who did have a mech. Following this, many people started saying that Season X was the worst season yet.
Season 10 was the worst season of Fortnite yet.
This was then backed up by the fact that 2 weeks after the beginning of the season, Fortnite once again hit a new low on Google Trends. But Epic Games wasn't stupid. They could see that the game was dying. There was only so many seasons they could produce before people realized, holy crap, I've been playing this game for 11 seasons, maybe it's time to find something new. They could see that every season more players were leaving, so they needed to refresh and revitalize the game. On the 13th of October 2019, at the end of Season X, an event took place where the Fortnite map was sucked into a black hole, an extraordinary way to end what was considered a bit of an awful season. But when the next season was supposed to start, nothing happened. Just this screen for 2 days straight. No one could play Fortnite, which caused the Fortnite search volume to skyrocket to a level never seen before. Because I guess if you're not playing Fortnite, you're probably Googling Fortnite, right? Then, after 2 days of silence, which was likely a publicity stunt to get everyone hyped and talking about the game again, Fortnite Chapter 2 was released. A full new map, new guns, vaulted guns, swimming, fishing. Could this be the return of Fortnite to its former glory? Well, as seen on the trend graph, not really. 2 weeks after the release of the season, the popularity was back down to where it was in Season 10, with many people saying that Chapter 2 update was a bit of a letdown, mainly focusing the complaints around the fact that the season was 4 months long with very few updates and new pieces of content.
Chapter 2 alone will almost be 2 seasons long, and all we have to show for it are a couple of new weapons. That's why I gotta ask, what have the developers been doing for this long?
By the end of Chapter 2, Season 1, the game had hit yet another low, a low that hadn't been lower than any other season. However, after the release of Chapter 2 Season 2, something bizarre happened. The popularity of Fortnite began to rise again. Instead of following the trend of the previous year, being a spike then a drop in popularity, it was a spike.
That's when I came. When I showed up and I started showing people, it like BAM! I was just kidding.
Well, it's hard to say, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it might be related to the quantity of people at home currently rather than school or work. And since there's minimal data to discover the accuracy of this statement, it's hard to draw an accurate conclusion. However, since hitting another peak upon the release of Chapter 2 Season 3, the game seems to be on another downward trend, a trend that may certainly continue into the future. So it creates the closing argument for the video. What caused the gradual decline of Fortnite over time? Well, from everything presented and by analysing the opinion of the public, it seems to be a mix of questionable updates and just a loss of interest over time. Sure, it's easy to blame the bad updates, but at the end of the day, there's only so long that someone can play a game before it begins to become recurring and monotonous. It's coming up on 3 years since the game was released, and to think that the people interested back in 2017 are the same people interested now is possibly a naive judgment. Not that you really care about my opinion, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. And it might be controversial, but I think one of the main perpetrators was Playground in creative mode. I think that it would have made the game significantly more enjoyable to just trust the natural progression of people learning each aspect within the game while versing other years at a time. The reason those first 6 to 12 months were so fun was because everyone kind of sucked, and it felt as though everyone was bad and getting better on an equal level. Suddenly when Playground was introduced and Season 5 hit, there just wasn't as much reason to play public matches because you could learn everything by playing privately. And then when you did go to public games, everyone suddenly knew what they were doing. The natural progression felt off and made the game instantly less enjoyable. Regardless, the game has provided people with so much entertainment and good times up until this point, so despite having a decline in popularity, it still appears to be an excellent game to jump into. And it's free to play, so as we said at the start, why not give it a shot?
Failed franchises, bankruptcies, and almost no growth in revenue for the last 10 years. This is the sad reality for Pizza Hut, who have had so many store closures that there's now a subreddit dedicated to finding former Pizza Hut restaurants. To understand why Pizza Hut has lost almost half of its market share over the last 20 years, we have to begin by asking the following question. Why was Pizza Hut so unique and successful in the first place? Back in the 1990s, Pizza Hut had a reputation for having some of the craziest yet most unique and successful pizza designs, which were not only delicious, but also gave the public a reason to talk about the business. For example, in 1993, Pizza Hut released the Bigfoot, a massive 2 feet long by 1 foot wide square pizza creation, with the Bigfoot accounting for 18% of total sales. There was also the cheeseburger crust pizza, the hot dog crust pizza, and the cornflakes crust pizza. However, none of these were as successful as the now famous stuffed crust pizza, which achieved sales of $1 billion in the first year, boosting Pizza Hut's stock price by roughly 50%. Of course, this strategy led to the occasional flop, such as their controversial lasagna pizza, which was described in a review as the worst thing I've ever eaten in my life genuinely, but for the most part, these experiments seemed to help Pizza Hut stand out from the crowd, especially when they were served in their distinct dine-in restaurants. These restaurants added a social element to pizza, turning it into an event as opposed to just another meal. The early memories that we all have of going to dine in at our local Pizza Hut are infinitely more memorable than the hundreds of times we've ordered takeaway from Domino's. During the dine-in days, Pizza Hut had something that physically separated them from the competition. Nobody could offer an experience quite like Pizza Hut, providing them with unbelievable levels of success, especially in the early days. Pizza Hut had the monopoly on pizza and you paid through the nose for one. At first they had to educate the dining public with little signs saying, pizza is traditionally eaten with the fingers. For the first few years I remember that there was no takeaway, dine-in only. I remember that a family-sized pizza cost around $20. Nowadays that would equate to probably $50 or more for a pizza. People paid it because they were experiencing this delicious food for the first time. The Pizza Hut dine-in experience was seemingly profitable in the beginning, but this didn't mean that it was going to be successful forever. Some insane anecdotes claim that a new source destroyed Pizza Hut dine-in completely, or that dine-in was destroyed by their staff choices. However, the main issue seemed to come from other competing pizza brands who were specializing in delivery. There's something about pizza that makes it perfect for eating at home. The box acts as a plate, there's no cutlery needed, and the compact design of pizza reduces the potential for mess. Domino's began to take advantage of this at a time when Pizza Hut didn't even offer delivery. In fact, Pizza Hut only began delivering pizza pizzas 27 years after launching their business, doing so because they saw how successful Domino's was. The convenience of delivery meant that you didn't need to go to a dine-in restaurant if you wanted to eat pizza. And if you did desperately want all-you-can-eat Pizza Hut, you could literally just go to any all-you-can-eat restaurant offering pizza and eat your 8 slices along with 100 other food options. Pizza was no longer an exclusive thing in the same way that it was in the early days of Pizza Hut. This lack of exclusivity in combination with delivery also shifted people's perceptions of how prestigious pizza was. As mentioned earlier, Pizza Hut adopted the dine-in model when pizza was an exclusive new dish from Italy. However, Domino's and delivery in general turned pizza into just another fast food. Pizza Hut became no fancier than McDonald's or KFC, so why would you take your family to eat there as a special occasion? Then there was Pizza Hut's increased pricing and decreased quality. Overnight, the price went up from $6.49 to $8.49. The high school students, previously a common sight, disappeared. With fewer people, the quality suffered. Pizza Hut was always more expensive than the alternatives, affordable only when getting second, third, fourth pizzas at a reduced price. But it got more expensive. The pizza remained very greasy and people started eating low carb. There are better alternatives, especially for that money. Pizza Hut CFO David Vids made the claim that having dine-in restaurants is now a negative for the business, stating the challenge Pizza Hut faces is that it has a large dine-in business. Dine-in is waning in relevance. In other words, Pizza Hut needs to focus less on dine-in and more on what people want, which is to take their pizza with them. This was also highlighted by Artie Stars, the president of Pizza Hut USA, who stated the biggest problem that Pizza Hut is facing is perception, explaining that many of its customers don't associate Pizza Hut with delivery. Stars said the facade of its locations reinforces this idea, and it isn't helping to lure in diners. When you drive by the location, it doesn't scream, "We deliver." To promote delivery to its customers, Pizza Hut delivered pizza to space, the Oscars, and the top of Mount Kilimanjaro, but it still seems as though they aren't competitive on delivery. And on the topic of Pizza Hut in comparison to its competition, we should also highlight that Pizza Hut is extremely uncompetitive from a health perspective. Their standard pepperoni pizza contains a whopping 8,153 kilojoules, equal to almost 2,000 calories, which is close to the entire recommended daily adult calorie intake, and has almost twice as many calories as Domino's pepperoni pizza, which has 4,453 kilojoules, or a little over 1,000 calories. But it's not fair to make this point unless we see the size and quality of each pizza, so we ordered a pepperoni from Domino's before doing the same with the nearby Pizza Hut in order to compare the two different pizzas. As mentioned, the Domino's pepperoni came in at 1,064 calories, while the Pizza Hut pepperoni came in at 1,948 calories. And with the Pizza Hut pepperoni costing double the price of the Domino's pepperoni, you might expect that the Pizza Hut pizza would be double the size. However, as you can tell from the opening, this isn't the case whatsoever. The Domino's pizza had a surface area of 510 square centimeters, while the Pizza Hut pizza had a surface area only 12% larger at 572 square centimeters. Additionally, the Pizza Hut pepperoni weighed in at 1.46 pounds, making it only 7% heavier than the Domino's pizza at 1.36 pounds. Now, to Pizza Hut's credit, their pizza definitely presented and subjectively even tasted better than Domino's. However, with the Pizza Hut pepperoni being double the price and double the calories with no real distinct advantage, it becomes obvious as to why Pizza Hut has become uncompetitive. When looking at Pizza Hut's menu, you'll also notice that the days of Pizza Hut trying wacky, unconventional designs are certainly long gone. The only crazy product that they have on their website is a range of pizzas which use a chicken schnitzel as the base, but apart from that, almost everything else on the menu feels like something you could get from Domino's at a cheaper price. Nowadays, there's so many restaurants, not just dedicated pizzerias, that offer pizza on their menu that you can simply get better quality food at discounted low prices at other places. It's not even worth using Pizza Hut for pizza anymore. You'll get better results elsewhere. Now, to Pizza Hut's credit, they did try to overhaul the menu back in 2014 when they introduced their biggest brand evolution ever called Flavor of Now, which introduced countless different new fancier menu items and was described as the biggest change the Pizza Hut and the pizza category has ever seen. However, their new upscale approach had minimal impact on Pizza Hut's revenue, which actually declined by $100 million in the same year that they implemented Flavor of Now, which becomes even worse if you consider that during the same time period, Domino's sales grew from $10 billion to $15.8 billion. And if we instead look at older data, we can see that the average sales per store has barely changed since 2006, which is about the point where the dine-in model died. While a consistent $12 billion per year over the last 10 years still seems like a pretty awesome scenario, the growth experienced by competing pizza brands has led Pizza Hut's market share to decrease from 25% in 1995 to 14.3% in 2016. 2016 also marked the year where Pizza Hut lost their 45-year-long title of the world's largest pizza brand to Domino's. However, their stagnant revenue has caused significantly worse problems than simply losing some arbitrary title. For example, in August 2019, Pizza Hut announced that they plan on shutting down over 500 underperforming stores in the US, and exactly 1 year after that, in August 2020, Pizza Hut's largest franchisor, MPC, announced that they were bankrupt, having roughly $1 billion in debt, forcing them to close 300 of their Pizza Hut franchises and put their remaining 927 stores up for sale, representing 1/5 of every Pizza Hut restaurant in America. 1 month after this, Pizza Hut announced that they'd be closing more than 10% of its stores in the UK, with this taking place in the very same year that Domino's and Papa John's had net gains of 17.6% and 15.9% respectively. In the process, Pizza Hut was undergoing a logo change, although not to something fresh representing a bright future, but rather to the same logo used during the Pizza Hut glory days of 1974 to 1999. Pizza Hut's chief brand officer Marianne Radley stated, "Embracing our iconic Pizza Hut logo is recognition of a time period where Pizza Hut unequivocally reigns supreme because that's where the future is headed. However, at the same time, it feels as though they're desperate to remind the world that Pizza Hut still exists, and this doesn't sound like the kind of play made by a company who's going to be reigning supreme anytime in the near future."
Steroids into.
There's just so many little things in Modern Warfare that we now take for granted.
Easy, lad. There's too many of them. Let them go. Keep a low profile and hold your fire.
COD 4 is easily the best.
Target reset. Clear to engage all of those. Yeah, the right is.
Nazi Zombies was a cult hit. People began playing it as religiously as they were the multiplayer campaign.
But was there something special within Modern Warfare 2 that the other games didn't capitalize on? No one builds a frantic roller coaster of a shooter better than Call of Duty.
The gameplay of the single-player campaign bored me. It feels like the rest of the Call of Duty games.
I've come to the verdict that this game is garbage.
Why is Call of Duty Ghosts at least such a bad game?
This game is the biggest pile of dog poop ever.
I really just don't even like it anymore, and I don't know, it seems like that might be a general consensus now.
What don't you like about Call of Duty Ghosts?
Everything is just terrible.
It's 2010, Friday afternoon in your school courtyard to be specific. You've just drudged through a whole week and you know that you won't be able to see your mates until next Monday, but that's not such a bad thing. Because mum is on her way to pick you up and you know that at home there's 3 specific things that await you. 3 things being the difference between good and evil. 3 things that separate the boys from the men. 3 things that at the time were indistinguishable from God. A 1.25 litre bottle of fridge cooled vanilla Coke, an Xbox 360 with a fresh 12 months of membership, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. After arriving home, you pour yourself...
Fuck the Xbox 360. Fuck Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Fuck Coca-Cola fucking vanilla and Coca-Cola itself. And fuck being a fucking fat shooter, crass, soda-pounding Modern Warfare 2 fucking gamer. I'm sorry, but, like, I understand you guys think that's normal and stuff, but where I come from, that's the dredge, that's dragging the bottom of gaming. I know you guys think it's the tip-top. It's actually the bottom of gaming. It's the lowest fucking common denominator. Fucking Modern Warfare 2 at Xbox 360 and a bottle of vanilla fucking Coke. That's the bottom fucking common denominator. Guess what else goes with that? Trailer park trash and getting beat by your dad. That's what else goes with that. You know what I'm saying?
That's sweet.
Sorry. You know what I'm saying? But like I don't know, like Call of Duty, the entire reason it was so big is because it counted on like kids being soda pounding, fat, crass American kids. And I kind of expect a little bit more out of my fucking gamers. I do. I expect more out of you guys, you know?
Black poison while also firing up your Xbox and selecting the greatest Call of Duty to ever be. And
like, notice he immediately says that soda is poison. 360 was poison. Modern Warfare was poison. All of it's poison. And now you guys wonder why you're so fucking crazy, angry, and shitty and stupid. I'm crazy and angry because I have to deal with you. You're crazy and angry because you pounded soda and Modern Warfare and dicks up your butt all your life.
And Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. After arriving home, you pour yourself a glass of that sweet, bubbly black poison while also firing up your Xbox and selecting the greatest Call of Duty to ever be released. You'd prefer to play Team Deathmatch because the players are generally less skilled in that game mode, but the games aren't long enough to get one of your selected kill streaks, the tactical nuke, so instead you load into Domination.
Yeah, I deep-throated your mom.
You come to discover that the other team is so bad that differentiating them from 8-year-old children would be nearly impossible, partly because many of them are 8-year-old children. You sit behind the spawn and slaughter them until the cows come home. Only in this scenario, the cows are that golden 25 kill streak that you could only receive once in a very small quantity of games. You call it in, sit back in your chair, take a swig of that vanilla Coke with ice in it, and you think to yourself, does it really get
25 kill streak? Anybody who says the words 25 kill streak is a goddamn moron. Goddamn fucking moron. Anybody bragging about that is goddamn dumb. I know that's popular with the rest of the world, but everybody bragging about 25 fucking kills isn't playing a very good game. I'm just saying. Fucking dumb.
Well, unbeknownst to you at the time, that game...
And by the way, I pulled the 25 in Fortnite before. Don't believe me? I've got the video. I got it saved.
That you had grown to know and love. That game that you thought would be superior overall until the end of time. That game where you had made many friends, enemies, and memories would at some point begin to decline in popularity. Only 3 short years later, in late 2012, Call of Duty Black Ops would mark the final Call of Duty in the reign of the series, before the sales and player base would begin to decline, like the unsinkable Titanic hitting an iceberg and ending up at the bottom of the ocean. This creates a question that back in 2010 would have never even entered your frame of mind. What caused the downfall of the Call of Duty series? Was it the fact that after 15 years of development, the player base simply lost interest? Was it the fact that the quality of the gameplay rapidly declined following the release of Black Ops 2? Or was it something a little more sinister, such as the slow undermining of the skill gap, one of the elements that made the game so enjoyable in the first place? This is the rise and fall of one of the greatest video game series of all time, Call of Duty. But before we get into the core of today's video, I'd just like to take a second to thank today's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends is a turn-based RPG, where you have the opportunity to create a team of champions to battle both bosses and other players while simultaneously completing challenges. The game is 100% free to play, easy to download, and can be played on both iOS and Android devices. What I did personally when I first started playing Raid Shadow Legends was to play through the campaign while completing quests and challenges at the same time. And if you don't want to go on a solo mission, you can join one of the clans available in the game, a great way to learn from others. My favourite part about Raid Shadow Legends is how many different champions there are, and they all have different and unique attacks. On top of all this, Raid just released the new Artifact Forge, a fantastic time saver which provides the ability to craft artifacts directly. A new advanced quest system, new champions, and even a new Doom Tower being developed as we speak are 3 aspects undoubtedly worth getting hyped over, so what are you waiting for? Go to the video description, click on the special links, and if you're a new player you'll get 100,000 silver, 50 gems, 10 mystery shards, and a free champion called Slasher. You can find all of the new rewards here on the home screen. Good luck, and I'll see you there. There's something very alluring, seductive, and almost romantic about World War II, isn't there? The black and white film representing a bygone era, the unthinkable atrocities forcing us to come to terms.
No, there's nothing fucking romantic about fucking World War II. Just saying. Maybe the people fell in love, you know. Okay, maybe there was some romance when the boys came home, you know, and they had a baby boom. Just saying. No, there's nothing romantic about World War II.
Terms of what humans are truly capable of. Perhaps we just like to put ourselves in the position of those who are really involved, asking ourselves, what would we do if we were put in such a situation? Well, thanks to the invention of film, story, and specifically video games, we've actually had somewhat of an opportunity to answer that question. Beginning back in the early 2000s, game developers began to realize that it was possible to put any old schmuck in the shoes of a World War II hero without the player having to leave their mum's basement. Following such a discovery, World War II shooter games such as Medal of Honor,
Pay attention, and you might even stand a chance on the battlefield.
Wolfenstein, and Battlefield began to flood the gaming market to such a level that if the Noah's Ark story was written in the early 2000s, the flood archetype would have just been replaced with World War II games. However, it wasn't just these three big titles fighting for a share in the shooting genre. There was one more game that we're yet to discuss which was also thrown into the mix. We're talking about a game that was released with such limited experience by its small development team at Infinity Ward that throwing it into the gaming market was like throwing a rat into a snake enclosure with the hope of it surviving. However, we might as well call this game Ratatouille, or that mouse from Mouse Hunt, because over the course of its life it did nothing besides evade and overcome its predators in the gaming genre, coming out on top as the most iconic first-person shooter game of all time. We're of course talking about Call of Duty, beginning with the first installment of the game, Call of Duty 1. Call of Duty 1 was released in October 2003 with the overall goal of, as previously discussed, giving players an opportunity to become a soldier in World War II. The game featured a basic campaign, basic multiplayer, basic gun selection, and a basic storyline. In fact, everything in Call of Duty 1 was so basic that if it was a white girl, it probably would have had an option on the homepage to order Starbucks via Uber Eats. But we have to remember, this was 2003, and while the game was basic and somewhat similar to the other titles released at the time, it was still slightly better than many of its competitors.
It does things that you may have seen before in other World War II themed first-person shooters, but it does them, by and large, as good as or better than other games before.
But while the game was an impressive representation of what Infinity Ward was able to produce way back in 2003, there was still certainly improvements needed. Glitches, lack of overly gripping storyline, minimal gun choice in the original multiplayer.
These are the only classes and weapons you could use while playing the original Call of Duty game.
All elements leading to a fairly weak launch in many countries. On top of this, the game was brand new. No one even knew what Call of Duty was. Like a new YouTuber, a new business, or that one weird kid from your school who would walk around talking to himself, nobody cared about it. The game needed to build a reputation, and the only way the game could build that reputation would be to release new installments of the game while simultaneously improving on what was already created, which is exactly what the Call of Duty series decided to do with the release of Call of Duty 2 and 3. Both of these games, once again both based in World War II, were somewhat similar to the first game. However, it was clear that there were substantial improvements being made to the game. In-depth campaigns 3 times the length of the first Call of Duty, the regenerative health system, newly introduced multiplayer game modes, fans of the series being spoiled for choice like a 45-year-old construction worker looking at the lunchtime menu in a fish and chip shop. But more importantly, all of this displayed Call of Duty's ability to improve over time, perhaps giving its fans confidence in the possibility of what it might become in the future. And what it might become in the future was a notion only perceivable by the team of developers working on the next installment after Call of Duty 3. The installment that would really change the first-person shooter world. The installment that would begin the memories for many long-time fans of the genre. The installment that would take the game into the mainstream. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, a raw representation of what was truly capable in game development by the late 2000s. A mix of pace, emotion, and an unthinkable provision of badass content. It was like the developers had taken everything from the first...
I can't listen to this guy talk good about Call of Duty. It's destroyed the video game scene. I can't actually do it. You know, it's just not too good.
In the beginning when we...
Hey, what's
up?
It's just
me, Ethan, and my wife, Hila. We hit 50,000 subscribers. 300,000 subscribers. Yeah! We hit 1 billion! We have hit 2 million subscribers. Our channel is doing much better than it's ever done. We just honestly can't thank you guys enough for all the love and support you guys always show. Since we started, it's been a continuous growth. We love our community, and we're just so grateful for you guys. The point we're trying to make is that feels wrong
to be taking your guys' money now.
Welcome.
We're so happy that you're here
and giving us a chance to watch our videos.
And
you know,
God bless.
God bless. Yeah. E3 has utterly lost his mind. No sane person would ever want to have anything to do with you. You've lost the plot because you are so bitterly unattractive. You're obsessed with other people's masculinity.
Before I talk about how much I dislike Ethan now, I just want to say he used to be one of my favorite YouTube channels back in the day.
H3 gone out of pocket. I'm a YouTuber with a flawless reputation. Jeez, dude. How far are you removed from the YouTube community? You might say everybody loves it. Are you just going to be one of those, well, I've made it now, so forget everybody else people? Some people tell me I've changed, and frankly, I don't know what they're talking about. Why do we have a natural inclination to hate information? Why does millionaire or billionaire or any other label relating to an individual's level of wealth become a negative connotation? Why, when a sponsorship comes up in a YouTube video, do we get that compelling feeling to click onto any other garbage that YouTube is batting to the recommended column on the right-hand side? Is the fact that seeing someone with more wealth makes us feel like we've come up short in some way? Is the fact that rich people are an easy target and putting them down seems to be somewhat of a dismissal for where we need to improve personally? Or is it simply the fact that deep down we know there's no shortcut to having wealth, therefore making it one of the only real indicators of an individual's ability to perform better than anyone else? Government policy, public protest, more research of YouTube videos, all of which following a similar narrative. The hatred of those with the ability to accumulate wealth, certainly an underlying motive that a content creator will look at today. H3H3 Productions, also known as Ethan and Dylan, two long-time content creators who, despite once having the reputation as the greatest YouTube roasters of all time, have since descended their status, often labelled by former fans as being on the same level as the people they used to roast. What could have caused such a shift in their reputation? Was it their change in demeanour from a chilled-out couple to an angry, somewhat bitter pair of creators? You are a vile slime of a human that nobody will ever want because you're so pathetic. Was it the neglect of the channel that made them so famous in the first place?
We pretty much disappeared past 3 or 4 months.
Had they changed by the same level of income that they were bringing in? Was it a political problem? Thinking of Joe versus Trump and like it's going to give me anxiety? There are so many different elements worth analysing on this one, so I'd say it'll be an interesting story. Join me as we cover the downfall of almost everyone's at one point favourite YouTube couple, H3H3 Productions.
Or H3.
Our story begins in somewhat of an unconventional location compared to our other downfall videos. We normally begin in a town or a city or simply in a park, but for this one we actually begin in 2007 at a Jewish Holocaust museum located in Jerusalem, Israel, a place where an unknown Ethan Klein and Taylor Hackman would meet for the first time.
And then I remember that at the museum was the first time we
Cut eyes. Ethan having come to Jerusalem from the United States went home by himself shortly after meeting Hila. However, they continued to talk on Skype up until 2009, at which point Hila would come back and stay with Ethan in the US, also stating that they were like a team from the second she came to stay with Ethan.
And I think we were teamed up. From that first minute, we were like teamed up.
However, after living together for 1 year in the USA, Hila's visa expired, and she had to move back to Israel.
The visa expired, we moved together to Israel.
Ethan, wanting to continue the relationship, decided to move with her to Israel and got a desk job in marketing and content management.
What was your desk? What kind of job?
I was just a content manager. However, after 5 years of slogging through the job, Ethan felt unsatisfied. He wanted to pursue his true passion for comedy.
So 5 years working a job that I eventually wasn't satisfied. I want to do comedy, so let me do something about it.
Now this happened to line up with Hila studying video, who at the time was given an assignment to make a video about addiction, and she needed someone to be in the video, so Ethan volunteered.
We're gonna have to make a video
for my art
class about addiction. Okay, let's do it. I'll do it.
Ethan and Hila then created their first ever video art class in May 2011, titled Chocolate, attempting to abstractly display the concept of addiction. This first video was accompanied by the creation of the H3H3 Productions YouTube channel on the 30th of April 2011, which was created on the very first day of video art class.
We made the channel together. The first day, Hila had a video art class.
The name H3H3 is often translated as he with crazy said E. However, this isn't entirely accurate. The name actually came from the initials of both Ethan and Neil.
Eela's name Eela. Hackman, and my middle name Edward, so it was Ethan Edwards. So just E-H-H, and he said, hey, he.
And that was that. As of May 2011, they are officially content creators for YouTube. Two oddballs in Israel with nothing standing in the way of becoming whoever they wanted to be. However, there was just one minor issue. An issue that almost 100% of content creators face when they first begin. Their videos suck.
I mean, our early videos are so off the wall, dude. Like unwatchable. So I'm not surprised at all that nobody watched them.
Lack of video context, no real subject in most videos, incorrect settings.
What is that? Why is it 4x3?
All factors ultimately leading to no one watching their content. On top of this, their videos had no real target audience or niche, so viewers had no idea what to expect when watching an H3H3 video. However, here's what H3H3 did right. They had no expectation of views or getting famous or anything along those lines.
There was nothing at stake. There was no delusions of grandeur. There was no expectation at all.
Which is excellent, as when there's no expectation, it's not like you want to give up straight away, considering you never expected to get anywhere anyway. By May 2013, 2 years after beginning to create content, H3H3 had achieved a grand total of 275 subscribers, a number that would have made many creators give up, but not even Neil. Their lack of expectation as well as their passion to make those videos ensured that their fuel tank was always sitting at full. And perhaps this unconditional love for creating videos would finally start to pay off after this. As in May 2013, H3H3 would begin their first series that would go on to rival to their first success. On the 12th of May 2013, H3H3 Productions released a video titled Warm It Up EXE Down to 10. This video was somewhat similar to many other rising videos at the time, basically making a joke out of serious videos with ridiculous edits and bizarre sound design. This video, shown in a screenshot from December 2013, got a whopping 238,000 views in the first 6 months of it uploaded, taking H3H3's total subscriber count from 275 to over 1,000 in October 2013, approximately 2.5 years after
it took us like 2 years to get 1,000 subscribers.
I didn't know if we broke 1,000 subscribers. Wow, that's a lot of people, huh?
And pretty much like any other content creator in the beginning, H3H3 Productions was kind of do what was previous. So the H3H3 Productions channel began to upload a bunch of different EXE videos, kind of following a similar style to the one that blew up initially. This ultimately resulted in subscriber growth for the channel. However, by May 2014, Ethan and Ela would have never expected the level to which their channel was about to explode in popularity, all beginning with a single video titled How to Kiss H3H Reaction Video.
Guys, we got a special video for you today. It's a tutorial about
the H3H3 Reaction Series. The series or video type that would absolutely explode in style. Now, while these days it seems like every YouTuber and their dog has done a reaction series at some point, back in early 2014, reaction videos were a completely unknown genre.
In the beginning, when we were making reaction videos, I don't know if we were the only ones doing it, but it seemed like at the time. And it was like open range. It was open field.
Recently, it seems as though reaction videos are mainly used as a filler for when content creators have nothing to talk about. But the original concept for H3H3 reaction videos was actually birthed out of genuine outrage about how bad the videos were.
And everyone was circle jerking about how great this video was, and this video is so stupid.
This first kicking video reaction performed so well that it led to another reaction.
Here's today we have another reaction video.
Then another reaction.
Here's the culprit. Got a bandana, a little bit metal on the head.
Eventually taking over as the main type of content on the channel. The audience loved the reaction videos to open over-the-top, relentless barrage of genuine anger towards the stupidity in each video that he was reviewing.
Well, you know the show's gonna be good when you got a guy, and man behind the curtain's name is Dick Wolf. And who could forget his accomplice, co-producer, Speed Weed.
Can we get some Emmys for Dick Wolf
Speed Weed? pool of different videos to react to was so right on time. So Antonio, Frank Invasion off TV, a time in YouTube's history when you didn't really have to be a truthful individual to get news. However, as fake pranksters and disingenuous gurus rose in popularity, so did H3H3, being ready to call them out on their lack of authenticity when they were toast. The H3H3 reaction videos caused people to go like 5,000 subscribers but 50,000 by 5 days later. However, this was only the beginning. By October 2016, 1 year later, the company was 300,000. Then 1 million by 5 months after that.
You may have heard that we hit 1 billion!
H3H3 Productions had gone from 5,000 subscribers to 1 million by the space of 20 short months.
The third year, I think by the end of the third year, we probably had 1 million. So wait, so between year
Am I wrong?
However, it wasn't all smooth sailing for Ethan and Eli. In around October 2016, just after hitting 2.5 million subscribers, very early signs began to show up here and there, hinting at an impending downfall for H3H3.
A lot of people have been complaining recently that our videos suck and that they hate us.
After 2.5 years of making H3H3 reaction videos, one thing was for certain. There wasn't nearly as much content to dunk on by late 2016.
More people started doing it, and the pool of stuff just starts running dry. There's not that much stuff that you can ramp up.
The pool was running raw, and I think that justified it, honest. If you guys remember YouTube back in 2014-15, there was so much content that you could roast, but by late 2016 and early 2017, the cringe had almost completely disappeared and genuine ethical content began to take center stage on the platform. Now this was great for the YouTube platform, but as for the quality of H3H3 videos, this was a negative, because simply put, there was just less content to roast. Ethan and Eli had explained that on some occasions they would work 4 months to make 3 reaction videos, only to scrap them as they didn't good enough.
We made 3 reaction videos. Almost to completion, and we scraped all of them.
Finally, the H3H3 channel had grown to such a size where it had the potential to do serious damage to any content creator that was still out.
Our channel started to get bigger. It's like the person you choose to talk about is
they're gonna get exactly.
Regardless, whatever we said, this was the bottom line. By late 2016, the circumstances for the video style that has made them so famous in the first place were beginning to change. Not exactly the greatest scenario for any content creator. However, things weren't all that bad. I stated to be the early sign of the downfall that H3H3's long backlog of videos was still causing fairly tremendous subscriber growth on the channel. And as they say, sometimes when one door closes, another one opens it. Because only 2 months after making this video explaining why the reaction videos were slowing down, Ethan and Eli would launch a new project for their YouTube channel. A project that would increase their notoriety dramatically. A project providing the audience with the ability to learn extensively from individuals who previously did not share their stories. And of course, a project that would go on to create levels of controversy that Ethan and Eli would have never been able to expect. We're of course talking about the H3 podcast. In the beginning, the podcast was awesome. The only other real big podcaster at the time was Joe Rogan, who had never interviewed YouTubers like 2988 or Jelly Salad. So the H3 podcast was there to fill that gap. We finally had that opportunity to get an insight into the mindset of some of YouTube's greats in long format. The podcast, as well as H3's extensive backlog of legendary reaction videos, caused the channel to grow by around 300,000 subscribers per month in 2016. But while their notoriety was skyrocketing, it would ironically be the same time that their reputation began to decline rapidly. As the popularity of the podcast increased, one thing was noticed by the fans of H3's production. The content on the main channel was beginning to be neglected. H3 Productions went from one video per week to around 1 or 2 per month, with the H3 podcast taking its place by pumping out regular episodes. Now, in a low-resolution context, this wasn't such a bad thing. H3 was still uploading videos just on a different channel. However, the reality of how the audience felt at the time was something more like, we can see that you're neglecting well-thought-out, selfless content on the main channel for high-earning entertainment content on the podcast channel. This kind of mind frame caused fans to begin losing respect for Elon.
Oh, God, it's like, I've seen this comment like 1,000 times since we started doing the podcast regularly. I've lost all respect for you.
Ethan claims to think that people were losing respect for him due to making minor research errors in the podcast.
Some of your research wasn't performed at the best it could. I lost all respect for you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
However, I think the underlying reality was that people began to lose respect for the fact that he had chosen a podcast, a low-effort, high-income video type over his high-effort, low-income reactionary video. From that point onwards, it was obvious that his audience slowly turning against him began to have somewhat of an impact on Ethan. Ethan began to seem more angry, sensitive, and serious, somewhat of a depressing fact considering that Ethan had always been known as a carefree dude on the platform. This element was then somewhat cemented when H3 Productions would upload a video in January 2018 titled Where Have We Been? This video addressed Ethan and Eva's lack of content on the main channel.
It's pretty obvious that we've ghosted out on YouTube. We've pretty much disappeared the past 3 or 4 months. We post like occasionally.
But most importantly, the decline of H3's state as observed by the fans.
Towards the end of last year, I started to realize like I had become a worse person. All of a sudden I was like grouchier, more arrogant, cynical.
Ethan and Ella then signed off the video by stating that they wanted to get back to the place they were previously by uploading regularly on H3 Production.
I want to come back to our community that I love and have fun. I just want to have fun again.
And they honoured this statement by spending 6 months uploading somewhat regularly to the channel, but included in these somewhat regular uploads were the videos that
So this
person wrote H3 is homophobic 8 times in response to my tweet, and it has 300 retweets and 1,000 likes.
In April 2018, 4 months after apologising for not uploading, H3 Productions then uploaded a video titled I'm Sorry If You Were Offended. In this video, Ethan addressed a Twitter situation involving many people calling him transphobic for making a joke about Ella.
Underneath, I said, my name is Ellen. I'm changing my name from Ethan to Ellen.
Now, while respectively Ethan didn't apologize for what he said,
my intention wasn't to be offensive, so can you just accept it on that face value? If you're looking for an apology, you're not going to get it.
It's still somewhat obvious in his body language that people calling him out was having some effect on him. Now, this was just kind of depressing for the former fans of his. Ethan had literally gained notoriety for being able to make a joke out of these kinds of people.
Deplorable and should not be allowed anywhere. Like they should be
He literally grew his audience through demolishing people like idiotic social justice warriors and the easily offended transgender community. The Ethan Klein from 2 years previously would have likely made a video naming.
Do you hear the kind of like I would say it's like very faint but very pronounced white privileged WASP anger at gay, homophobic, transphobic people? And like this thing about social justice, stupid social justice warriors and all this, right? You can hear this little Eichmann thing going on in this guy's background, and it's somewhere in his house. He's got a swastika. I bet my life on it. And it's disgusting to hear it. I've never really liked Sunny B2. And I can always suss them out. You can sniff them out. They'll slip these little comments in thinking that everyone agrees with them, and they're so out of touch with their own hatred, not hatred, but like their own like weird, shitty, like Hitler tendencies and their lizard brains and stuff, that they think just because all of the other shitheads on the internet agree with them whenever they make a comment like that, that it just slides on by, nobody hears it, not all of us hear it and everything. And I hear this nasty comment about how social justice warriors are bad and trans people are too loud. And I think, oh, sure, thanks, Trump. Thanks, right-winger Proud Boy. Yeah, and you're an Australian too. It's like, man, come on, man. You're straight out of the lad culture. You should fucking know better. What the fuck?
Yes, tweeted.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Who knows? Maybe lad culture is right wing. I really don't know. I'm not from Australia. Is lad culture right wing? It's actually like a good question. Is like, because it kind of seems like it is. A lot of the fucking Australians I've met are directly full blown like straight up racist and homophobe and bigoted. I've met a lot of bigoted fucking Australians and South Africans. It seems to be this British thing. I think the Brits are actually the real racists, and all of the fucking, you know, and I would say that America's the only one that's actually evolving now. Maybe, I mean, I'm sure Britain and Australia and all these colonies and stuff are absolutely all evolving, you know what I'm saying? But, yeah, let's see, what am I looking for? I'm looking for is the lad culture, right wing? Yeah. But I don't like that website. I mean, I'm like, are we witnessing the rise of the woke lad, right? Lad culture I always thought was kind of right wing. It's like this like chads and clubs, you know. It's like kind of dumb, but actually, like, you would think about it. How it was weird in my experience. Every time I went to a club, all I saw was really like not slutty, but just like sort of like loose girls. Not slutty though, really. Just sort of like, you know, like kind of fast women. Not sluts though, really. That's not the word I'm trying to use, because I don't think sex was like something that had happened all the time back then. I mean, it was, but it was like definitely not as crazy as like easy as it is now. I don't think. Every year that went by, I've noticed in my life, it became a lot easier to bang girls. Maybe you guys have a trouble with that, but like every year that passed by in my whole lifetime, it just got easier to sleep with women. I don't know. Like, maybe I'm tripping, I guess. And I'm an ugly fat man too. That's the weird part. I guess it's just because I'm not an asshole. I'm not an asshole. You might think I am, but I'm not. I've never made an enemy in my life except you. It's sort of, well, one other guy, and I put him in jail, just like I'm gonna put you in jail. It's kind of weird. It's like sort of weird, like how you want to attack me all the time, like he did, and he thought it was all fun and games till he went to jail for 4 years. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually a really nice guy. I'm a really nice guy. I've never actually attacked anybody. I've never harmed anybody. I've never stolen from anybody I know. I've never hurt anybody. I've never harmed a living thing. I've never killed a living thing, almost. I've killed some flies and mosquitoes and stuff if they were really biting me, but, you know, over, like, horse flies, shit like that, but, you know. So now, like, you know, but the lad culture... Yeah, the lad culture, you know, wherever you've been this summer, you've heard from boys and girls from Sheerness to Southfield Sound with a drunken fervor. Jeremy Corbyn is the absolute boy. They are crying, bags of cans in hand. The revolution is coming. It sounds like a whole city game. In case you don't know what any of that means, a quick explainer. Over the past 6 months or so, youth support for Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn has been couched by some on the internet in the vocabulary of UK party culture. Attempting to pinpoint the actual genesis of this is pretty futile. It's like frat boy culture. That's the lad culture, right? And I would say some lad culture is getting a little more woke, or whatever you want to call it, like kind of like a little more aware. I don't think woke's the wrong word. I think it's just more aware that are like weird little biases that we just drop bombs about in conversations like this guy Sunny V2 just did. It's weird thing because on top of it, I swear to God, I've heard Sunny V2 say that he was trans before. I absolutely have. I always thought that, is Sunny V2 trans? I suppose that, let's see. I swear to God, I've heard him say it. Is Sunny V2 trans, which means that he's a dude, but he got a sex change, right? Yeah, like see it, like right?
Hello everyone. This is a response video to Sunny V2's video, The Dumbest Attempt to Cancel Mr. Beast. Specifically the first 3 minutes. This video is going to
Thank you for, thank both Sunny V2, by the way, I meant to like this video and I forgot. There we go. Thank Sunny V2 and Mr. Mecca for the excellent content for my stream, right? But, like, I believe I am hearing this weird, like, bigoted, sort of anti-gay, lad culture thing. And this guy's supposedly, whatever, you know, he's supposed to be, like, a pretty good guy in the scene, and I do like his material a lot. Because it is kind of funny to do downfall stuff, but if you think about it, downfall stuff is actually attack pieces. And attack pieces are almost always done by either really catty women in the TMZ fucking community or like really catty men in the fucking YouTube community. And it's really weird. It's like really weird. Think Keemstar, you know? That attack community of people who just want to like talk shit about you all the time. And this guy, you know, I swear to God, I see so many homophobic comments from fucking, if you watch Sunny V2's entire fucking career, you want to know why he's lit? He's got like 3 times the amount of views he should have. It's because he said things that got the right-wing culture, like, got them kind of semi-chub. I know it is. And so I won't say that. I'll never be like that. I'm not trying to fucking appeal to the goddamn the fucking Fourth Reich. The Fourth Reich can go fuck itself, and I'll shoot him in the fucking head. I'm not scared. You want to step to me with your bigot right-wing fucking bullshit and stuff? I'm like a child of light, you know what I'm saying? I'm a child of light from the fucking 60s and 70s culture. I'm a fucking hippie. I really am. Like, dude, like, but I'm a hippie raised in the video game gun culture, and all my friends have guns, and I'm kind of like a pretty violent. I'm not a violent guy. I've never harmed anybody, but I'm violent against people who are violent, who are bigoted. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty violent. I've always really wanted to sock a fucking Nazi in the face, and I've just been waiting to do that my entire fucking life. It's never happened. I just put this guy in jail instead because I couldn't catch an assault charge that I actually committed. You know what I'm saying? They hit me with 7 false assault charges that I beat in court. But you know, one of the reasons that I beat those 7 assault charges in court is I've never assaulted anybody ever. You know, I've never. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit my mic. I've never actually harmed anybody ever, and I can go up in court and say I've never hit a living. I've never hit a human being. And you can look the jury or the judge in the eyes, and they're like, "Oh shit, you haven't," and I'm like, "No." I can say with a straight face, I've never hit a human being. I've never struck a human being in anger. It's an easy one. I don't think it is for almost everybody else. Everybody else gives in to their animal sides and just socks some kid in high school and shit. I never gave into it. I knew better. I was trained better by my parents and everybody else around me. I just had a better upbringing, I guess. But boy, I'd fucking like to. I've got it. So you go 40 years without ever punching somebody who pissed you off in the fucking face. You're ready to break every bone in some stalker's fucking body. You're looking for it. You're ready for it. All that pent-up rage, 40 years of wanting to sock a fucking bigot, stalker, cyberbully, bullshit fucking asshole in the fucking face, put 380 pounds of force behind it, and break some bones! I can't wait! You know what I'm saying? It's not like I want it or I'm scared of it. Like, I actually, like, I wouldn't, man, would you care to have a fist fight? Would you care to have a fist fight rather than talking shit to me about the internet? You know what I'm saying? Name the time and place, and I'll have a fucking fist fight with you, you little fucking cock-sucking pussy. You know what I'm saying? I'll have a fucking fist fight with you. I wouldn't mind that. You seem to think really hate me or whatever. Sure, let's step to. I don't hate you. I just need you to leave me the fuck alone. So yeah, like, you know, like, you want to talk about pussy? You know what I'm saying? That's you. That's you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a pussy. Like, you know, you never said I was a pussy. I'm just saying, like, I think you're the pussy. I think you're a little bitch. I think you're probably like 150 pounds. I think you're like 15, and I think you got glasses, and I think you're a fucking nerd, and your best friend is your right hand, and you're fucking married to it, and I think it's the only friend you've got is your fucking right hand. Nobody talks to you, nobody texts you, which is why you watch all my conversations, because you think, oh my god, it must be really nice if another human being spoke to me beyond Skycat. You know, it is. I know what it is. I know who you are. It's just as clear as day. Or you wouldn't attack me all the time. Angry people attack because they have bad lives. It's hilarious. Like I really have done a lot of research on profiling and stuff. I did quite a bit of research in college about profiling, and I considered it as a career because I'm pretty good at pegging humans from like right away. You know, and like I would say maybe I'm totally wrong. Who the fuck knows? I really don't know. I mean, I'm probably talking out my ass. But I guess I'm fairly. I bet I'm. Let's see. I bet you're a furry. I bet you're gay. But I mean, in a weird, like, you're not sure what you are, right? Not like full blown, like you've ever touched a man. I bet you've never touched a man. I think you're 15 and you've never touched a man, and I think you're gay, and I think you're a fucking furry. And I think you're twisted, and you're sick, and the only human interaction you can get with anybody is me, which is why you keep showing up every single fucking day. I actually do really think that. I believe that with all my heart and soul, you know? So, like, it's very obvious who you are, you know? Just like him. It's very obvious who Sunny V2 is. It's very obvious to me because of their little demeanors and stuff. The fact that you're talking to my ex, you're like leaving messages on my shit about like, you know, like doggy style with my ex or whatever the fuck. It's very obvious that you've just never fucking had sex ever. And you're like this little child, and you're like, you just don't know the ways of the world, you're naive and all this stuff, and here I am talking a lot of shit for no reason again. But here we go, well, a lot of reasons, sorry, just no reason right now this minute, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, yeah. Oh, you're probably asleep, huh? Because it's like probably like 2:30 where you're at, or 3:30 or something like that. So you're probably in sleep because you have school in like 4 fucking hours, 5 hours. And I just chill back in my motherfucking pimp lean. And you're like, fuck, I have to go to bed soon. Wait, no, no, it's Saturday night. So yeah, I can talk shit. You're probably right here, watching everything I say, right? Yeah. So anyways, like you can't hide any more than this guy can, and all this stuff, and your little thing about hitting me with hate speech or trying to hit me with triggers and calling me a fucking liar and all that stuff. I think you lie about everything you do. I think you've got thousands of aliases. I think you've got hundreds of email addresses. I think you're a fucking weird, sick fucking stalker online and shit. And I don't think you're ever gonna touch a human being. No human being would ever let you touch them. So instead, you spend your time attacking weird random people that you met once. You know what I'm saying? Like every other stalker in the fucking world.
Transphobia. So if you're not in the mood for that, I recommend you watch something more fun instead. But if you want to stick around, I appreciate it. Sunny V2 is a channel that covers specific events pertaining to other large YouTube channels.
Like, you know what you're like? You want to know why? You want to know why I call you a freak all the time? Because you remind me of Jamie Gum. Jamie Gum, right? Not too good. Yeah. You know, movie clip and stuff. Yeah, not too good. Like, not too good, right? We're not gonna show some nudity or anything, but we're just gonna kind of go through here and stuff, and like, you know. Oh, we missed the part that I'm trying to look for, but that's okay. You're like this guy. You're like this guy, dude. You got something weird going on, you know. Something pretty weird.
What's the problem?
You're all sick, and the FBI's looking for you for harassing and killing women and shit. You're one of these weirdos. You know, it's clear as day to me. It's weird. You're a fucking little psycho, dude.
YouTuber's channel die, or how does YouTubers scan their viewers?
Basically
the rise and fall of well-known YouTubers. Summarized in short, easily watchable and good videos.
Yeah.
That formula
works out pretty well for him.
His sub count approaches the 2.5 million as of writing, and his videos consistently have millions of views.
Having watched a couple myself,
so you can see he drops those little like bombs about how social justice warriors are bad, like the right wing always does, the Fourth Reich always does, right? The Fourth Reich, and and he really doesn't like trans people because Fourth Reich don't either. And he really doesn't like black people because he's a Nazi, and it's a slippery slope here. And this is the guy who has 3.5 million followers. If like all 3.5 million people knew who he was, he'd be canceled overnight. You want to talk about the biggest downfall in YouTube history? It's coming. You want to talk about the biggest downfall in YouTube history? It's fucking coming, and it's going to be Sunny V2 when he gets goddamn canceled when the 3.5 million people understand who exactly or whatever. He already has been. He's already lost some people, and when they realize who he is, it's not going to be too good for him, you know? And this is why you don't make fucking comments about hate speech or whatever the fuck. Like, I can call you a cocksucker or an effet, right, to your fucking face because you're whatever you are. I don't know who you are or what you are, you know. So I knew who you are, but I don't know what you are. And so like, like this whole thing about like, I don't know, I just kind of lost it. Sorry, I lost it there. It's just kind of funny. Like, you know, it's clear who you are. You hate yourself, so you attack others. You should attack yourself and get better.
See why.
The videos are well edited, and it's fun to listen to some background on what happened with some YouTubers that I've heard.
Doesn't it sound true? Do you see how nothing I say is a lie, and I do have the shit to back up? Like, would you like to see me in a picture of my band again? Would you like to see that? I know you're a little fucking stalker bitch, and you want to suck on my dick all day. So let's give you some fan service, right? Let's see, let's do some fan service for the little dick sucker. Yeah, that's me and my band, you know. Oh, yeah, there's my friends, my band and shit. Played with them for 8 years. Oh, I'm such a liar. Yeah, oh yeah. I'm sorry I lied about Duelist because I forgot something from fucking 14 years ago. I'm so sorry that I forgot about some achievement in some fucking game I got 14 fucking years ago. Sorry. Sorry, I lied about Duelist or Gladiator or whatever. I didn't lie about it, I went within 15 points of it. Duelist is not... Okay, like, shall we go... By the way, you said something really ignorant and fucking stupid today, right? You don't know what Duelist is. I do, so we're gonna fucking show you, you idiot. You don't know what fucking Duelist is, right? So let's go take a look at the Duelist achievement, because you don't know what it is. You're fucking stupid. Top ranked percentage, motherfucker. You're so fucking stupid. Do you understand it? No, I never went higher than Rival because I was only the top 4%. You see it? It's right there, motherfucker. You're so fucking stupid and ignorant and naive like a little 15-year-old child because you weren't even alive yet when I got this shit. You weren't even alive yet. It's fucking so stupid. You're so ignorant. Duelist, motherfucker. No, I am glad to say, very proud to say, I don't have Duelist or Gladiator. I'm proud to say it. I'll yell it to the heavens. No, I don't have Duelist or fucking Gladiator. I thought I did, because it's been 14 fucking years. I did all the other stuff, but no, I don't have Duelist or fucking Gladiator, no. Are you happy? No, I am glad and I'm proud that I am not the top fucking 3% of the WoW Arena community. That would make me one of the worst losers on the fucking planet, exactly like you. No, I went to like the top 10 to top 4% of the entire fucking community in 2010, and then I fucking quit. I'm sorry some achievement from 13 years ago seems to be bouncing around your little room temperature Ronaldo-ass fucking brain, but you gotta get it fucking straight, motherfucker. I know you're sprung and you wanna fucking fuck me in the ass or whatever your fucking weird fucking vibe is, but you'll never get a hold of it. You understand it? You'll never fucking get it. And understand me, like, you understand how you're fucking stupid? Duelist is not 2100. Sometimes Duelist is 2900. But you're ignorant and you're fucking stupid because you've never done anything in the fucking scene. So there you go. Fucking retard. I've been meaning to say that for fucking days, but I just don't even care that much to fucking fight you and slaughter your fucking clueless fucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Go on, keep calling me a fucking liar, and I'll keep dropping motherfucking proof. I'm not scared. Thanks for the lead into all of my trophies and accolades. You seem to really want to fucking force me to brag that I'm actually who I say I am. You know what I'm saying? Force me to brag, I guess. Fucking retard. You couldn't get Rival with a good 5-man team and like $100,000. You couldn't do it. You couldn't buy it. They wouldn't play with you. You don't have it, dude. You never even remotely fucking had it. I've fought you. You've died like 700 fucking times. You're the worst piece of shit player I've ever met. You have no skill, dude. I've killed you so many times. So many. Remember all summer when I slaughtered your ass like 600 fucking times every single time I fucking saw you, either from a roof or outside? It didn't fucking matter. A couple times you tried to gank me stream sniping, fucking slaughtered your fucking ass. You're bad, dude. Like, you're actually bad. Unlike me. Mr. I am Rival, which means I am top 3%. That's exactly right. Top fucking 4, top 5%, something like that. Whatever. Top 10% of the entire WoW fucking, like, PvP community. I have the titles and the fucking accolades to prove it. You don't have shit but your right fucking hand, motherfucker. You had sex this year? Because I have. What about you? Fucking dumb bitch. Dumb, room temperature Ronaldo shit, talking about something that that happened long before he was born. It's so fucking distasteful. Or whatever, not before you were born. When you were like 2 years old, I got that fucking achievement. I'm not dumb. When you were like 3.5 years old, I got this achievement that you keep fucking yelling at me about. You know? So like, or whatever, you keep like fucking attacking me about. Yeah, no, I'm not a gladiator, no. Most people are not. Most people are not Duelist or Gladiator, no. I never said I was the best in the world. I said I went up there with them. With them, motherfucker, with them. What I do have is rival. I would bet $1 million that you could try all your fucking life. You're never gonna get a hotter streak. You would never get hotter streak. Never. Which means winning 11 matches in a row. You don't have it. I challenge it. I challenge you, motherfucker. I bet you $1 million fucking dollars you could try all your life. You still couldn't go as far as I did. All your life, 50 years, you still couldn't do it because I'm better than you. You know what I'm saying? The trophies and the accolades and the picture of my fucking band fucking prove it. I'm sorry. I don't like bragging, so it's taken me a long time to pull this shit out. You know what I'm saying? These are the only pictures I ever let them take. I don't like fucking pictures. I'm not very attractive. But I've got a lot of band pictures. I just didn't take them myself. It's like I haven't talked to my band now. I'm not some high school loser like you making love to your right hand and calling it a fucking girlfriend or whatever, or a boyfriend. I'm talking about like, motherfucker, dude, like, you know, like this was 26 fucking years ago, you know, twice your fucking lifespan ago. Fucking like I was in a band. You question me about it, motherfucker. I can sing. I can sing better than you. I can do everything better than you. I can take a shit better than you all over your fucking face, you fucking shithead. And that's all I have to say about that. Sorry for all the hatred and vitriol. I hope I scared everybody away. I got a bad stream sniping stalker who's been harassing my family, the women in my life, me, everybody, my clan. He infiltrated my clan. He's sick. He's a little 15-year-old shithead stalker. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and I just have to get it out there every once in a while because he left some really, really nasty shit and doxed me today. You know. So whatever, and stalked my friend and contacted her on fucking Facebook. It's one of those sick shitheads, you know what I'm saying? Really sick fucking creeper, freak of fucking nature. So he gets the anger stick, and I'm sorry you guys have to witness it. He gets the fucking righteous anger stick up his fucking collapsed anus. Sorry for the crudity, I'm done.
Names of, but otherwise know very little about. I was subscribed to his channel and watching a video every day or so until I came across this one. This is the dumbest attempt to cancel Mr. Beast, a video where Sonny goes over 3 different occasions of people supposedly canceling Mr. Beast. We're only going to discuss the first occasion, which takes up 3 minutes. So if you would like to make sure I'm not misrepresenting Sonny's viewpoint, there is a link in the description. You can go watch it yourself. It's only 3 minutes, so what have you got to lose, really? Alright, welcome back. Now, let's break this all down into a factual timeline. In 2016, Mr. Beast made the attack helicopter video. In this video, his friend Chris is scrolling through a list of genders and gets angry that his gender isn't there. They proceed to read out the old "I identify as an attack helicopter" copypasta that has been around the internet for centuries. Chris puts cardboard rotor blades on his arms and pretends to be a helicopter. Somewhere between 2016 and 2020, the video is deleted or privated. From what I can tell, there are no definitive statements from Mr. Beast or anyone else as to why. In 2020, a person on Twitter reposts the video, saying, "Mr. Beast exposed for what some fans have called a transphobic video." In the now deleted 2016 video, Mr. Beast says, "I was born a tank, but sadly it wasn't one of our 52 genders." He adds, "Is someone just sitting there and getting paid to think of genders? What are your thoughts?" Also in the replies, you can see that he wrote, "Reached out to Mr. Beast and Chris the Meme God for comment last night." And you can see screenshots of the DMs where he asked them both to comment on his observations of their content. Then 2 years later, in 2022, Sonny made his video that I just made you watch about how this person on Twitter is trying to cancel Mr. Beast. And now, you're watching my 2022 video covering all this. Now this video is going to
One last thing, little bitch. So yeah, I got rival, which means top 11% of the World of Warcraft community, right? That top 11%, that's still fucking 50% better than you're ever gonna get. Just gonna say, you know what I'm saying? All your life you could try, you're never gonna get it. The difference is, it takes friends and good, nice people to get that far. Something you'll never be and never have.
Focus on Sonny's video, not Mr. Beast's. But before we delve in, I want to make something crystal clear. I don't believe Mr. Beast should be cancelled for his 2016 video. I also don't believe Sonny should be cancelled for his video. But Sonny's video gave me some very weird vibes, to the point where I think it's worth looking at critically. What I'd like to start with is this portion of Sonny's video, where he explains why the Twitter user was overreacting.
And if we take the joke and rank it on a scale from 1 to 10, with 1 being least offensive and 10 being most offensive, it probably wouldn't even hit 1 on the scale, because the only thing at the brunt of the joke is a flying metal vehicle. Yet, because they were making a joke about identifying as something other than their normal selves, some of Twitter's finest would call the video out over 4 years after it was originally posted. Mr. Beast exposed for what some fans have called a transphobic video. In a now deleted 2016 video, Mr. Beast says, "I was born a tank, but sadly it wasn't one of our 52 genders." The claim that this was distasteful was clearly ridiculous.
So Sonny's point is that Mr. Beast's video was fine because the joke is completely inoffensive. After all, the butt of the joke is a helicopter. Now I can't read Sonny's thoughts, so I don't know if this is him being ignorant or only pretending to be, but I'll take some time to spell it out here anyway. The whole attack helicopter joke is very clearly not just about someone wanting to be a helicopter. The joke about there being 53 or 62 genders out there is in Mr. Beast's video and in Sonny's video.
In the now deleted 2016 video, Mr. Beast says, "I was born a tank, but sadly it wasn't one of our 52 genders."
So I can't really give him the benefit of the doubt that he's missed it. He's just pretending it isn't there. There is a lot to say about the attack helicopter joke as it relates to gender. Not just by me, but also by people who this joke actually pokes fun at, trans people. But before I get into that, I would like to finish combing through these 3 minutes. The next portion of Sonny's video says this.
The claim that this was distasteful was clearly ridiculous, and the comments supported such.
And he proceeds to show a bunch of replies that do indeed criticize the Twitter user for trying to cancel Mr. Beast. This makes it look like the Twitter backlash against this criticism of Mr. Beast was unanimous. But if you go to the Twitter thread, it's a lot more nuanced than that. I think this is just ignorance. We were all a bit less educated in 2016. I hope and believe he has grown and evolved since then. I don't think it's anywhere near the level of Shane Dawson's many racist and inappropriate comments about children, for example. An apology is needed for sure, and I think he will offer a sincere one. At least, I hope so. It's extremely insensitive, demeaning, and disappointing. This is the residue of the edgy meme lord humor culture from 2010-2012 internet era that people like Shane Dawson cultivated audiences from. I think it would be cool of him to acknowledge it and apologize for it because he has such a large fan base and people would show growth. Thoughts? It's bad and cringy. I think people will let him off the hook because of all the money giveaways he does and have qualms about that. Trans person here. Deaf sounds offensive and transphobic. Glad he deleted the vid. It's a joke, yes, but a trans joke. From cis people, it sounds awful. A joke like this from another trans person would be hilarious. Well, this is obviously transphobic and cringy, but this was 4 years ago, so he probably is a bit more considerate person now. I think he just needs to apologize and everyone should forget about this. All these tweets are from 2020, so they were there when Sonny made his video in 2022. But he only chose to feature the ones that agree with his viewpoint. He's cherry-picking it to make it look like Twitter rightfully roasted this one person for cancelling Mr. Beast, when reality is different. He also does this in the next bit.
What was even funnier was that the people who were supposed to be offended by the video weren't even offended by it. As a trans person, I found this so funny at the time, and I still do.
Like, I never understood this comment. He was like, as a trans person, right? He was like, as a trans person. I found this, oh, but never mind. He's reading somebody. I was like, man, I thought he said he was trans. But no, he said he actually really doesn't like trans people. He looks like an angry right-winger to me. It's weird. Which is fine. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying, like, I don't know how helpful it is for you to attack trans people, though. I don't know, man. Like, how helpful is that for them? How helpful is it for you? I think it's a profit bottom line margin thing, you know?
do. It's honestly so sad people get mad over stuff like this. It's obviously a joke. LMAO, my transgender sibling was laughing so hard at this. After reading the comments, I was glad to discover that I'm not the only trans person who thought his joke was funny.
Sonny makes a bold claim here, basically saying, these trans people said the joke was funny, so this Twitter person is overreacting. But 3 cherry-picked tweets from trans people do not represent all of trans people. So Sonny saying that the joke is completely inoffensive has nothing to back it up, other than that it's just his opinion. And from what I can tell, Sonny is not a trans person, so it's especially weird for him to tell people from a group he doesn't belong to that the joke ranks a 1 on his scale of offensiveness here. Also, if you widen your scope a little bit beyond Twitter, like I did, you can find different reactions to the same phenomenon. For example, this Quora post. So Sonny is giving a cherry-picked and deceptive summary of the reaction to Mr. Beast's video and a tweet about it. So it's strange that in the next bit he sarcastically calls what the Twitter user is doing investigative journalism, while he's misrepresenting the events that transpired.
Yet these comments didn't stop the original person who was trying to cancel Mr. Beast, who would continue with this excellent piece of investigative journalism by DMing Mr. Beast and Chris before stating, "Hi Mr. Beast, hope you're doing well. I was recently sent a video where you and your friend Chris Tyson make some seemingly transphobic remarks. Chris says he identifies as a helicopter. You make some remarks about gender. It's a video from 2016. Can you comment?"
My initial watching of Sonny's video already left a bit of a weird taste in my mouth. And after actually looking at the Twitter thread at the source of all this, and doing a bit of Googling, I found myself wondering, is it just me, or is Sonny's video transphobic? He is defending what to me seems like a transphobic joke using poor argumentation, and he is cherry-picking his sources to make his target look ridiculous.
There is a valid assessment of a Fourth Reich player. He's like a Fourth Reich player. He's just good at like hiding it, but he is. He's trying to appeal to the right wing. He's kind of like fucking Alex Jones, you know? It's not good. It's weird because when I came up, Alex Jones worked with Democracy Now! And chased people like Bush around when they were shaking hands with Obama at Bohemian Grove, which I saw. I've always liked Alex Jones because he showed us once. My whole crew watched it. There was like 12 of us watching that video when Bush and fucking Obama shook hands at goddamn Bohemian Grove. I'll never forget that one. That was Alex Jones, and it's off the internet now. And it's weird because I know why it's off the internet now. Because, like, Democracy Now! Liberal people, they don't drop a lot of fucking money. They tend to be sort of like lower class, middle class people who have been downtrodden by all the fucking gods and managers and shit. But the right wing, they just work their 9-to-5s in their crappy cubicles or their construction jobs and stuff, and they hate on black people and trans and all this other stuff, and they're bigots and stuff. They tend to like throw money at people like Alex Jones if he'll say, you know, that Trump is good, right? And that's why Sonny V2 is making shit like this, like saying statements like this. And the sad part is, I think he might have done this on purpose, and I doubt he even really feels this way. I mean, actually, he looks like a really angry guy to me. I doubt that man's ever smiled in his life. Something really bad has happened to him. He's an angry guy. You can see him right away. Like, if you pull him, every time that he actually shows his face and shit, he's such an angry guy. You can see it. He's like a really angry Fourth Reich dude. Like, let's go see. Let's look at this little Eichmann, man. He's like a little Eichmann. You can see it right away. The anger's in his eyes. He wants to cancel everybody. He's fucking really annoyed with everybody, but who he really hates is himself, you know? He hates himself. So it's like, it's hard. I'm at 1740, but I want to go back like 10 seconds till we nail his face, because this guy's angry. You can see it. Like, this guy's so angry. He's like trying to hide it, I think, who he really is. But he's like a very negative guy. It's weird. See, I've noticed, like, in his own video, he doesn't show his own face a whole lot because his own face is scary. He's like a really scary Fourth Reich guy. I saw right away. The minute I saw his face, I was like, wow, that guy's angry. Jesus.
camera defending himself for what he said on Twitter. This was all
And so, like, I don't know. I'm not saying it, like, that it's bad to be conservative party. I'm just saying, like, you probably shouldn't, like, make transphobic comments when you have 3.5 million followers, because, like, probably 3 million of those are, like, kids. So then those 3 million kids think that it's all hep cat cool to hate on trans people, and that's how we have, essentially, like, the Civil War again. And people want to push, like, anti-gay and anti-black, and they want to push slavery and Fourth Reich bullshit, kick all the Mexicans out of our country. Fourth Reich Trumper bullshit, you know? Fourth Reich Trumper bigoted bullshit. I'm kind of sick of it, and I'll fucking call him on it, too.
Another Twitter incident where Ethan was once again justifying himself for tweeting out something to do with someone getting cancelled, both being changes that clearly represented the adjustment in Ethan's way of thinking. And it wasn't only the fans noticing this adjustment.
Yeah, like, and he's a good concept provider. I'm not attacking Sunny V2. I'm just saying, you know, defending transphobic stuff and calling social justice warriors bad is the shit that I've been hearing in the gaming community my entire life about how, like, libtards are bad and all this stupid shit. So guess what I started doing? I started calling them fucking Fourth Reich, Little Eichmann reptards to their fucking face, and they can't stand it. Their own language. They can't stand it. They're so much more butthurt than a liberal is from being called libtard than I've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? You call a reptard a Fourth Reich Little Eichmann to their fucking face, and then they have a wake-up call. They can't handle it, and they explode right in your fucking face like some kind of grenade. They just explode. Sonny can't handle it. Nobody can handle it. None of those Fourth Reichers can handle it. Trump couldn't handle it. He got banned off all the social media and shit. They can't handle being called what they call everybody else. They're thin-skinned. Underneath all that armor and hatred and bigotry and stuff is a little scared child who just can't handle things that are different from him. It's like that every time. It's like that.
Now
I'm just a dude who's happy being a dude.
In other
terms, I'm a cis male. Other than the weird vibes I got, this video doesn't affect me personally. So it doesn't feel right for me to be offended
reload is so bad.
Just like how Sonny doesn't have the authority to speak on behalf of trans people, that's a joke targeted at them. I don't have the authority to speak on their behalf to say that it is.
Oh shit.
So I reached out on Twitter to ask for the opinions of specifically trans people. For the sake of their privacy, I'm going to leave them all anonymous. But in case you're watching, you know who you are. Thank you for helping me out.
I tried
going into this without trying to push them into my point of view. I did feel like I owed them a warning about possible transphobia in the video, which is in my tweet asking for help. But besides that, basically all I did was ask, what do you think of the first 3 minutes of this video? And ask follow-up questions based on their response. When asking follow-up questions, I was mostly looking for their opinion on the attack helicopter joke and Sonny's assessment of the situation, rather than the initial Mr. Beast video. So here are some of their thoughts.
Attack helicopter jokes like that are more or less inherently rooted in transphobia. Even if you're not being transphobic by using the joke,
still like perpetuating a harmful rhetoric that still gets used on us to this day. The absurdity of the original joke deliberately insinuates that transness is make-believe, basically.
Do you think it's possible to see the joke as separate from transphobia?
Yeah, given how far these jokes spread in the early 2010s, it's very easy for people to miss the context of them and just be left to find the absurdity of someone being an attack helicopter funny.
What about right now? The Sonny video is made in 2020. Does that make a difference?
Not necessarily, but regardless, I would personally still be a bit more skeptical at a joke like that if it were more recent. The butt of the joke is the helicopter in the statement, but humor is contextual. The language in the joke is intentionally meant to evoke language used by trans people that were often punching bags. Check your privilege being a common phrase uttered in the mid-10s internet by marginalized people who are trying to get people to be cognizant of their experiences and how that shaped their perspective, but it was quickly co-opted by bad faith actors. Sexually identify calls to outdated terms of gender identity and transness as a sexual identity rather than a social/expressive aspect of identity, which could just be outdated language, but given the greater context, I think it's meant to, again, call to the experiences of trans people. There's also a part of the copy pasta exempted in this video. From now on, I want you guys to call me Apache and respect my right to kill from above and kill needlessly, which is meant to invoke the unfounded fear that trans people are predators, something the community has been fighting against for years. My opinion on the attack helicopter and X amount of genders jokes is that even if someone thinks they're just joking about it, it's a joke that's rooted in transphobia. They were created to basically say, look how ridiculous it is for these people to identify as something they're not. I think the jokes are a little bit further removed from it nowadays, where being gay/trans is more acceptable, and even though I know of people who are LGBTQ that make the joke occasionally, the original intent was still to make fun of trans people.
What do you think of Sonny's 2022 assessment of the joke?
Yeah, I heavily disagree with that. The joke isn't making fun of attack helicopters, it's making fun of people identifying differently than how they were born. Saying the only thing at the front of the joke is a flying metal vehicle is extremely disingenuous. It's not the worst thing you can say to a trans person, but I would certainly be very angry if I mentioned I was trans and then someone said that they're an attack helicopter or whatever else. Everyone knows what the intended butt of the joke is for the most part.
I can go on, but you get the point. The joke is aimed at trans people, even if Sonny says it isn't, with absolutely nothing to back it up. Now, as I said earlier, I don't really mind Mr. Beast's original video from 2016. It was pretty easy to overlook the harm the joke could do back then. Since Mr. Beast removed the video from public view, I think it's fair to give him the benefit of the doubt here. I don't know if he removed it because of these issues or for other reasons, but I don't think there was a point in digging it up, and I think the Twitter person mentioned in Sonny's video going, Mr. Beast exposed, is too sensationalist. It would have been perfectly fair to bring it up in a more nuanced discussion about how things have changed since 2016. But to his credit, the idea of cancelling Mr. Beast is never mentioned in that tweet. The word cancel isn't mentioned other than in the replies to the tweet by defenders of Mr. Beast and by Sonny himself. One quick tangent though about those defenders of Mr. Beast. I do think people mentioning Mr. Beast's philanthropy is irrelevant. Like, yeah, Mr. Beast gives away a lot of his money, but that doesn't mean he should be immune to criticism. If someone does 10 good things and 1 bad thing, does the bad thing just completely not matter? If I save 10 kittens from drowning and then I kick 1 puppy into the sun, people would still call me an animal abuser, and they'd be right. My point is, human morality is more complex than just, this person did 10 good things, so that makes the 1 bad thing they did okay.
I've always thought the same about Bill Gates. My whole life, my mom loves Bill Gates and stuff, but I don't, specifically because my whole life, I've met like something like 20 software developers that were like literally laid off by Bill Gates. Who were like, yeah, I left the software. I've met like 20 people like that who have like they left software development specifically because goddamn Bill Gates slashed and burned his way all the way to the top of Microsoft, all the way to that mansion in Seattle, and then gave it all away. It's just because you give it all away doesn't change the fact that you slashed and burned 500,000 fucking software developers' jobs in the mid-90s when that shit was about to be a fucking bad recession. It put a lot of people out of business and a lot of companies out of business. And he slashed and burned his way to the top. And that's why he's the biggest philanthropist, and him and his wife are the biggest philanthropists in history, because they probably feel the guiltiest out of all the rich people. They probably put the most people directly out of jail that anybody ever has, short of Hitler. You guys ever heard this? And so I'm not anti-Bill Gates because, I mean, I don't like Microsoft. I don't like Microsoft. I don't. But I like having a computer with Windows. I like Windows, excuse me. I like Windows despite all its fucking problems. But I don't like Microsoft specifically because they slashed and burned like 500,000 fucking people. Like, that's a lot. They had this history in the background. Like was Microsoft evil back in the day? You know, it would be a good YouTube video. Was Microsoft evil long ago? Was Microsoft evil in the 90s, you know, or whatever? Was Microsoft evil, right? Why I hate Bill Gates, right? It's kind of funny. Like, people, like, this is weird, like QAnon. It's weird. It's kind of like the same shit that you would hear out of like, but see, they hate him because they're scared that he's putting like fucking like weird QAnon shit about him putting little chips in all of the COVID and vaccines and stuff. But I think and that's what this guy's gonna talk about, climate change and all this stupid shit, because this guy's right wing and he hates them. But I say hate him for a real reason. See, the right-wingers, they're stupid. If they had got Clinton for the Glass-Steagall Act, they never would have needed the blowjob. But they're so stupid, they don't know what the Glass-Steagall Act is. That would require, like, reading the Constitution and actually being a politician and actually being an American and doing your due diligence and knowing your shit. But nobody in Congress had any fucking clue. That's why I don't trust any of them. Nobody's ever talked about the Glass-Steagall Act, and they should. That was a good reason for the world to hate Bill Clinton, not the fucking blowjob. I don't really understand why a president needs to lose their job because they cheated on their wife. I've never thought that, or whatever, or got a blowjob in the White House. It sucks what it did to our morality and what we think made it okay for us to accept a bunch of shit that we shouldn't have accepted, and we should have expected better from them. But I don't really know why his personal life and his proclivities should affect his job unless it actually harms somebody. So, but I mean, the Republicans had a fucking field day on that one. But the reality is, they could have just brought up Glass-Steagall and had his ass impeached anyways. If they were actually doing their jobs as politicians, they could have slaughtered him in a second, tossed him to the press for them to swallow alive. Instead, they attacked him for 2 years and put him on the press and sick the press on him and all this stupid shit and assassinated his character and got his ass impeached that way. They easily could have just dropped Glass-Steagall and got him fucking de-elected and put somebody else in power immediately, you know? Like Baby Bush, like they wanted to. So, like, they could have slaughtered him if they had actually been politicians and done their jobs. They had him dead to rights. If they had told the country that he had made it okay for predatory lenders and banking to charge 33% interest on fucking predatory loans and shit all the way up to when we bailed him out in 2008, right? Which is another fucking crazy fucking thing. Right? Like, you know, and so hit Clinton for what he actually was guilty. I mean, he was guilty for the blowjob, but who cares about that? I care about him selling us up the river to predatory fucking banks for the rest of our fucking lives. And it's going to take 100 years to get back to, like, fix America from that particular fuck up. And they want to say, oh, you know, and he was a Democrat, and he did sell us up the river, and he did fuck us. And I'm not a, you know, I'm a Democrat too. I vote Democrat and shit. I don't like Democrats, and I don't identify as one. But I mean, I vote. I mean, I like them, but I also don't. If it was such a good party, why did they lose all the fucking time? They shouldn't have to lose. They shouldn't need to lose. Like with all the mistakes that the right wingers make, like 9/11 and goddamn COVID and shit. It's not too hard for the Democrats to win, but they bungle it so bad. Like Glass-Steagall and fucking Hillary Clinton proposing $300 fucking billion for fucking war chest. You think Trump was a bloodthirsty motherfucking, I'll talk shit about both sides of the party equally from somebody who's actually informed about what actually happened in the fucking policy in this country and shit. Everyone's talking about Hillary's emails, and they like 5-10 years of that fucking horseshit when they could have just ousted her in a day if they dropped the fucking fact that she asked $300 billion for a war chest. Trump only asked for fucking like 150 or something like that. The Democrats wanted double the fucking war chest that the Republicans did. They easily could have slaughtered her on that, on a real reason to fucking hate her. And I voted for her ass too. You know what I'm saying? I voted for her because I'm sick of 350 fucking years of swinging dicks ruining this fucking country. I want an Ironside Margaret fucking Thatcher, and I thought it might be her. So I fucking voted for her voluntarily, like my mother told me to, because I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm sick of the swinging dicks, raping all the women that I love, ruining the scene, Fourth Reich, destroying my fucking country, and I'm sick of it, I'm sick of fucking swinging dicks like Trump, just and baby Bush and daddy Bush and shit, fucking Nixon and shit, ruining this goddamn country. At least JFK had a sense of humility, and like Jimmy Carter and shit like that. The rest of these fucking guys are just basically blowhard idiots who wouldn't know the Constitution if it fell out of the fucking sky and killed them. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what Trump's never read the goddamn Constitution. I'd stake my life on it. He doesn't even know what it is. He doesn't know what policy is or any of that shit. And I'm not trying to talk shit particularly about Trump. They're all guilty of this. One of the reasons why Biden did deserve to get president is he actually talked about a policy. One policy. That's it. Well, two. There was two policies, which is why the Democrats are in power right now, right? First policy is get the fuck out of Afghanistan. Thank you. It's been 20 years of a quagmire. We threw thousands and thousands of lives and trillions of dollars into a fucking quagmire, and we got nothing in return. We didn't get their oil. We didn't get their money. We didn't get anything from that. We just went to Afghanistan. The graveyard of nations is what they've called, which is the most horrible thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life, is the graveyard of nations, is what they call Afghanistan. A good fucking leader knows it, and never, ever, ever would have gone to goddamn Iraq or fucking Afghanistan. It's kind of like attacking Moscow in the fucking winter, right? Except we attack Afghanistan in the summer. So what do you want? Do you want boiling heat that kills the troops and gets them wasted in deserts that they don't know, in places that they don't know, in desert caves that they don't know, to chase some imaginary man that actually turned out to be the right-wing fucking American Party who committed 9/11 and all the deep state bullshit, right? And we go hunting for some man who isn't there, and sending, for 20 years, we send troops to a fucking quagmire and shit. So sure, Joe gets in based off a fucking, like, run of saying that we'll get our troops the fuck out of that goddamn quagmire. Thank God. If Trump had done that, we never would have seen the end of him. It's so fucking stupid. Instead, he's talking about war and war chests and law and order and kibbutzing with Russia and all this stupid other shit, right? So that's the first thing that Biden talked about. The only other thing Biden's ever talked about beyond, Obamacare when he was vice president was, of course, Build Back Better. Now, if Trump had said Build Back Better, we still wouldn't be rid of him. But instead, he had zero policies except get the Mexicans out of here. I really hate the Mexicans. So, of course, he fucking lost. No, they stole it. Yeah, nah, he kind of said, remember how the Mexicans are 63% of the population of the fucking country? Did you guys forget? You're fucking stupid. The goddamn right-wing party is goddamn morons like this fucking stalker that I've got. Fucking shithead retards who couldn't read a book if it fucking fell out of the sky and killed them. You know what I'm saying? It's so fucking stupid. They don't read. You can tell. I think our ex-president is illiterate. I'm fairly sure. It's disgusting. I'm fairly sure. I doubt that man ever reads. He just pays some fucking aide to follow him around and read him whatever the fucking CNN said. I guarantee it. I doubt he ever read anything in his life. That man doesn't strike me as a literary man. Why was he running the free world? It's like disgusting to me. The man probably can't read. He's never read the Constitution because I doubt he can read. He's had the silver fucking spoon in his mouth his entire fucking life. He has AIDS for that. He just has AIDS read for him. You know what I'm saying? So of course he never read the goddamn Constitution. I want leadership in this goddamn country, like really fucking bad, real leadership. And thank God that Joe Biden talked about 2 of the 470 fucking backbreaking, crippling, deal-breaker problems that we've got in this country. Thank God he talked about 2 of them. You know what I'm saying? And he got it, too. He got what he wanted, because that's all he can get with the do-nothing fucking filibuster, sit around, talk shit, and do-nothing fucking Congress that's destroying the known fucking world, and I have another fucking word for it. The fucking half of them are their goddamn Fourth Reich on top of it. And there you go. Hi, Fourth Reich. I'm sure that you really like me, but I'll call it how you fucking see it. Jackass or donkey, your choice. Fucking stupid. Now, this guy hates Bill Gates because he thinks that he's trying to sway the way the world's going or whatever. Well, you could just slaughter Bill Gates if you tell the public that he put 500,000 fucking people out of jobs in the mid-'80s in the recession. And you can kill him easy, but these are fucking right-wing morons, Fourth Reichers, who can't read, so they don't know. I'm sorry, but that's the actual truth. Everything I say is the truth. Have you got it yet? I don't fucking lie about anything. It's way too easy to tell the fucking truth. You know what I'm saying? The fucking truth. Whatever. That looks good. Let's watch that. This looks really good. But I want to see, like, you know, you'll never see why Bill Gates is bad. They'll say, oh, he's putting, you know, it's 5G or it's microchips in the fucking COVID shot and all this stupid shit. Nah, but he did put 500,000 fucking people out of fucking work in the states of California, Oregon, and Washington. He did do that, and he just cast them out into the streets in the winter. You know what I'm saying? Hack and slash through like 30,000 companies or something, decapitated all of them and just swallowed them into Microsoft. And that's why Microsoft is one of the biggest companies in the world. That guy, he's worse than Vlad the Slayer. He's killed more companies and lives and careers than Trump. And Trump's killed 1 million people with COVID.
Favorite of all the Resident Evil characters, Chris around Redfield.
Trump mismanaged COVID. You want to know how I know? You want to know how many people in Korea, a place with 30 times the amount of population of the entire fucking America, right? A place that's a 1/300,000th of the size, with 30 times the amount of people that America's got, has less COVID than, you know, the entire fucking country. Less COVID deaths, you know what I'm saying? Less COVID anything. There's real leadership really managing a fucking crisis instead of saying shooting up fucking bleach, and I wish I was making this shit up, but everything I've said can be factually fucking traced right back to the goddamn source. You know, like, I wish I was lying, you know what I'm saying, but I'm not. It's not hyperbole. There's a lack of critical thinking in the current press, the current fucking politicians, and the current fucking the younger generation of shit. There's a severe lack of critical thinking. This stuff is headlines, but nobody reads. They're all like busy jacking off to internet porn or whatever. I don't really fucking get it, dude. Like I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna finish. I'm not gonna finish the Sunny V2 transphobia thing because I don't believe he's actually ever committed any sort of transphobia. You want the bottom fucking line. Sure, I don't like Sunny V2, but I'm a realist and I'm a pragmatist and shit, and I'm gonna defend him even though I don't fucking want to, because I don't fucking really like him and shit. I doubt he's ever actually engaged in any transphobia. So let it go, you guys. It's not some fucking battle, some hill that you gotta die on. Let it go, you know. Yeah, I doubt he's ever engaged in transphobia in public, no. So let it go. He's hiding. But he's not out there. He's in the Fourth Reich closet. You know what I'm saying? Getting butt fucked by Hitler.
So did other YouTubers. With Diesel Patches uploading a video 3 months after Ethan's apology video, basically saying what everyone was thinking at the time.
2015 was probably his golden age. But now Ethan is a shadow of his former self.
This was accompanied by another video at a later date by YouTuber Christopher Tom, who highlighted someone at the point whose priority of money over.
There is a lot of people in the Fourth Reich closet getting butt fucked by Hitler while they dream about coming out. Now they know what it's like. Now they know what their phobias are like. And it's hilarious. They have to hide. And they gotta, you know, and they can't tell the world who they really are. And it's hilarious how life works, right? They can't tell the world that they're actually, you know, little mini Eichmann Hitlers. They gotta hide that, right? Or we'll have civil war. So now they know what it's like. Now they know what it's like to be gay and ostracized or whatever, and be ousted by the community and treated badly and treated like a pariah and shit. But life's funny sometimes, you know. But they're in that Fourth Reich closet, sucking Hitler's dick, getting butt fucked by Hitler. You know what I'm saying? And trying to hide from the world. Now you know what it's like. I hope you enjoy it. You know, karma, instant karma's a bitch. Instant karma's gonna get to you. You know. And we all shine on through the moon and the stars and the sun. Instant karma's gonna get to you. John sang about this. He did. He's like, instant karma's gonna get to you. You guys, you've been treating gay people so fucking bad your entire fucking lives that now you're in the closet and you have to hide how you're actually like a Hitler guy. and everybody hates you, and you're persecuted, and you're like non-woke, and you're like all these insults and shit like that. This is kind of funny, and it's hilarious to see you guys have to go through something instead of just making everybody else feel bad like you usually do. It's actually really funny. But anyways, that's all I have to say about this. Enough fucking transgender, anti-Trump, fucking crazy leftist, like, you know, whatever crazy stuff. I really don't like that sort of content on my channel. It's a fucking video game channel. But I just want people to know exactly who they're fucking listening to. If you have any fucking right-wing tendencies, fuck you. I don't want you here, Fourth Reich. Don't get it twisted.
After 3 months of not posting to the main channel, they came back with an ad for a freemium game that had microtransactions.
After 3 months of not uploading, H3H3 released a 2-minute video which was nothing besides an advertisement for their new mobile app. Now, while the audience didn't mind the fact that they made a mobile game, the classic H3 audience had waited 3 months for a new upload only to have an advertisement thrown in their face. Somewhat of an abstract display that Ethan and Ela saw no reason for the H3H3 channel besides for advertising. These various actions caused the subscriber count on H3H3 Productions to stagnate by December 2019. An interesting discovery considering they were still getting 10 million views per month without gaining any subscribers. Which leads us into the madness of 2020, somewhat of an extraordinarily controversial year for Ethan and Ela. In April 2020, H3H3 was called out by some ordinary gamers, basically for the fact that Ethan apparently said it was selfish for Jeff Bezos to only donate $100 million to the pandemic, despite the fact that Ethan was extremely rich himself and had not donated anything.
This is an individual that shits on other people's for how little they donate, while also doing the exact same themselves.
Ethan later debunked the claim, showing that Mudaha from some ordinary gamers was incorrect.
And I said, yo, these happened 15 days before Jeff Bezos ever donated, so obviously it would be temporarily impossible for me to have donation shamed him.
However, possibly one of the biggest mistakes Ethan made in this video was displaying his level of wealth to the YouTube audience.
You may have noticed our beautiful LA mansion. And no, it's not a set. It's really where we live.
Now, while the intro was clearly somewhat of a meme, it was still an honest representation of how much money he had. And while the money itself was somewhat enviable, the bigger question was, why does every H3H3 reaction video now have to have sponsors and ads in it if they have so much money? Now, this is somewhat of a stupid assumption, honestly. Everyone knows that deep down, no matter how much money you have, you'll always want more. But it was like, why not just leave the podcast, which was clearly making insane amounts of money?
Listen to this like guy talk. He's like, no matter what, if you have a lot of money, you always want more. Nah, not all of us are greedy, motherfucker. Many, many, many people on this fucking planet take a vow of poverty, you fucking moron. Not everybody's like you little money. I know money's your god now, and you're like money grubbing, and you're appealing to the Fourth Reichers to get your 4 million or whatever. But like, not everybody's like you. Some people take vows of poverty and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. You don't believe me? Go Google. That whole thing. Everything I've said is absolutely true. Don't be a fucking cassette played by somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Don't be a matrix in their fucking, don't be a fucking tool in their matrix of fucking fear. Like, you need to actually back it up. Every time the right wing says something, I'm like, nah, it's gotta be a lie. And every time the left wing says something, I think, nah, it's gotta be incompetent. So, you know.
Cal leading H3H3 Productions as an unsponsored channel for the sake of the art. Regardless, publicly displaying their level of wealth seemed to be somewhat of a long-term negative for the...
I want to make a party called Only Birds Have Wings. Or something. That was the Simpsons joke that I've always really loved. Only turkeys have left wings. It's always such a funny joke, because it's like, that's the kind of stupid thing that a right-wingers would say, because they don't listen to themselves talk, you know?
Then following this whole fiasco, the notorious beef between H3H3 and Keemstar would begin. Initially on Twitter, then transitioning over to YouTube after H3H3 Productions would upload video content named Keemstar, basically highlighting all the awful things done by Keemstar throughout his career. Somewhat of a sequel to iDubbbz's Keemstar content cult posted 3 years previously. Keemstar then returned the video doing a similar thing, and the rest played out like pretty much any other YouTube feed. The most interesting part about this whole thing now that it's over is the subscriber count has been individuals. As soon as the video was released by H3H3, Keemstar lost 110,000 subscribers, but since has called back to having more subscribers than he had before its release, which is barely any surprise really. He's literally the unnickable YouTube cockroach. Meanwhile, if we look at H3H3's graph, almost the opposite happened. H3H3 gained 30,000 subscribers off the bat, but has since lost 100,000 since posting the video, possibly signaling at the current state of the H3 reputation. So, like all of these downfall videos, will end by asking the golden question. What caused the downfall of H3H3 production? Well, I think we could probably...
The real reason that H3H3's reputation has had such a tremendous downfall has basically been Ethan's transition from a carefree, no apologies type guy whose sole goal was to expose and roast the idiots that we all hate like SJWs and fake pranksters, to a guy who clearly has...
Yeah, we all hate SJWs, yeah, because we're all Fourth Reich like you. And pranksters and shit. I like pranks. What? What are you talking about here? I like SJWs and I like pranksters. Apparently I'm everybody. You know? What are we talking about here? We used to have a word for SJW. It was called punk. Punk's never been bad. Punk's never been bad. So you can call it SJW or whatever. But I mean, it's punk. It's the actual word for it is punk. And if you think they're not the same thing, you're an idiot. They're the exact same thing. Punk is social justice warrior. That's all it is. That's exactly what it is. They don't like punk. They need their Fourth Reich fascist reality to swallow the world in goddamn darkness and bring another Dark Ages in, ushered in by the Fourth Reich and Trump, right? And so they shut us down, real punkers, however they can, by calling, punk SJW, which makes it sound like this reviled thing from the internet that's some kind of internet slogan. But what it actually is just social justice. Social justice is not bad. If you've been wronged, unlike you little privileged, time to check the privilege, Mr. Waspy, fucking right-winger. Check the privilege at the fucking door, Mr. Waspy right-winger. Like, what's that line from that song, Saint Elsewhere, right? Saint Elsewhere, I fucking love this song. CeeLo said it best, I think, with Saint Elsewhere. Song lyrics, right? Yeah, I think so. It's like, anywhere you sit, you can see the sun. Unfortunately, on this island, I'm the only one. Same rules apply on a rainy day, and it's not such a pretty place to be. It just rains and rains and rains, And, send a simple sign I can understand, then a flower grew out of that sand. Before you knew it, I was back out on that sea. It's what it reminds me of. It's like, over here, there's a new front. Oh, way over yonder, there is what I was looking for. Is here. It's like way over yonder, there is a new frontier. Would it be so hard for you guys to come and visit me here? You call that social justice warrior. I call it just social justice. Way over yonder, there is a new frontier of peace and equality. You guys want the fucking hatred, the bigotry, and the war. You're disgusting to me. Fourth Reich. Ugh.
Has a deep concern for his own reputation, now somewhat controlled by the very individuals he used to roast by having to apologize for any minor incorrect behavior. At the end of the day, who cares about the money? Who cares how rich he is? Who cares how many sponsorships he puts in his videos? If you dislike him for that, I think that's kind of pathetic and shallow. But what I do think is justified is not liking him for how much he cares about his own reputation. What happened to the Ethan that literally could not care less about what anybody had to say about him? What happened to the Ethan that would just laugh it off when anyone called him a transphobe? What happened to the Ethan who was just on YouTube to have a good time? The whole aspect of H3H3's financial status is not a negative thing in itself, but having to show it on
Like now this little naive kid's figured out that I'm actually an SJW, fucking leftist liberal, because he's so naive he's never even had a job yet, I don't think. And, you know, he's that dumb, you know. And so, like, he's finally figured out that he hit me for hate speech on the guy I'm the guy least likely on the planet to ever commit hate speech. I can call you a fucking F-word cocksucker to your fucking face, because I know what the fucking difference is. You are those fucking things. You think they mean hate speech because you're fucking retarded, but nobody else does. You're an idiot. You're fucking stupid. Nobody else in the world would agree with you, dude. You're alone on that one, and you're not aware of it.
On his channel, someone highlights the person that he's trans. At the same time, it's so hard to sit here and say that it's all negative. How much good information and life advice from creators has been provided through the Hate Stream podcast? How much free entertainment has been uploaded by Ethan and Eli over their 9 years on YouTube? I would genuinely credit H3H3 with transforming YouTube into much more of a genuine place. If you did fake pranks back in the day or were untruthful in any way, there was always that chance of being called out by H3H3 production. Maybe H3H3 and Kingstar are more like each other than they realize. Both being somewhat of an abstract mediator for bad behaviour on the platform. And I'd argue that over the long run, Ethan and Eli have provided infinitely more positive than they have negative. But as highlighted in this video, there's certainly still room for improvement.
Thank you, SunnyV2, for the excellent content for my stream, and I am not making some allegation that you are some kind of hateful person. I do not detect outward anyways. I don't detect outward bigotry at all. To be fair to him, I don't think so. I think he's got his opinions and he's entitled to them. I think there is a man who knows the difference. He doesn't ever say what he thinks, and that I actually respect. And so after all the shit that I talked, I will of course flip-flop here at the end, right? And I'll be like, you know, to be fair, because he does deserve, he's provided excellent content. I like him, he's good. He never engages in it, and I would like to say that he doesn't. He never really engages in it. I've seen like 50 fucking videos of his. He doesn't slip up sometimes. He just kind of keeps it clean. And I believe in credit where credit is due. And while I dislike that he is somebody like that because he has a lot of power and sway and clout, and that means that, you know, the Fourth Reich is getting a little bit stronger. But, you know, I have never seen him engage in anything that I would say is cancel culture behavior. Not once. Not once. I don't think it's very fair to take a shot at him. I just suspect that that's who he is in the background. That's fucking fine. As long as you don't bring your crass bullshit to the dinner table, right? We're all good. Don't bring your... I mean, I'll do it because I'm not fucking on a YouTube video right now. I'm just on stream. I can speak my mind like some kind of goddamn podcast if I want. You know what I'm saying? This is my fucking stream. I'll do what I'll do and say whatever the fuck I want, right? But it's tragic. I hope one day that he sees that the only way that we can ever really... And here's an SJW fucking comment for you if you guys hate that so much, right? One day I hope we can all hug and get along. That's the only thing I hope. I don't hope for your downfall. I don't hope for you to lose your career. I don't hope for you to lose your money. I don't hate you or any of that other stuff or anybody else, not even this fucking stalker kid. I hate him, but I don't like hate him. Like if somebody was like, here, I brought your stalker sussed up in a fucking you know, a bunch of ropes and stuff, and he's tied up naked in the back fucking yard. Here's a shotgun. I'd be like, nah, you know, nah. It's just a human being stupid like everybody else. That's what I think. That's what I keep thinking is, man, be original or unique or something, because you just keep like basically just being everybody else, and that's how I know I kind of like aggroed an idiot. You know, I aggroed an idiot because he doesn't know what original is. Surface Pro can't catch a break. Xbox problems. This guy looks good. Let's see what he has to say about this shit, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, I want to watch this one later so I don't forget. That Surface Pro one, I've been thinking about a Surface Pro actually, and that thing, that does, you know, that is save to watch later. Yeah, I don't want to miss that one. So here we go. Okay.
The long game of watching this, Resident Evil 4 is the highly rated and best-selling video game of all time.
I liked Resident Evil 4, but it needed a jump, and it would have been fine. It would have been RE7. but it still had that tank. It had a terrible tank controls. They released it a generation too early. Story was great, but it was Save the President's Daughter, which was like, come on, man, are you fucking serious? And, you know, I don't know. But everything else in RE4 is good, and I would say it is by far the best game on the Wii. By far. Resident Evil is fucking perfect for a fucking Wii remote. If you guys have never done it, the Wii remote is fucking perfect for Resident Evil 4. It's the only game the Wii remote's good for. Only one. Well, and tennis, right? Tennis is super good, and Zelda was super good, and Resident Evil 4 was super good on the Wii remote. I don't understand how the Switch failed. If they had just made more games like that, they would have slaughtered everybody. But instead, they make like, you know, Super Mario Sunshine or whatever. Come on, man.
Makes it kind of weird that it was only originally supposed to be released for a single games console. Some people like myself who never got the glory.
Yeah, but like when you're transcendingly good, you end up doing the Skyrim thing and releasing 85 different copies of your fucking game. Everybody wants a piece of Todd Howard's ass over that, but you would do it too. You know you would. If it was like, hey, would you like to make $1 billion by making sure that everybody can enjoy Skyrim in every single way that they possibly could on every single console, or would you just like to take 0 and not release more copies? And he's gonna say, release more copies and take the $1 billion fucking gold, you know? Take the $1 billion, whatever, right? That's what a smart man says. Smart man doesn't say, nah, we've re-released Skyrim 85 times. Sure, we're all sick of that. We don't like it. And I bought Skyrim 7 times like everybody else. But when the game's transcendingly good, like Resident Evil 4, that tends to happen. Do you know how many times I bought Super Mario Brothers 3? It was like 7. It was like, you know, it was like the original NES, the Super Nintendo, Mario All-Stars, Mario 3, and then I got it on ROM for ZSNES, and then I bought it on Wii. And I bought fucking 7 copies of a game that I played when I was 8 years old. So everybody thinks that Skyrim's new for this shit because they're all noobs. Everybody's noobs. They think this is the first time this has ever happened. Nah, motherfucker. I bought Minecraft 8 times. That way before I ever bought Skyrim 8 times. I bought Super Mario Brothers 3 8 times. I bought Super Mario World 8 times. You know what I'm saying? You guys think, WoW is the first MMO. It's like so stupid. Like if you were 40 like me, you would just like roll in your grave because you're like, nah, little child has such a cute little outlook on the world that if he were to ever Google, he would be disabused of.
With a single sentence. You can suplex zombies in this game while playing as the President's Daughter.
This is what I always say, right? Like whenever somebody, like my best friend or somebody says, man, Resident Evil 4, right? And I go, yeah, man, are you a badass enough dude to rescue the President's Daughter and then play as her?
Been watching a looping GIF of just the clip you just saw of Ashley Graham just endlessly suplexing a Ganado to death. So I'll explain. In this game, it's basically one giant escort mission where you play as Ultimo Badass Leon Kennedy, and your mission is save the President's Daughter. Like, who you can see there just suplexing the shit out of a zombie.
She doesn't need saving,
She doesn't need... So basically, that's a bug in the game, because you have a brief section where you play as her, and she can only run around and, like, pick things up. However, she can also push open doors. And in that game, pushing open a door quite hard causes a zombie to be stunned, which means they can be, like, melee attacked. When you play as Leon, he either just kicks them in the face or suplexes them. However, they, for some reason, like, there's a holdover where they just gave that to Ashley, and obviously it's proven to the end that she can never do it because she has no weapons, but in that specific scenario, you can. And they took it out in updates of the game.
I'm assuming because obviously Leon's meant to do that as one of his moves.
Yeah, it's his finishing move on zombies.
So they forgot to remove the programming for other characters to do that.
Yeah, because like you play Mercenaries mode, and every character in that mode gets like their own unique melee attack.
Yeah.
My personal favourite just being like, you know, Special Agent Hunk, which is a great name. I'm just going to put it out there, where he gets a neck breaker, and basically, if you play Mercenaries mode, which I do because I fucking love Mercenaries mode, you just do like neck break massacre, and you're just doing like a dance across the battlefield where you're just like constantly going, just teleporting between zombies, breaking all their necks, and it instant kills level bosses. Because even level bosses can't handle just some big buff dude coming up and going, Gah! Just Zack Snyder in the shit out of them. Resident Evil 5 isn't as good as Resident Evil 4, but I say it shits all over it in terms of the shit you can do. Because Resident Evil 4 you have 2 melee attacks. Shoot in the knees and kick them, or suplex them later in the game, or you shoot in the head and kick them again. In Resident Evil 5, you can do all sorts of crazy bullshit. Like, I think one of the moves that one of the characters get, Barry Burton, he just spins around with his fists out. He does Hagger's double lariat, and it's fucking brilliant. They call it the Barry Tornado or something like that. And it's just this big 45-year-old man who's balding, holds his hands outstretched and spins, and every zombie just dies. So I promise I'll talk more about Resident Evil 4 in a second, but first we have to mention the button prompts for these moves in the game. Because they are all fucking brilliant. Because in most games, when you get the option to melee attack your enemy, it will say press X to punch, press X to hit, press X to melee. Nah, fuck that. None of that in Resident Evil 4 or 5. In those games it will say stuff like press X to haymaker, press X to suplex, press X to elbow drop, press X to cobra strike, which is the name of Wesker's open palm strike that instantly kills every enemy in the game. And since we're talking about it, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention perhaps the greatest button prompt in all of video gaming history, where Chris Redfield fights a boulder.
Hey, Dave, you're up fairly fast. Or have I been on too long? I think I've been on too long. I don't know. Probably me, I don't think. But hi, Dave. Welcome back. I thought you just went to bed like 2 hours ago, didn't you? Or was that 4 hours ago? Did you take a nap? I was playing Fallout 76, but it crashed on me, and then I forgot to reload it. Annoying. Yeah, about 2 hours. You took a nap, okay. Oh, pretty good. I'm sitting at now, you know, hopefully it's entertaining, 71,000 gil, you know what I'm saying? And I got quite a bit of more, and I've got money in my box, I think like another 10k. I'm about to buy a race, like today. So, that'll be good. That'll be good. That's like, once I buy a race, it's gonna give me the fucking discipline to fish up the other 200k I fucking need for goddamn astral rings before they become like 400,000 gil, you know? Thank you. Yeah, it's been a long grind. I also did some other things. I bought 30,000 gil worth of flower pots for 3 different alts. I bought seeds and stuff so I can get that passive income coming in. I bought mind rings. I bought the fairy belt. I bought the fisherman's set. That was 20k. I bought the traveler's hat. That's expensive. You know, I'm getting there. Yeah, you're down at 1056, huh? I can't, like, I'm in this terrible moral position, Dave, because normally I would just hand you money, but I can't do that. It sets a bad precedent on my stream. If I just keep handing money to my fans, it makes me corrupt, and I'm not willing to do that, you know what I'm saying? I handed out 20,000 gil this week. Yeah, farm items and stuff. Yeah, like, what level's your thief? Aren't you like 30, thief? 31? Yeah. So yeah, like I told you about that spot, but I'll remind you, man, where you should be is, or no, I have a piece of information for you. I'm so sorry. If you go, I don't know if you have, you're Sandy, right? I think so, or is DSX Sandy? I can't remember. Let's see. DSX. You're not on yet, but if you have the what's it called? The Buburimu Peninsula Outpost, right? I do have a bit of information for you. Terra Firma, I don't know if you remember him, but you know, I introduced you to Terra the other day. He brought me some information. We looked into farming scrolls of regen from buggerts. Yeah, you're from Sandy, yeah. So in the Inner Hirototo ruins on this map, which isn't too fun, right? Oh, sorry, let me get this out of the way here. On this map, that map there, right? And so on this map, right, you go, you come in on from J7 in. I'll show you the route, right? But anyways, the information itself is it's good information, but there's a lot of people. He was saying there's a lot of people in there, but there's a good grind that you can make quite a bit of money. He has the 32 Thief as well. He made like 15k gil in there just in an hour. Okay. So, but if you go to Inner Hirototo ruins, you're looking for a Bugart, which is a dancing weapon. They drop the scrolls of regen, which are like 55, or well, they're like 4k a piece right now. Let's go see what scroll of regen is. But you can kill those, and they'll drop a 5k scroll that'll pay pretty quick, you know. And I'll show you the route there. Just, you know, you don't need to do it, but I'll make a recommendation based off what Tara told me, which was that the drop rate is good. Drop rate's good in there. He got 2 scrolls in 10 minutes. That's 10,000 gil, right? So you might try there, but it's a long walk for Sandy though. It's good for Windy, but he was Sandy too. It's not that bad of a walk if you have the outpost to either West Aruda Baruda or Buburimu. And so the scroll of regen itself might be getting devalued here though. However, if the drop rate is good there. It might indicate that this, yeah, see the price is dropping. The price of regen should always be 6 to 8k, but it's at half the price right now, probably because the drop rate is too high off the buggerts in Inner Hirototo ruins, and the path to that is you go to East Aruda Baruda, right, to here, right. So, Dave, I recommend you either take the warp to West Aruda Baruda and come over to here, right here, and follow this whole, see how this looks like a penis with a set of balls right here? This is verbatim what I told Tara, and he was very happy. He was happy with the results. He was like, yeah, I made like 20k. Thank you for the suggestion. It was good. So, like, yeah, so see this dick here? You come from either the outpost of West Aruda Baruda or Buburimu Peninsula and come down south all the way to here. Take the outpost warp out there, and then walk around the dick and look for Spiny Spippy, because he drops a 55k gil cloak, and your thief has a good chance at that. Your thief, you should see if Spiny Spippy's around. His spawn is just this. It's like the top of the wang. See this dick right here? It's the top of the wang right here, all the way around it. So if you just go like in a U shape around that to this tree is the entrance to the Inner Hirototo that you want. I'm suggesting a farming path, right? Start from Buburimu or West Aruda Baruda, come all the way down here, circle the wang to this tree, go in the tree, right? And then go to sorry, I gotta go back to and then you go through here. I even showed Tara. 1 second, I'll show you. Downloads, right? And then we have Inner Hirototo Ruins 1, right? Oops, I did this wrong. I'm sorry. Inner Hirototo Ruins, open with paint, right? So you get in, once you go in that tree where the Spiny Spippy, that's a crawler, Dave. It's a crawler that drops it's a NM crawler that's got a good pop rate. It's like once every 45 minutes to 3 hours, kind of like Leaping Lizzie. I wouldn't sit there. It's not a good NM to camp. Nobody does, but it's good to catch it while you're on the way into Inner Hirototo, right? And it drops a cape that I'll buy off you for 5k more than the auction house drops, right? Which is the Miss Silk cape. which is here. Look how there's only one available, Dave. So I wouldn't even bother with Spiny Spippy. The drop rate's going to be horrible, and it's probably camped. But notice that, I mean, and also it's dropped to half the value it was just a couple of days ago. It was 55K. There is, see, so like, yeah, there's a lot of competition from the regens, specifically because of this spot that I'm about to recommend. You go, oops, wrong one. You go blah, 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 and right here is a secret door that you target and walk through, and this is of course A, which is reflected here. That will take you to the second map, which is this, right? And you will zone. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm trying to do. Damn it. Open with paint, right? And you will zone. You will zone into the second inner Hirototo ruins map, right here, and you will walk this whole path looking for buggerts, which look like. This, right? They look like dancing weapon. They look like that. It's hard to see, but that's what they look like. So then, and they're all throughout this whole place. It's somewhere in here. I think it's like you go do this whole path, right? You go in a circle, and then you come over here, and you go like down over here to like here, right? And buggerts are somewhere in here, right? So it's an entirely linear path. Do you see it, Dave? It's linear. It means from point A to point B. There's no circling or anything. It's a very simple, straight path, right? So you just go down this, around over to here, and then back, right, all the way back up, and kill everything that you see. And you're going to pull some tens of thousands of gil out of this map, especially off those scrolls of regen at 4K. That's some of the best farm that you can get is a level 30. It is the best farm that you can get as a level 30 thief is that regen scroll. Is the best one. Well, it's not the best one, excuse me. The best one is Traveler's Mantle from Spook, but there's probably 20 people at Spook. I wouldn't go to Spook. So yeah, I want a Traveler's Mantle really bad, probably more than the Mistil Cape, because I really use those. You know, I really use Traveler's Mantle on pretty much all of my classes. So like, you know, I really need 50K for fucking Traveler's Mantle. I should buy it right now. I mean, it's really bad not to have it, but I mean, look at the price on this. It's just goddamn fucking extortion, straight up. You know, and you can see all these guys: Chalice, Smiley, Sevian, Silas, Wicked, Legato, and Philure. They're all the campers that Spook, and they're probably fucking assholes. They'll probably cuss you out if you even show up, I bet. I don't know. Not cuss you out, it's Final Fantasy. But they won't like you being there. I'll tell you that. And that's all the information I had for you. I realize it's overwhelming, and you do with it what you will, you know. But it is like I know that Terra did pull like 20K gil with my tip. I can tell you that it works. You know. I don't know if you want to go that far though. It's up to you. Otherwise, I would say keep mining Palbaro mine, or keep mining your Yuga Grotto. You know. Farming bat wings. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, and I'll link this map that I drew for you. Right. File, save, Inner Rototo Ruins, route. There will be saved. This. Do you want to continue? What do you mean transparency will be lost? What does that mean? What? Transparency, okay, whatever, I don't know. One sec. I'll link you the picture here in your Discord here in just a moment. Damn it. Okay, sir, I am looking for... chat. Yep. And then we're gonna go looking forward to Discord and don't see because I'm blind or something. I saved this to my fucking taskbar today. I know I did. There it is. Okay. So. So then and then I'm sorry somebody sent me a message and I meant to send this to you. Here we go. We're gonna link this upload a file and we're gonna do downloads. Open. There you go. This is a hake file. Wait, what is this? No, wait. No, wait. I'm gonna hold on. Disregard that. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna delete it. Delete that message. 1 second. What did you do here? You're fucking stupid, dude. You said transparency or whatever. I want to save as like a JPEG. What the fuck are you doing? Yes, save that. What are you doing? Sorry about that, Dave. Here we go. Fucking stupid tech is getting more incompetent by the day. It's like really bothering me. Why would you just convert it to some fucking file thing I've never even heard of? That's just insane to me. But anyways, hi D, there you go. And there's the map, right? Yeah. And then of course, you know, and I'll send you the other one too, so that you know. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh dude, it happens to me like 20 times a day. They said they were gonna fix it. They even did a big maintenance and all that. That took like 12 hours, but they didn't fix it. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of getting sick of it a little bit. It's one of the reasons why I'm sitting in town right now. Look at this. This is the deadest I've ever seen Bastock be. It's kind of weird. No one's here right now for some reason. Oh, because it's Saturday night. Yeah. And it's 2 in the morning.
You were thinking, how does Chris Redfield fight a boulder? He fucking fights a boulder. Right at the end of the game, there's a boulder in your way that you have to push over into some lava to like go help your partner. Just go with it, it's video games. And at first, Chris tries pushing it, and pushing doesn't work. And as you're doing that, suddenly, the prompt at the bottom of the screen changes. It shifts to the word hook. And Chris starts punching the fucking boulder. And it fucking works, because he pushes it over, he softens up the boulder with some body hooks, and then pushes it into the lava. The best bit as well, you look at Chris in that game, he's a fucking man-mountain. My favourite thing to do when you're playing as Chris in that game is ask Sheva for an egg. He's like, Chris needs his protein, Sheva gives an egg. Because you can request stuff from your partner, so whenever I play, it's like, Sheva, give me an egg. Give me an egg, and then go melee attack someone. Moving back to Resident Evil 4, in short, the game kicks more ass than an abusive donkey owner wearing 3 sets of spurs, which makes the fact that it was originally exclusive to the GameCube kind of surprising.
Why was that?
because the game's director, Shinji Mikami, fucking hated Sony at the time. And I believe there's a great quote from him when he was asked during an interview, "So, Mr. Mikami, are we ever going to see Resident Evil 4 on the PlayStation 2 anytime soon?" You know, because the PlayStation 2 is the best-selling console of all time at the time. And he said, "The day you see Resident Evil 4 on a Sony console is the day I cut my own head off with a chainsaw."
But the game actually did come out on the PS2.
Yes, and Mikami didn't cut his head off with a chainsaw when it did, because mysteriously, around the same time he softened his stance on the company, and around the time like Resident Evil 4 came out on the PS2, Sony drove a big dump truck full of money up to his house.
So where does Microsoft come into all this?
Well, after Mikami's relationship with Sony broke down prior to that big dump truck full of money arriving at his house, Mikami decided to screw over Sony by approaching their biggest rival at the time, Microsoft, who were just about to launch the Xbox, and offered them the chance to exclusively publish Resident Evil 4. However, the interview went so badly and so terribly that Mikami stood up and left halfway through.
Do we know what happened in this interview?
Yes, we do, because one of the guys who was present has talked about it at length and considers it one of the biggest missteps in the company's history. And according to him, like, Mikami arrived like a fucking rock star, with wearing a leather jacket and mirrored sunglasses, because how else are you going to fucking turn up? With like a huge entourage in tow, and only spoke through a translator. He was sat there and he was like watching this translator talk to Mikami, and he found out after the fact that Mikami had asked this translator, "Okay, so PlayStation have got like the best-selling console of all time, and you haven't. What can you offer us as a company if we give you Resident Evil 4? And the translator just stood there slack-jawed and went, They couldn't even muster like a limp double finger point of just, hey, they couldn't even muster that. Apparently the translator just stood there slack-jawed and didn't have an answer.
So is this what actually sunk the interview?
You'd think it would be, because that's a really bad question to flub on during a business meeting, isn't it? What can your company bring to the table? And your answer is just dead silence for about 5 straight seconds. Like, imagine if that was like on a first date and the girl's there, "Oh, so what do you see yourself bringing to this relationship?" You just sit there going,
"Your skill has increased."
Also as well, yes, I am stealing that bit from the Wayne's World movies, I'm really sorry.
So what did sink the interview?
Well, Mikami, being a nice guy, gave Microsoft the benefit of the doubt and like said, "Okay, if you can't answer that, just answer me this one very simple question."
I like this guy a lot. I like his name, because he seems like kind of like more my style. You know what I'm saying? He's his name is Fact Fiend. I like this guy a lot. My whole thing is these idiots. They think they know things because they've never Googled. They don't Google first. Fucking stupid. Here's the little tip. You want to be considered like you know what you're talking about or that you're a smart person. Before you ever make a statement like, "Oh, Cat wasn't a lead singer," maybe you should fucking Google me first, bitch. Google it first. Whenever you want to make a statement about something, Google it first and fact check it first, because you know it's like fairly simple to do. And before you make some statement about like, you know, "Oh, Dave, here's how you can go get money," I go on fucking Wikipedia or whatever, and I like look at the routes, and I look at the drop rates, and I go to the fucking, you know, to the auction house, and I look at the price of regen, and I think about the recommendation that I'm about to make and all this. It's called Googling it, bitch. It's not that hard. I like the name Fact Fiend. Actually, like really jealous of that. Actually.
Jim, what is your philosophy as a company when making games?
So what was their answer?
Yeah, they flubbed that question to and didn't have an answer for it. Holy shit, that is a bad meeting. I want to be a fly on the wall during that meeting. That sounds awkward as shit. 40 Japanese just sat in a meeting and a guy in a leather jacket and sunglasses. With this poor translator just sat there going, these people from Microsoft sat there going, they don't know Japanese. Absolutely bombing this interview, and they're like, "What did he ask?" And the guy's like, "Oh, I don't." It's like Mr. Bean levels of just ineptitude on display. And Mikami got so pissed off when they couldn't answer this simple question that he just stood up and left the interview and got on a train and went straight to Nintendo headquarters and talked to them.
So what happened after the interview?
Well, as you can imagine, representatives from Microsoft got fucking pissed with the translator and had to be like, dude, what the hell? And he explained to them, oh yeah, he asked me what your philosophy as a company was when making games, because Sony's about entertainment and Nintendo's about fun. And I didn't know what the answer was. If anyone was curious, their philosophy at the time was, we want to make video games that can be considered art. So that's like, you know, the generic response that you can give. But, you know, it's a better response than nothing at all. And the translator's like, oh, sorry, I didn't know. You know what? Told me, I wish someone had. And I think the Microsoft guys that we've been talking about it all day, you work for us.
How inept are you as a translator that you can't just turn to the Microsoft people and go, oh, we just asked this, can I get an answer?
Yeah, what's your philosophy? No, you just sat there like a fucking lemon going, ooh, ah. It's like, what are you doing? I hope that guy got fired, because fucking hell, he shit at his job. Yeah, that it cost Microsoft Resident Evil 4, that was one of the biggest games of all time. And can you imagine, that would have been a massive shot in the arm for that fledgling console, to have Halo and Resident Evil 4 and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3.
Oh, you can't forget Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3.
Well, I mentioned that, people think I'm making a joke. I'm not. I had Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 for the Xbox, the big fat original roll cage Xbox. And do you know why that game was better on the Xbox than the other console?
Why?
The Xbox let you put your own music on in the background. So I didn't play it listening to the sound, I played it listening to Panic at the Disco. Same thing I did with Halo 2. I played through Halo 2 listening to Panic at the Disco's first album. So I can't now not listen.
I did the same thing. I listened to Panic at the Disco's first album, and I played, oh god, what was it in that era? It was in the Xbox era. What did I play? I listened to like Panic at the Disco over and over. Oh, I listened to Panic at the Disco when I first got into Overwatch. I would just play that first Panic album. It was like ground changing for alternative. It was like the way Green Day's Dookie was. It was ground changing. I think it definitely brought a sense of like actual like art form to the alternative scene when it used to just sort of sound like college rock that had been kind of sped up by pop punk, you know. And like I would say they brought like musicians and I'm sorry, not musicians, but they brought strings and stuff like that, you know, harps and shit to this sort of alternative music. And I always thought that was so cool. I'm a big Panic at the Disco fan for that album. And then they never did. Oh no, that's not true. They had another really good song that was on Rock Band. I want to say 4, Rock Band 4, right? Rock Band 4, called 9 in the Afternoon. And I really loved that song. That song kind of got me through a lot of hard things in my life, actually. I really love 9 in the Afternoon, because that was kind of my philosophy for like 20 years, is it's 9 in the afternoon and my eyes are the size of the moon. And oh well, I could because I can, because I do, you know, doing whatever I do just the way that I do when it's 9 in the afternoon, you know. I really love that. It spoke to me. I was like, yep, that's what being a drug addict is like. It's like 9 in the afternoon, you know, because that's like, you know, that's the beginning of the day, is 9 at night, right? When you're a drug addict, 9 p.m. is like the afternoon, you know. It's not good.
To Panic at the Disco, imagine Master Chief just endlessly punching ways of the Covenant to death. That's some good times, man. And I like to do that Resident Evil 4. I couldn't. Because Michael could hire a decent fucking translator. So earlier in this recording session, we nearly went off on one for about 10 minutes about our favourite attacks in video games. We restrained ourselves to the end of the video. Now it's the end of the video, perhaps.
This guy's really, really good. Like, very rarely are they super good. This guy will go really far. He's got it. He's got the looks that the girlies all want to jill off to. He's got the fucking, you know, he's got the fucking knowledge, and he's got a fucking identity based around factual basis. And that's what we need to see on goddamn YouTube. I want to see more people like this, where they're like, Google it, bitch, you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? Talk about, you weren't ever fucking duelist. Yeah, I wasn't duelist, but I was top 10% of the entire fucking community, motherfucker. That's what counts, you know?
What is your favourite attack in a video game?
In Legacy of Kain Defiant, you character gets several unlockable moves.
That was a good game.
Cadaver Laceration and Sanguine Strong. And one of Raziel's ones, he just spins around in a circle holding his Wraith Blade out.
That's fucking brilliant. I don't think I can pick a favourite, but there is one game I want to give a big shout out to, because I don't think it ever got, like, you know, the recognition it deserves for how good it is, and that's Transformers Devastation. The best character in the game is Grimlock, because he's the big dinosaur man, and he has the grapple moves, and one of the grapples he does is grabbing your opponent by the leg, running with them, dragging behind you, and then slamming them into the ground, and it's fucking brilliant every single time. And I'm mentioning this game for one reason and one reason alone, and that's Starscream, because whoever the fuck they gave permission to go that hard on Starscream's theme song in that game gets big props off me forever, because his theme song is fucking brilliant. And I would replay levels where he appears just to hear that song again.
I want to bring up, it's not a proper attack, proper combo, but the basic melee move of Snake in Metal Gear Solid, the
oh yeah, there's that little kick at the end.
Because the funniest moment is when you miss it.
Oh yeah, and he just
like does the same thing, but like 2 feet away from the person he's attacking.
The best bit is where you learn how to like just do the jab over and over and over again, so you can stun lock enemies. This is the boss's dream coming reality right now. This is the ultimate form of CQC, just stun locking a guy with endless jabs to the temple, and then at the end of it you have to first person and just jab him in the testicles. This is what the boss wanted.
In the MGS2 tanker where you walk up behind someone, freeze, and then walk around the front.
Just punch in the
and
knackers.
then punch in the knackers, and then when they get freeze, and then just carry on doing it.
Greatest soldier ever lived. Bang! Why don't they put that in Smash Bros, man? Like, why doesn't Snake have the ability to go into... Like, everyone has their ultimate smash. Why does Snake not have the ability to go into first person and punch every character in the testicles? Like, fuck you, Mario. Pwah!
Yeah, he was good. He was good. I think he's going places. I bet he's famous within a couple of years. Really good. Very seldom do I see a YouTuber I like. That guy, I like his style. Very seldom do I like their fucking style. Usually that's due to a factual fucking basis, you know what I'm saying? Instead of all the fucking hyperbole that you hear. Name of the MM is Spiny Spippy. He looks like a normal crawler. Spiny Spippy looks like this. Spiny Spippy. I'll show you the map, right? Yeah, there we go. So there's his spawn thing, Dave. See the Wang? You go all the way to the top of the Wang right there, and you walk the whole thing around here. You just go. You just. I don't know why Squaresoft put a dick in their game. There's several dicks in Squaresoft games, you know. But anyways, there's a dick in Squaresoft game. But anyways, like just ride that dick, Dave. Yeah, I bet you are. Ride that dick. Ride it. If he's not there, don't wait, Dave. Go into the tower. But I mean, like, because you don't want to waste time waiting for him. He's a. I'll pull it back here 1 second. So the information on Spiny Spippy is, I mean, it's likely that he could be there because his spawn is, well, you have to kill all the crawlers along the dick, Dave, to get him to pop. So that's what you do, right? I'm sorry, I forgot he was lottery spawn. So you go all the way around the dick probably 2 or 3 times. I wouldn't spend more than 5 or 7 minutes there or something like that, right? And kill all the crawlers at I-7 to J7. There's gonna be somebody there. There'll be somebody there, right? And then he spawns every 45 minutes to 120 minutes. So 45 to 2 hours. That's really not that bad. But it can take upwards of 4 hours to spawn, which is why you don't stay there. You just do all the crawlers that you see around the dick, right? And then you wait 5 minutes, you know, and see if he pops. And if he's not there, go in the tower and chase scrolls of regen, you know. Yeah, good. So, I mean, but yeah, I mean, but also the drop rate, dude, is not good. You can tell right away. Drop rate on Scroll of Regen's good. Spiny Spippy drop rate's not. It's not good. Because it's, you know, because it's been between 30 and 50K. So like how a good farmer thinks about it is, do I want to go get certain money or do I want to get maybe money, right? NMs are maybe money. Don't worry about it. I would stay there maybe 10 minutes, no longer, and then go in and start chasing real money, which would be the Scrolls of Regen. I would kill everything in there, Dave. Everything in Inner Horototo Ruins. Just kill everything, because the goblins drop stuff that sell well. They drop, I don't know if they'll drop fire crystals till you get in the secret door, but there's all kinds of goblins in that place, Dave. Something else I want to draw your attention to is almost as much money as the Scroll of Regen, Dave, is those goblins will drop XP for you. I think they're like level 24 or something like that in there, I think. And take a look at fire crystals, man. The real money in there is fire crystals, more so than the Spiny Spippy or the Scroll of Regen. Really, is the idea of selling fire crystals is what you're really in there for. I should have said this earlier, but I got a lot of holes in my brain from, you know, moped accidents and years of heroin and meth and marijuana abuse. But anyways, fire crystal, 2,700 gil per stack, right? So it doesn't matter. You don't really want to spend more than like 10 or 15 minutes at Spippy. I wouldn't camp it longer than that, because your real money is killing the goblins in that Inner Horototo Ruins for this 2,700 per stack of fire crystals, I would say. But if they drop them, you only get fire crystals if you kill goblins and humanoids and such. But or not humanoids. Everything drops fire. A lot of that stuff drops fire in there, but the other main thing is it's like, you know, if I think they're going to be probably too weak to be worthwhile for you. So, like, if they're too weak, they won't drop crystals. In that case, you really only want to hunt bogarts, right? But if the goblins are dropping fire crystals in XP for you, the real money there is the goblins, believe it or not. Really good money. 2,700 for fire crystals, dude. You can go anywhere that drops fire crystals. It doesn't matter. You could go kill goblins in dunes, right? And get good mad money, right? Anything that drops fire crystals. Like, for instance, in... What am I thinking of? It's, I mean, yeah, just kill for fire crystals is your real money right now. You know, fire crystals are everywhere. Humanoids tend to have them. Orcs, goblins, Yagudo, they tend to have fire crystals because, like, they cook. I think the lore is that beastmen cook, right? Because you always see these campfires around and stuff. And so Squaresoft's lore around that is humanoids drop fire crystals because they need some way to cook their food. So kill all the humanoids that you see on your hunt for bogarts and just do that for like 3 hours. You'll step with good money, man. The main thing is get stacks of stuff, stacks of fire crystals, that kind of thing. When Terra went in there yesterday, there was like 13 people in there. So you might see some competition. I want to see this guy I just saw. No, where's the one I just watched? Oh, yeah, here we go. Factium, right? Or did I finish it? Yeah.
Same thing I did with Halo 2.
Yeah, so we did watch the rest of this, but let's see what else he's done. Let's do his entire thing.
Nearby Nisha, what is the angriest you've ever been?
He's on the rise. He'll be big. He'll be bigger than Asmongold. This guy will be huge. I should jack him for his idea, but it's too much fucking work. I'm a gamer. I'm here for games, not fucking facts. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. The recently uploaded. Yeah. This stuff looks good. The boxer everyone was big scared of. Okay.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh god!
Big fact energy. I like big fact energy. I'm into facts, motherfucker. That's one of the reasons why I really don't. I can't handle being called a liar, because everything I say is true. If I said I went within 15 points of Gladiator, it's because I went within 15 points of Gladiator, and I have two people on my fucking threes team. One of them still one of my best friends who can back me up if I fucking need it. Who were there? You know what I'm saying? Who could be questioned in court and would have to testify that I did go within 15 points of Gladiator. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same. It says, I'm sorry, I guess it's 15 points within Duelist. Where this kid is misunderstanding me is I don't know what Duelist and Gladiator is, because they're percentages. So we don't know what we were pushing. We like here, like, if you want me to say that I don't really know what I was chasing, I guess I don't, because really we weren't close to Gladiator, and I've thought my whole life that I was, but we weren't. We were probably still another 100 or 150 points further away. I just didn't think about it all my life, right? But no, we were 15 points from Duelist. We were not 15 points from Gladiator, because the top in the season was 20. Well, we were like 115 points from Gladiator. We were 15 points from Rival, because the top in the season, that top season 2 was 24-15. That was I'll never forget it. I mean, I'm not kidding. I even know the name of the team. You think I'm full of shit? I know everything about this shit. I'm not kidding, right? So RPM. It was We Met on eHarmony, right, was this team that we really worshipped, like, right, RPM, wow, RPM, We Met on eHarmony, right, is, wow, RPM, oh, there we go, oops, GG and Nation and stuff and all this, right, but, yeah, the attention and all this, I'm looking for RPM, but, We Met on eHarmony. There should be arena videos here from We Met on eHarmony, because they won the first 3 seasons of the World of Warcraft arena scene at BlizzCon and shit. We Met on eHarmony. I even remember the Billion like WoW Priest Billion, right? Priest Billion. He was the best PvP priest in the whole world, right? This is from 10 years ago. You see it? Billion, right? From RPM. His team was called, it was Priest Mage Rogue. His team was called We Met on eHarmony. We fought him like 70 times. It wasn't one time. No, it wasn't, oh, I brushed greatness once. This team shut us out like 70 fucking times, and it prevented us from getting Duelist. Okay? The best in the world definitely did kick our fucking asses. I'm not the best in the world. I will freely admit that. I was one of the best in the world. I was one of the best priests in the world, but I was never the best priest in the world. There's always a bigger fish, right? So I always say I was one of, and at one point for a single day I was the best priest in the world for a single day, until they took their achievements away and stuff, you know? This other guild exploited, this Chinese guild exploited, and stole our fucking world progress kill on fucking heroic Firelands and shit. I had a mental breakdown, and I dissolved my raid, and I fucking killed my guild, and I gave it to someone else, and I let him run it, my friend Ziv, and I just left. You know what I'm saying? I straight up left. I left WoW Arena. I left WoW PvP. I never really looked back. I just stopped, you know? And, I left raiding forever. I never did step in another raid, unless it was just to see what it was. That was it. So, Billion 4, right? You know, from 10 years ago and shit. Well, you might even see me on this motherfucking video, which is not too good. But let's watch a few minutes of this. You might see me on this fucking video. I know it sounds like shit, but it's not. It sounds like horse shit, but it's not, man. It's yeah, Bogarts. Yep. Bogart. Yep. Boggart. It's a dancing weapon. It drops scroll of regen. We're at 4K. Yeah. And you know, they got a nasty AoE, Dave, that eats shadows. So just, you know, be aware. Whirling claws. Back in the skill cap days, I used to worship this shit. I never watched I was on this website called Arena Junkies for my entire arena career. I never watched YouTube videos, and I probably should have. But yeah. There's Billion. This is the top PvP priest in the world, and always has been, you know? This is the top PvP priest in the world. I fought him like 70 times, and he kicked my fucking ass. Because he runs, particularly because I was the Night Elf priest, and he was an undead priest, which is clearly, fucking clearly superior in every way and form. Undead priest is like the min-max version of like the best. The only like I was the best alliance priest in that arena season, not best, but I was one of the top 10 priests in that arena season and shit. Him being one of the other ones, but like he was on the other side. He was on Horde, specifically for Will of the Forsaken, right? We all know this shit, but I mean it actually matters and stuff. You might see me on this fucking video. My friends might have fought him. We were the kind of people he might put on this fucking video. We were Blood Decay, Prot Pally, and Din Priest. It's a great example of, you know. Oh, you're dead. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm sorry. Bogarts are, like, I mean, I pulled it, but I mean, I'm so sorry, man. I feel like I'm responsible. You're 32, right? 31? And Bogarts are, I mean, they're like level 24, Dave. You shouldn't have died. I'm sorry, but you're like 7 levels higher than them. I don't know. I mean, that sounds insulting, but I don't mean it that way. It's just like they are like 22 to 25, man. Like you're like 7 levels higher. They should be like technically like either EP or too weak. And an EP shouldn't be able to solo you on Thief, Dave. Are you sub ninja? It's you need skill up. Have you been only leveling in level sync parties? You need to skill up on oh, I'm so sorry, Dave. It's my fault, but no, okay. Yeah, I don't have, that's why, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that, Dave, or I wouldn't have sent you there. You need ninja for Thief, or don't go farming on Thief, on anything but, like, lower level stuff, like, if you don't have ninja, you can't kill an EP. Not at 32. You're gonna need ninja, you know? I'm so sorry, dude, I didn't know. That's my mistake, you know? I feel bad, dude. Like, so I did cost you time, and I am gonna send you money here. I'm not gonna send you a lot of money, but I'm gonna send you like 4K because I did cost you time, and I'm so sorry. But I did not know you didn't have Thief sub. Don't go soloing stuff like that's easy prey to a level 31 without Ususemi, or you're just gonna die. And I didn't know. I should have checked. I tried to look at your character, but you weren't online yet, buddy. I'm so sorry. So here's like 4K just to show you, you know, I'm not trying to hurt you. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know. Please forgive me. 1680. I don't know. I want my 17. I don't care. That's fine. I don't need this money today. That's good. This pays for what I just spent. Very good. I've just been watching videos, so it's good. It's good. Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's still good. It's still good. Okay. Dirt base. Oh no, I don't. Oh, I do. So just so I know what I'm talking about, right before we watch this video that I've never seen, right? I know his partners too, because this was my direct competition. He shut me out. He was my horror rival, best priest in the world, right? Billion, can ask any WoW player, they're gonna say Billion, best PvP priest in the world, right? And his partner, I'll never forget, the rogue is named, I can't remember their names anymore. We met on eHarmony. It was like, I don't remember the rogue's name or the mage. I think the mage might have been Orange Marmalade. Maybe his mage is Orange Marmalade, I think. We don't know. Let's go see who his mage is, right? So here's an example of why I never got Duelist or Gladiator, because I was a raider. These guys were PvPers. So when I went into the PvP scene, I was also fucking doing 40 hours of Ice Crown Citadel every week. So you, like, this stupid ass stalker kid keeps saying I'm full of shit, but it's just not true. I've got the achievements and the people who were fucking there. I can bring them on my fucking stream. I've got a friend I can bring on my stream right now who will be like, here's the pictures. Yes, I was there. Yes, I saw it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so stupid. Like he knows. Like, everybody knows. I'm bona fide, motherfucker. The difference is, I have the fucking friends, the people, the pictures, and the shit to actually prove everything I fucking say. So I won't ever say something I can't back up. You know what I'm saying? And if I said I was Gladiator, I was wrong. It's because it's been 14 fucking years. If I said I was Duelist, it's because I was wrong. I'm getting Rival and Duelist mixed up because I thought it went, whatever. I forget it's like Challenger. I thought it went because it's been so long. It's been 14 fucking years. Forgive me, my memory's not perfect. I smoked marijuana for 30 fucking years. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? But like, here we go. It's, my memory, I forgot. So bad at this. It's like, what am I trying to remember now? I can't remember what I'm trying to remember now. You see it? I can't remember. Is the headlong belt? No. That is wings of the. That is a Wings of the Goddess drop, and they're also probably unlikely to let it be here either, because it directly competes with Swift Belt, and they don't like that. They don't want people to just go kill an NM in in vanilla and get a belt that's one haste less than the Swift Belt, which is, 20 hours in Sacrarium or something, right? So they don't want you to go get some one haste less belt and just be done. I doubt they'll let Headlong Belt, like on this server, I doubt they let Headlong Belt show up on this server, Dave, for at least probably 2 or 3 years, something like that. Because it'll just make it easier for the end game to separate itself from everybody else. We met on eHarmony was Billion and Orange Marmalade, and I can't remember the fucking rogue. Oh, yeah, and also the systems, right? I remember now what I was trying to remember earlier. It goes, see, I got the system screwed up here because I was thinking Duelist was the one, think of it like bronze, silver, gold, platinum, right? Or whatever. I guess that's a bad example. Like, whatever. But so I always thought it went Challenger, Challenger, Duelist, Rival, Gladiator. But I got that messed up in my head because it's been fucking 12 years or something, 13 years. It goes Challenger, Rival, Duelist, Gladiator, right? And so, no, I only got to the top 10% of the entire PvP community, not the top 1%. And I've always stated that. That is the core of the truth that I stated, okay? That is the core of it. Like, that is true. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, no, I literally have an X-ray in a drawer over there, if you would like to see that too, of the giant hole in my fucking brain from the concussion I sustained from a fucking moped accident. You know what I'm saying? And I don't remember what happened 13 years ago very well. I'm so sorry, Mr. Shithead Stalker Cocksucker. You know, I'm so sorry that I can't remember what happened 13 years ago after I smoked marijuana for 30 years and I smoked heroin for 2 and then took a header off a goddamn fucking moped and I have brain damage now. I'm sorry my memory's not fucking perfect, you fucking cock-sucking fucking shithead asshole. And that's all I have to say about this ever again. Never mind. Sorry. So I've been talking, but my mic was up. I was gonna say I know this guy. I know this guy MacGyver. I've met him before. He's a tree. He was in our RBGs for a couple of weeks in the Kata expansion and shit. Because he's one of the best healers, PvP healers of all time. He is. He's one of the best PvP healers of all time, and I had the pleasure of playing with him in a rated RPG pug once in Kata, and this tree was fucking amazing. You know, I'm saying fucking amazing. I don't know those names, but I know these names: Billion, Abney, and Rexsteel. That's we met on eHarmony. These are the 3 best PvPers in the world. And I would say they're on a higher level than anybody else, but like Alone in Tokyo or like, I don't know, like the top of the Fortnite scene, top of the Apex scene. These guys are the tip top of the World of Warcraft scene. They dominated for 3 whole seasons. They took hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, out of the BlizzCon Cup. These are some of the best PvPers in the world. I've gone up against them like 70 fucking times or something like that. And yes, they kicked our ass all 70 fucking times. Because he's got Will of the Forsaken, he's got Blind, he's got fucking Sheep, and he's got fucking Fear. All Prot Pally and fucking Blood Decay and fucking Dispriest has is Psychic Scream, Repentance, Bop, and Death Grip. That's it. Oh, and Pet Sack, if he was spec'd Unholy. Occasionally Pap would spec what's it called, Unholy, so he could sack Pet to get like 60% of his health back and just kill whatever the target was. So when we felt like we weren't going to have enough DPS to kill like another Prot Pally team, we would have him go Unholy, right? If you could even change spec back then, I think you could. But you could change spec. It just wasn't instant. You had to like you couldn't change your glyphs and stuff like that. You know, like you couldn't change your glyphs, so it was kind of fucky to stand specs in arena because Unholy doesn't use the same glyphs that Blood does at all, right? So, but I'm not a scrub, dude. I actually have the fucking, like, accolades. I have the achievements. I do have Rival, which proves that I am in the top 5% of the World of Warcraft PvP community, and I always have been. Another one that you didn't even fucking look for, that we can go look for on this, if you want the fucking proof, that's much fucking higher than Gladiator and Arena. Much fucking higher, right? So you think I'm full of shit. One I do have that's a better achievement than Gladiator. I always forget about this, you know what I'm saying? So we go to WoW Armory, right? And we pull my account, We're gonna go search WoW Armory and shit. We're gonna go look at Skycat TV, Skycat Live TV, or whatever. Was it TV? Yeah, Skycat Live TV, or Skycat Live TV. Yeah. Oh, Skycat Live TV, because that's the only character on my 50 character account that the stalker knows about. So that's the one I'm gonna use, but he doesn't know what the other ones are, or maybe it says. Maybe it says. Does it say what my other characters are? Nah. So he doesn't know. He doesn't know who I am, which is hilarious. I keep telling him, but he's so dumb that he can't listen. So anyways, we come to achievements, right? And we look at, like, he seems to really want me to prove to him that I'm not fucking lying. It's so fucking stupid, so I will, I guess. I'll give it to him. But you forgot to look other places, you idiot. Take a look at how I have every Eye of the Storm. Some of these guys don't even have this. Like, you know what I'm saying? I have almost every war song. I have all of Isle of Conquest. I have all the Deepwind. I don't have all of Deepwind because that's a newer one, excuse me. I have all of Battle Gilneas. I have all of Temple Kamogu. I have all of Twin Peaks. You could play all day for 20 hours a day, every single day for 10 years. You still won't have what I have. Do you see it? I have all of Wintergrasp. I have all of Silver Shard. I have all, like, most of Arena. You see it? I don't have all of them, but I got a lot of them. I got a lot of them, you know what I'm saying? I got half of them, the hard ones, which is like 2K and Three's Company. That's the hardest one. You know, besides, of course, Gladiator, which is like the hardest one. I don't have, I have Hotter Streak. I don't know why I'm saying I don't. Oh, I have Hot Streak. Excuse me, I have Hot Streak, but I don't have Hotter Streak, which is really hard. It's like you got to stay up there. That's like, you know, I was not the best because I was fighting the best. You know what I'm saying? And I was a raider. I had a 40-hour-a-week raid schedule. You know what I'm saying? Or more like 60. Arena was something that I did for a couple of hours in the evenings when we weren't raiding. You know what I'm saying? I like how far I went. This is what I'm most proud of, is my PvP achievement, because I should be. I've done all of the PvP that there is in WoW, and some of these are goddamn impossible. Some of these Asmongold don't have. Asmongold doesn't have. I know he doesn't. I've checked. Like, for instance, I have one that he doesn't have, which is, we had it all along. You know what I'm saying? Where is it? What? Now, what? See, all of this is glitched, dude. I have these. Oh, no, these are new. Excuse me, those are new. These are brand new. These are, like, from the last 5 years or something. But, yeah, like, Arathi Basin Perfection and stuff is hard. But mainly is, we had it all along, right? This is an achievement that even Asmongold doesn't have, because he's not as good as me. You know what I'm saying? He's not as good as me. He's not. So, like, there we go. World, you know, etc. War Supply and all this. World, I never did any World PvP at all. Look at it. Like, all that shit's brand new, right? Tier Guard Sound, that's all BFA shit that I don't care about, right? But anyways, Honor is a big one, but I never did get Honor level 70, though I'm on my way. I'm not that far from the most prestigious PvP mount in the game, which is Honor level 70, right? I'm almost there, though. I'm almost to that one. The hardest one in the entire fucking list is not fucking Gladiator, and it's not fucking the one I'm about to show you, right? It's this one. This one's the hardest one, and I'm almost there. So anyway, we come here, and we take a look at, what did I come to look for? It is RBGs, right? Rated Battlegrounds, right? Look at the 1900 and suck on my cock, bitch. Yeah, oh yeah, like most of the Glads, they don't have that. Look at the RBGs at 1900. That's something you'll never have. You can try for the rest of your life. You want to know how I know? Because it takes being in one of the best guilds in the world to do this. You'll never do that. You'll never be that. You were never that. You know, you were never this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you see how it goes? Like, you don't understand how to read this list because you're a scrub and you never play WoW and you just want to, or maybe you did and you thought you were good or something like that, motherfucker. Like, do you see how, like you're full of shit? All of this stuff is brand new. I never did get my Master Twin because I never got the 100 victories in Twin Peaks because that one's sort of newer. That was like Kata, something like that. So there's some that I don't have. But I mean, like, we could go through here, and I just like at what point do you think I'm lying, dude? The achievement list doesn't lie. The achievement list is not lying here. I am one of the best PvPers in the motherfucking world, and I'm one of the best PvEers in the fucking world. WoW was the only game that I ever thought that I could stand up and say that, but I am. See what I'm saying? Like, I'm not that far from Battlemaster. Like, I'm not that far from Battle Master. That's another one that's really super hard. But the big fucking achievement on this list, you fucking missed it, is winning 150 rated Battlegrounds and earning a Battleground rating of 1900. The highest the rate of Battlegrounds goes is 21. That's it. The 21, there's only 2 more achievements above this. They're right here. You see it? The highest it goes, well, no, they raised it now. But back then, the highest it could go was Lieutenant General. I'm a Knight Champion, bitch. I'm a Knight Champion of the fucking Alliance. I'm one of the best in the fucking world. If I were to walk on WoW right now with my 390 mounts and my goddamn like my fucking like on Horde side it's Centurion, but on Alliance side I earned it on Alliance side. On Alliance side that's motherfucking Knight Champion, bitch. There's only two spots higher, right? There's Knight General and fucking Field Marshal. I'm 2 steps below a motherfucking Field Marshal. Only a few hundred people in the world can say that. Out of 16 million people. And you can say what you want about me lying about my motherfucking achieves. The proof's in the motherfucking pudding, bitch. And now finally, let's see if we see my priest. Because I might be on this fucking video. I gave him a good run for his money. Like 70 times or something. It's hard to beat Blood Decay and Prop Pally when they're one of the best in the world. It's like actually hard. And so I might show up on this fucking video from 20 minutes from like 11 years ago, but I fucking doubt it. We'll skip through, but I doubt it. I'm doubting gonna show up here. I don't know those names. Oh wait, no. I remember Young Moolah. Huge. Yeah. Young Moolah. I remember Young Moolah. Yeah. I remember trees because they stood out. Tree was a brand new thing. So when you saw a tree, you were like, damn, that guy's pro because tree's brand new, you know? This was when fucking Tree was brand new. It had only been out for that season. So I remembered all the trees that I saw, you know? Fucking Green Duck, I remember Green Duck. Fucking Plume. Looking for somebody that I really know, as in I could, like, write them on my BNet chat just so you can fucking see it. And ask them what they have to say, you know what I'm saying? Somebody that I know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I should see somebody that I really know, but I don't know. I don't know them. I know MacGyver. I actually played with him. But that's it. That's all I know. That's all I know from these lists. I don't think I see anybody else. I don't know these names very well. I remember. What is that? Like, is it Locomotion, Isomotion, or something? Like Locomotion? No, I don't. I don't remember that priest. No. Yeah. Oh well, this is fucking stupid. Look at this guy second guess me and actually win. He definitely trolled me in a way where I responded, and I'm just gonna stop responding. Every time that this happens, I get a little bit better at not responding. It's so stupid.
Oh, look at you trying to do your perfect intro.
No, I went to pick it up. Oh,
so far away.
Fuck's sake, I don't like this. Fuck's sake. Fucking annoying. Doesn't taste bad. Either. Oh, so it's even worth doing. Intro, whatever.
Just start the article, it's fine.
Sam Langford, sometimes known by the awesome and fearsome moniker of the Boston Bone Crusher, is a boxer oft considered one of the finest in history, despite the fact nobody really knows who he is. And something no better epitomised than the fact that Sam Langford would reportedly...
So I'm so sorry, guys. I got a bio, but I'll be gone only just like 90 seconds here, or like 2 minutes, something like that. I'll be right back. And, you know, hope you enjoy the content here. I won't be long.
N5. So, do you know anything about the boxing world, Brad? Are you a fan of the sweet science?
I'm very limited knowledge. Like, you could name 5 boxers and I'd probably only know 3 of them.
That's the thing. I'm not so much a fan of boxing as I am the history of sports itself. Like, I wrote a book years ago called Ass-Kicking Athletes of Antiquity that never got published, and I'll probably never really do anything with because, you know, I feel the time has passed by for people to give a fuck about article writers on the internet who make dick jokes writing books. So that'll probably just live in my hard drive, and I'll occasionally plumb the depths of it for fodder for videos, like I'm doing today. Covered a few more on our channel before, haven't we?
Yeah, the one that always sticks with me is Wayne Gretzky.
Yes, the great one. Like, you know, and that's one of the things that
good.
and that's what the basic premise of that book was about. Just athletes from history with feats attributed to them that sound like shit you made up, like stuff that should be legend. And Sam Langford's one of those individuals because some of the stuff that he did sounds like something you'd make up, but no, it actually happened. There's documented evidence of it occurring. And I know a couple of examples that I liked and recall from the top of my head, like people like Milo Croton, who was an ancient Greek wrestler who was said to have trained by carrying a calf every day, to the point where it was a fully grown adult bull, and then he ate the bull.
This is the city of Croton in Greece.
Is he the one who died fighting lions?
Wolves.
Wolves.
And you know, some of this stuff, like, you know, is subject to embellishment as much of history is, but I still found the idea interesting that there are all these like amazing feats of like, you know, physical and athletic prowess from history that sound completely untouchable by today's standards. Like, you know, got figures like from more modern history, the Great Gamma, who was just a Turkish oil wrestler who was fucking terrifying, and he's like, all the pictures of him were just wielding this giant fucking club. Which is like a traditional way of working out. Have you ever seen like the Great Gamma clubs?
I don't think so.
It's like it's this traditional exercise thing, which is like a big metal mace, and you hold 2 of them, and you just swing them around, and that's your exercise. Just like another Turkish oil wrestler was.
Oh dear God! I googled it.
Yeah. What Great Gamma? And you swing it around, yeah.
It's like a royal
scepter,
like, but bigger.
Yeah, and you hold 2 of them, you swing around your head, and it's like, yeah, just people like that. And Sam Langford's one of the individuals I stumbled across while researching, like, you know, people from boxing history who aren't maybe well known for their boxing record, but possessed one innate trait that put them above the rest. And Sam Langford, it was his punching power.
There's a lot of boxers who are known for the power of the punch.
Yeah, and normally as well, they're not the most successful boxers. Like, forget the guy's name, but we covered him in the video about Sylvester Stallone, when he got knocked the fuck out trying to film a Rocky movie. Do you remember?
I do remember, yeah.
Yeah, where he trained with a boxer who's widely regarded as the modern boxer with the hardest punch. And that guy trained just by fucking swinging an axe at some wood. And that's all he did all fucking day, just swung an axe at some wood.
And where did that punching power come from? Like, was that something that you were just kind of blessed with, or was that something you had to work on?
No, I was blessed with it. I grew up on a farm, doing the hard farm work, chopping a lot of trees.
Well, that's the thing of, like, you know, boxing history. Like, some of the people who punched the hardest weren't necessarily the most well-known, because punching hard is only one aspect of boxing. Now, admittedly, it's a very important part, but there are other, more, like, you know, things that, you know, can make or break a boxer, such as, like, you know, technique, skill, stamina, and even, if you go back to
footwork.
This is where we have to mention that Sam Langford was black. So, you can probably guess, folks at home and Brad, why he's often considered, and I have, like, you know, the name he's known by here, the greatest fighter nobody knows.
Yeah, no.
It's just sad that
yeah.
When you go back, it's like, and you look at all these like feats of like athletic prowess, and it's like, why is this person not better? Oh, okay. You just see a picture of them and go, it all makes sense now. People were racist.
How many incredible people have been lost to history because society was either racist or sexist?
It's a really, really bad question. How many
Your
people...
skill has increased.
Hey, level 17, yes! Yeah! I've been working so hard. Yeah! 17. Ooh, I'm getting up there. Yes, maybe I can actually catch stuff now. Maybe this whole you're positive you don't have enough skill thing will finally go away. We'll see. What was I going to say? Stupid game. I was trying to do a fucking diatribe. What the fuck? It's a really beautiful thing. At least that made me happy enough where the sad thing that I was thinking about didn't, like, existentially make me cry. Because I was on my way to crying. I can hear it in my voice, right? But you gotta wonder how many people throughout history have been marginalized due to their race who were the best in their field and the best in history. And it's a lot. They always talk about the poor black guy from the 1920 Berlin Olympics. But it's Jesse something or another. I forget his name. Jesse something. But I mean, I'm talking about more like in the 1650s, there was probably some worldwide renowned wrestler or gladiator or something who was like black and you know, should be world famous, like kind of like Vlad the Slayer or, you know, Attila the Hun. But no, marginalized due to their race or their sex, you know.
Just generally shitty.
Looks like you have, for example, the sex master, Beatrix Potter. She wrote Repeat Rabbit books, adorable, cutesy books about rabbits. Do you know what else she did? She was like an expert mycologist, which is an expert on like mushrooms. But she was only seen as an amateur enthusiast. She was a woman. And even though she did some groundbreaking work in that regard, all of her research and writing and drawings, which were some of the most detailed and accurate of the era, were written on as just like a fantasy for the woman. So she had to write novels instead.
But she was especially interested in mycology, the study of mushrooms. She even wrote a scientific paper about it. But women at that time couldn't be scientists. To earn some money, Beatrix started drawing cards with animals.
Because she couldn't get, respected or even acknowledged academics, so she wrote books which seemed more womanly. And there's so many countless examples about history. How much further along would we be in society, culture, science, art, mathematics, more than just men and white men who take part in these endeavours. Well, hey ho. But in regards to Sam Langford, he initially fought as a lightweight, he only about 5'7", was able to bulk up to fight as a heavyweight. So you can imagine how fucking built this guy was. 5'7", fought as a heavyweight.
Yeah, I'm 5'7", so I would have to fly to get into a heavyweight category.
And it says that he was so good that other, more well-known, supposedly higher-ranked boxers would actively dodge fights with him. And in some cases, like town when he arrived, they wouldn't have to fight him. Because they were that scared of his jaw annihilating right hook.
That's when you know you're good. When there's people that
you know you're good, no one will let you prove it.
I'm guessing all of these people refused to fight Kent with the shittiest excuses as well.
He's not well known. You won't fight him. One of the most famous examples of ducking was another black boxer, Jack Johnson, known as the greatest boxer in history. It said that Jack Johnson repeatedly ducked fights with Langford because he was scared that he forced him to a knockout. Keep in mind, Jack Johnson was no slouch himself, and the fact that he was ducking fights with this guy, says a lot.
I often wonder with boxers, when you hear that they've had like a 30, 40, 50 game winning streak, and like they're never going to pick a fighter who can beat them because then that ends the streak.
Well, that's what happened with Floyd Mayweather, wasn't it? Towards the end, where he had 49-0, and like Manny Pacquiao, and you're just like, well, all he did was clinch and throw jabs. It's like, well, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you if you knew that was the way you could win and you were going to go 50-0? That's what you're doing, it.
It's like if they discovered a new technique in, say, football or soccer, where all of the players just like held in a circle around the ball and walked forwards, and it won every game. Yeah. Like the flying V, but in football.
2-2-6 formation and taking your advice, Rob. So difficult to stop. Tiene la pelota al six-pack. Ojo que encara su defensa. Chuta puerta. Gol. Six-pack führt den Ball durchs Mittelfeld. Pass
That's what they do, isn't it? It's like you park the bus. Like when you're watching football, it's like, oh, this team's too, like, you know, they're 2-1 up and they're not, like, you know, attacking. Why would they? They've got no incentive whatsoever to try and attack, then they could risk losing. It's the same thing with this. So, like, why would you risk fighting this guy who you know via reputation has one of the hardest punches in all of boxing? And for anyone curious about what it felt like to get punched by Sam Langford, we've got a quote here from a boxer called Harry Willis when he was asked to describe simply what it felt like to be hit by Langford. He responded, "I felt like he punched right through me." And like, keep in mind though, this guy was a heavyweight, and he was a foot taller than Langford, so he was no stranger to being punched by large men. And then when he was asked, conversely, what does it feel like to be knocked out by him then? Because you were knocked out by Langford. He responded, "I thought I died." Just straight up, I thought I was dead. And keep in mind, this is a professional heavyweight boxer. Like, for them to be just that candid about this experience, like, I thought I was dead. Just straight up thought I died.
It was over. I saw the pearly gates. I'm gone. Fuck. I thought you were going to say, like, what's it feel like to be knocked out by him? I don't know. I don't remember anything.
I don't remember.
The entire fight, the week after, my mother's name, it was just gone.
Well, that's what made him so scary as well, because in addition to having this, like, just absolute, just raw knockout power, like, Langford had seemingly limitless stamina, and he was able to, like, you know, deliver these crushing, just, like, body obliterating blows well into the later rounds. Like, he was like the Rocky Balboa of his day. Like, Rocky is still delivering, like, those, like, fucking haymakers in, like, the 10th round.
Yeah.
And you have, like, Ivan Drago, like, it's like, he won't stop. He's made of iron. He's a fucking machine. What do I do?
I don't know why I do this to myself. Like, why do I do these articles where you talk about these amazing people who can do all this stuff, and I just sit here thinking about my existence. Been sat in a chair all day and I'm still tired.
And that's the problem, like I said, the greatest fighter nobody knows, because he never really got a chance to prove himself. So what we do know about him is, like, you know, scant and like, largely unconfirmed. It's all based on, like, you know, just first-hand eyewitness testimony from, like, you know, nearly 100 years ago. And it's a shame, like, you know, this guy could have been one of the, like, you know, the greatest champions of the sport if he'd ever had a chance to prove himself, because, you know, he had the punching power, he had the technique, he had the speed, because he was also known as, like, you know, really fast. You know, being a shorter fighter, he was able to, like, close the distance very quickly, and he had a deceptive reach for his size. So he had all the makings of, like, an absolutely just dominating boxer, and just no one let him fight them because they were that scared. Like, they were just fucking scared.
How do we know about him then?
Just because, you know, the few people that he fought was like, he's fucking unstoppable, and then all the stories from, like, you know, boxers who are better on paper, like their records show that they're more successful and they reached higher ranks, just outright ducking him, like Jack Johnson. For anyone wondering, well, was this guy really that good? I defer to an anecdote told by someone who witnessed him knock someone out in the first round, which wasn't uncommon for a Langford fight, but they were curious about why Langford, after knocking the guy out, sprinted out of the arena. Like, he didn't even wait to celebrate or, like, you know, collect his winnings or anything like that. He got it all sent to him after the fact. And he was asked by someone, like, why did you knock the guy out so quickly and then just get out of the arena? He went, well, I had a train to catch. And it's just that. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do?
Like, it makes it sound like he could end any fight whenever he wants if he needs to.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me a little bit of, like, when you look at Mike Tyson in his prime. When he was just like, you were paying people $10 million to get the shit kicked out of them. Like, full-grown adult men who were heavyweight boxers were scared of him. And he'd just walk up and knock them the fuck out in like 10 seconds.
They lost the fight before they even got hit.
After menacing pre-fight quotes and behavior,
If he doesn't die, it doesn't count.
Tyson would eye up his opponents from the moment he entered the ring.
It's one of the coolest things you can ever do, though, is talking shit and then living up to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we recently had a beer pong game. It wasn't one of the ones in the competition. And the guy who ran the bar came over to us and said, oh, you need to finish up with a close. So I went, cool, put the last one in and walked off. And it's like
nothing more satisfying.
Nothing more satisfying. Even though I could easily have missed it. I missed all the ones before it. That last one, worth it.
That's the thing, though. What is more satisfying? Doing that, like pulling something off after talking a big game, or seeing someone fail after talking a big game.
Oh.
What is more cathartic? Is it more cathartic to be the person who pulls the thing off, or to witness the person who's talking mad shit get knocked the fuck out, or like like metaphorically, just knocked down?
I think personally, I get more joy from my own success than others suffering. So I'd have to say the me being cool part. But there is joy in that.
Yeah, the Schadenfreude of watching someone who talks a lot of shit just completely just get their ass handed to them. Like, for example, watching Elon Musk walk on stage and get booed for 10 minutes straight.
I'm rich.
That
bitch,
gave me life.
Hello, I'm Elon Musk.
But far away, Brad. Like, we've talked many times on the channel before about, athletes from history who've, accomplished all these amazing feats. And as mentioned, I've got, a book full of them that will no doubt be plumbed for more content at a future date. But is there any, sporting feats from history that you just think about from time to time? Like, fucking, how did someone manage that?
I mean, it's not necessarily a feat, but that sumo wrestler who gave himself extra height.
He just put the gel pad under his fucking head.
Like, the amount of effort you need to go to have something surgically put under. Was it under his skin or was it just under the hair? I can't quite remember. Yeah. Yeah,
it was. People don't know the backstory to that. Very quickly, is sumo wrestling used to have a height requirement, and to adhere, they had a height requirement, but not a weight requirement, which is really weird. So it's like why sumo wrestling is always dominated by the heavier individual, but the height requirement was so strict that there were people getting silicone implants put underneath their scalp and then slowly filled with gel so that their head would be taller, so they could reach the extra height limit.
There's also that well-known one about the cricket bat. The guy had the really wide cricket bat.
Where he rolled it along the floor, and that's one of those things. It's so fucking funny because it's so British. The guy was on for a perfect game. I don't know much about cricket, but basically all the guy had to do was hit the ball once. So the guy just rolled it towards him, so he couldn't get the maximum score and break this record. And then all the commentators that's unacceptable. Fuck that guy.
We're going to go an underarm. Whoever believes it. And that's a disappointing finish. Disappointed Brian McKechnie, the crowd do, and it's all over.
I was talking about the guy who made the really wide cricket bat.
Oh no, I thought you meant the one where it was the guy who was on for a perfect game,
Oh.
and the bowler just did it underhand so he couldn't get a perfect game, and everyone got super mad about it.
You'd want to be part of the story there, wouldn't you? You want to be part
Well,
of history. Why would you mess it up?
It's the example of the thing we talked. What's more satisfying?
Yeah.
Seeing someone succeed or being responsible for someone not succeeding.
I definitely didn't mention in the that beer pong story about all the other times I tried to talk shit and miss.
Oh yeah.
Just that one last one was perfect.
Well, history only tends to remember the winners, doesn't it? There's so many examples I think about. I think there's one of the Australian rower Bobby Pierce. Once, I shit you not, in the middle of a race, a family of ducks went in front of him. Something out of a fucking cartoon. A family of ducks, completely the duck, beep, 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 beep. He's come to a complete stop, let the ducks pass in front of him. His opponent overtook him while this was happening, disrupting the ducks. So, the crowd's now against that guy. And Bobby Pierce not only pulled up to the guy, but won.
Wow.
And he even stopped on the finish line to wave to the crowd before going over it.
What is he doing? He has stopped.
He's little things like that. It's like I think it's Katie Ledecky. Do you remember her run at the Olympics a couple of years ago? She's the swimmer.
Not particularly, no.
Right, well, she was fucking hilarious because she was so dominant that she was winning swimming races by such a wide margin you couldn't see her opponents on the screen. She was so far ahead sometimes, she had time to get to the finish, take off her goggles, see that she'd won a world record, and start celebrating before people were even halfway through their last lap.
It's got to be really shit being one of the other swimmers there.
Yeah.
Katie Ledecky of the USA reigns supreme yet again.
I know her. She's from Colorado. Colorado swimmer. Yeah.
Why am I bothering?
Yeah, it was like what the Usain Bolt thing where he did like what the 100 meters with his shoelace untied after eating nothing but chicken nuggets.
Oh no. Again, feeling shit about my life.
Yeah, well, Bob Bowman. Bowman, not sure how to pronounce his name, but he's the guy who is known as being like just the most fantastical feat ever seen at the Olympics, where he jumped like half a meter over the world record for the long jump. And he jumped so far that the new technology they got in place at that Olympics couldn't measure how far he jumped, because he jumped over it.
The first sign something really unusual had happened was when the official judge could not record the distance using his new high-tech recording device. The jump was literally off the scale.
And like when he was asked after the fact, like, well, this is one of the greatest feats of like sporting prowess ever. What did you do to prepare? Like yesterday to like come and smash the world record by like half a meter, and he went, well, I had a few shots of tequila and had sex with my girlfriend, and then went to sleep, woke up and smashed the world record by half a meter.
But it's all words though, isn't it? But he didn't. But he spent he ate his he had his kale smoothie and did his workout.
Well, you have to believe just some people are built different. I've done another one before. Like today, I found out Kip Chioge. He was like the long distance runner who completed a marathon after running half a marathon, because the bus that he was getting to the Olympics broke down, so he just ran to the Olympics in like mismatched shoes or something, I think it is as well, and then ran the marathon and won. After all, and he's the guy. You probably heard that famous story about Kenyan long distance runners. He's the one where, when he was asked how do you get so good at running, he went, well, I lived 12 miles away from my school, so every morning I'd run 12 miles to school and 12 miles back, barefoot in Kenyan heat. And it's like, you think of that, and it's like, yeah, no wonder that guy got fucking good at running.
Like, my shop's 2 minutes away, and sometimes I can't be bothered.
Yeah.
What is
some people just built different.
Oh, well, we're talking about sportsmen doing like something ridiculous, though. I saw a video recently during a race. I'm not sure what kind of race it was, but it wasn't Formula 1. It was like proper cars. And somebody was towards the back, and in order to overtake everybody in the last bit, they just scraped their car along the outside of the track and went full speed, like you do in a video game. And they got to like third, just doing this incredibly dangerous thing.
That's the thing, yeah. You don't take the risk. Like when you're in like last place, you got to take risks. There's a few examples like people just like literally change the rules. We talked before about that guy. I forget his name now. It's gonna be annoying that I'm forgetting the people's names, but I don't know what they did. But we did a video about the first big man of basketball, where he was like 6'11", and prior to him being in basketball, the prevalent theory was exceptionally tall people are bad at basketball because they're not graceful enough to play basketball. And then he comes in and just stands in front of the fucking net and just goes like that, and then no one could beat him.
Well, basketball
and he's
had
the guy
the person
they literally had to change the rules for him. Yeah, they had to change the rules for that guy because he was so good. They were like, well, we're gonna have to. What they do is they get the ball and then sit on it. They literally put the ball on the floor and sit on it. They have to institute like the shot clock. So the ball has to keep moving, because otherwise people would do that to stop him. Because he would just walk up to the net, stand in front of the net, you'd pass him the ball and he'd just put it in. And there was nothing they could do.
Along with the other rules changes, Mike, and also had a lot to do with the invention of the 24-second clock. During one game in 1950, the Pistons decided the only way they could beat the Lakers was to hold onto the ball and not let George have it. They did end up winning by a final score of 19-18.
Nowhere in the rules did it explicitly say I'm not allowed to shit on a basketball court and throw it at my opponent.
I don't remember that dialogue of Fast and Furious. All I remember is family. Family.
Well, it's just a bit where like he beats Paul Walker and he's like, you were cheating. He's like, a win's a win, fuck you. And he's like, damn, he's right.
By that logic, you just pull a gun out and shoot his tyres.
Yeah, that's the thing. As long as it doesn't say you're not allowed to do that. A win's a win.
It don't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning's winning.
I think you'll find, Carl, there's no rules in race wars.
I still can't believe they never went back and did that. The fact that the primary car tournament in Fast and Furious is called the Race Wars.
And all it is like Paul Walker being like, I can't wait till the race wars start. And it's like, what is this film?
Welcome to Race Wars.
And so every couple of months, I like just retweet that thing I did of like, here's a screenshot from Fast and Furious without context, and it's just Vin Diesel going, the race wars start now.
So what is it exactly that you're trying to show me?
Race wars.
Oh. Well, yeah, if you want to see us discuss the race wars of Fast and Furious, consider following us on social media where we occasionally break down films and do reviews and things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Factfiend, for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked and subbed to your channel. I really like the race wars thing. I wasn't aware of that particular fucking boner, and that's actually particularly fucking funny. Oh no.
You've been examined.
So far away, Nisha. What's your favourite Friends quote?
You can't ask me that. It's too many.
Yes, I can. Well, you know what?
Think about it. No, he's straight. I think he's straight.
Despite some, to put it diplomatically, quite substantial missteps in the last few years, the Fallout franchise remains quite popular and has spawned, I'd say, probably the 8th most annoying fanbase online. A fanbase that, oddly enough, includes actor Matthew Perry, who played one of the games in the series so much, he ended up getting cast in its sequel. So Nisha, you've had like 30 seconds to think. Favourite Friends quote, go.
It's just a single word. It's just a scene that never fails to make me laugh. Pivot!
So we're going to be putting a lot of Friends clips in this one. We're of course talking about Matthew Perry, who plays Ms. Shenandoah Bong. And I contend that Friends might be one of the most culturally important shows for Americans because it taught Americans what sarcasm is.
Excuse me, is this Sarcasm 101?
No, it's Lamaze class from Men Named Arthur.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm kidding. It is Sarcasm 101. Be more gullible. Take any seat you want. Except that one. I'm kidding. Sit down.
It shocked me to recently find out as well, or to realise, is that none of the friends laugh at Chandler's jokes, even though they're always funny.
Yeah, I pointed that out in a video once, and I think Brad tracked down a few clips where they cut out the laugh track, and it just...
Oh no.
Chandler has never once told a joke any of his friends laugh at.
Listen, have you ever been, fooling around with a girl and, started laughing?
Yeah, it was 1982 and my flock of seagulls haircut was tickling her chin.
And that's just one of those things where you break down the universe of sitcoms where, without the laugh track, those universes are horrifying to, think about. But in regards to the sarcasm thing, like my girlfriend is American, and she struggles with sarcasm so much, unless it's like, really overt Chandler-esque sarcasm.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's like just a blind spot in American humour where they don't get just the subtle sarcasm that is like really ever present in a lot of British sitcoms. Like just an example that springs to mind is like the show Only Fools and Horses.
Oh, you Wally. That was the final score. What exactly did it go for?
6.2 million. So that's just over 3 million each.
Well, we've had worse days.
And that's a really funny line. He's being sarcastic, but I feel like something just that quick and that subtle would fly over a lot of American audiences' heads, which I know happens with me all the time. Because how many comments have we had in the years we've been doing this of people not getting that people who've known each other for a decade at this point, are being sarcastic with one another?
Yeah, because I think sometimes people see it as like being mean or like stupid or something.
Yeah, we have comments on a lot of videos where it's like me and Brad, me and Lucas, me and you, like any combination of the like four of us that I've like interacted with on the channel. You think, why are you being so mean to each other? It's like, it's just, we're being sarcastic and bantering, and I give Friends credit for at the very least trying to teach Americans what sarcasm is, because that's basically Chandler's personality.
I think out of all four of us, I think Lucas might be the most sarcastic, because there's so many times he will say something, and then I'll not realise straight away that he's being sarcastic, and I'll just be like, really? Oh. And I'm like, he gives me this look, and he's just like, no, not being serious.
Or you start answering it, and then you get like 5 seconds in and go, I see what you're doing.
It was a tense moment. Someone was obviously staying here.
Right then, Mackenzie party. This is you.
Yes! Good one, fellas. Don't worry, it'll look nice when it's finished. Oh, God, all right,
But bring it back to Ms. Shenandoah LeBong's actor, Matthew Perry. The game we are talking about, in which he stars, is of course Fallout New Vegas, which for people who don't know is a game about trying to solve your own attempted assassination whilst traversing a nightmarish, nuclear-desolated hellscape full of power bears.
I've never played Fallout. I know of it, but I've never had the chance to play it myself. 'Cause I'm not really into the whole apocalypse style sort of games. I've played a couple, or I've seen a few games played. Like the most recent one, I've been watching Adam play DayZ, and that one seems so difficult because you're literally just spawned in the middle of nowhere with no hints or guidance or anything. You've just got to find stuff and survive zombies.
It's like zombies, let's go immediately. And Fallout is kind of similar. Some of the games are, at least anyway. Fallout New Vegas is you just get, like I said, shot in the head by Matthew Perry's character. I think second 5, of the game after hitting start is Matthew Perry's character shooting you in the face.
Where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-carat run of bad luck. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
Then you wake up in just a town of okay, go, figure it out. That's it.
Well, to be fair, funnily enough, me and Brad played this game on stream last night, which was Stranded Deep.
Okay, and where would they find these streams?
You'll find these streams at twitch.tv/Midnight Niche or /Overdog if you want to follow Brad. Yes. There'll be links in the description. But yeah, we're trying to play new indie games we find on Steam. And I know Brad's been wanting to play this one for a while, so he was like, not Steam, sorry, it was on Xbox Game Pass. So yeah, he was looking forward to playing that, and it was just so janky, and it gave you no guidance or anything. We just kept dying and being killed by these massive crabs.
Well, that's the thing, Misha. If you love some fucking jank, you will love the Fallout series, especially the more modern 3D Fallout era, because man, are those games janky as all balls, and as are the other games made by Bethesda. And I know someone's gonna say it. New Vegas was made by Obsidian. Yes, I know, but it used the same basic engine. Calm the fuck down. It's like just let me finish. And like Skyrim and Oblivion, where again they are janky as all balls, to the point where I think the most deadly animal in all of video gaming is Shadowmere, the horse, because it can crawl at walls. The game's that janky, it's like horses and just go woo or walls, it's crazy.
Oh my god,
unstoppable.
That's terrifying.
But for people like Nisha who aren't too familiar with the Fallout series, the game before Fallout New Vegas was Fallout 3, and the plot of that I describe it as reverse Taken, in that the main character is Liam Neeson's son, and they have to track down Liam Neeson after he goes missing. Your dad's played by Liam Neeson, and that's a trend in like the Fallout games and the Elder Scrolls games, or at least the later ones, where they always get in like one big name actor to be a main character, and then just they're in it for like 5 minutes. Like in Oblivion, like Patrick Stewart is like the Emperor, and he dies 5 seconds in.
Oh my god.
Like Liam Neeson's your dad in like Fallout 3, and he disappears. And Matthew Perry is in New Vegas, and you can just go shoot him. You can go shotgun his legs off if you so desire.
So it's just a lot of cameos from famous people then.
Look, yeah, and I don't mind that when they get famous people and just do a random voice. And in Matthew Perry's case, the reason he's in the game is kind of adorable. So, Nisha, do you recall that episode of Friends where they get the Ms. Pac-Man table?
Yes, I do, because don't they is it Phoebe who spends 24 hours or something trying to beat the score?
He's trying to beat Chandler's score.
Oh, it's
yeah.
Chandler's
he sets
score,
the high
yeah.
score, and he gives it all the rude names. And what
Yep.
happens to him, Nisha? I can send you a picture if it'll help. I'm just going to send you a picture of what happens, and then like that should hopefully jog your memory.
I got good. I played this game all day, and now I rule at it. They should change the name of it to Miss Chandler. Although I hope they don't.
Wait a minute. You stayed home all day and played Miss Pac-Man while I went off to work like some kind of chump?
Oh, his hand cramps up.
Yeah. The misshapen claw.
Yeah, I remember that because last time we saw that episode, his hand was like that one scene, and the next scene it was back to normal. We're like, wait a minute, continuity.
Continuity errors are not the strength of the Friends series. Let's just, we can all agree on that.
Chandler sucks. He couldn't have gotten this good.
I did. But it came at a price.
Oh.
Would it surprise you to learn that that exact thing happened to Matthew Perry in real life with Fallout 3?
Yeah, it's not something you expect really. That was quite amusing.
Yeah, because when I was looking this story up, I thought, oh wow. Because, okay, so the story is, before I go into my spiel, is that Matthew Perry played so much Fallout 3, his hands seized up and he had to go to the doctors to get them to inject like cortisol into his joints, like, to alleviate the pain. And the first thing he did is go back and play more Fallout.
Of course he did.
And when I was like researching this, I was like, hang on a second, is that why they have that episode of Friends where, like, Chandler plays so much Ms. Pac-Man, his hands seize up? And it turns out, no, that episode was recorded 5 years before this happened. It just so happens that exact thing happened to Matthew Perry in real life a few years later.
Oh my
That's
god.
so weird.
It is. That's pretty bizarre.
High five.
What is the matter with your hand?
Well, I've been playing it for like 8 hours. It'll loosen up. Come on.
Like, literally something from a sitcom played for a joke happened to him in real life. Like, he played so much Fallout 3, his hands stopped working.
Oh, that's really funny. But then, like you said, he got it sorted and went back to play some more. Like,
He played some more Fallout 3, yes, and it's likely this story would have been an amusing anecdote just Matthew Perry told his friends, if not for the fact he decided to tell the story when he was on the Ellen DeGeneres show. You know, the awful monster that is Ellen DeGeneres. You know her?
Yeah, I know. I know of her.
That's the thing, we've got to mention, it's like when you mention Nestle, you have to like clarify and say, yes, we know Nestle is evil. It's like when you mention Ellen DeGeneres, you have to mention they're an awful person, but they are involved in the story, so we do need to mention them. And what Matthew Perry did is he told this story and then gave Ellen DeGeneres a copy of Fallout 3 and an Xbox 360, which he'd signed.
I wanted to donate to you guys. I played this video game. I've talked about this before, but I played a video game so often that I injured my hand so severely that I had to go to a hand doctor and get injections in my hand because I love this video game so much. So the game is called Fallout 3, and yeah.
Do you know the game?
And then when they asked, like, why did you sign it? Do you have something to do with this? He's like, no, I've got nothing to do with Fallout 3. They didn't pay me to say this, but I'm hoping that if I sign it, people think that I did.
But I signed it, so it looks like I created
What's it about? What is it?
Oh, God. That's really funny. It makes me think, though, like, the amount of times I've played Guitar Hero, my wrist is killing. But I stopped playing. Otherwise I know I'm going to get stuck like that.
Yeah, it can happen, like, because it's repetitive strain injury. I know I write for a living, so I'm like keenly aware that you have to stretch, you have to exercise, like sitting down, stooping over. Like, pro tip for everyone out there: even if you don't like doing it, lift weights and stretch. Just at the very least, for your posture.
Yeah, especially during lockdown, because I had to move all my office equipment into the living room in the flat that we were in because the internet was better and we were filming videos like this, and I needed good internet connection. So I had to move everything into the living room, which is where our dining table was, and my chair was broken, so I was like lower than I should have been, and my hand was like at a weird angle every time I was editing, and I started aching. My wrist started aching to the point where I was like, right, I need to start doing like weights and stretches, and now I'm actually in a better office with a new chair. I'm fine, but yeah, it was just, it happened.
It does, yeah. You need to look after your body, so you've only got one, and like the risks can be quite dangerous. Like as Matthew Perry would attest to. And keep in mind as well, Matthew Perry has got like one of the bits of his finger missing as well. So it's not like he's got the best hand health as it is. That's the thing everyone knows about Matthew Perry. That they talk about as if like people don't know it, and it's like that one of his fingers is missing, or the tip of his finger is missing at least.
Yeah.
And what made though his telling of this story, and the fact that he just advertised Fallout 3 for free on the Ellen DeGeneres show, is that he was actually there to promote 17 again.
Ah, 17 again. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, like he was there to promote 17 again, and rather than talking about the thing he was being paid millions of dollars to be in and promote, he gave free promotion for Fallout 3 instead.
Like I said, baby, all Benny needs is a stealth boy and a bobby pin. I also, have gone on dates and stuff too. Like I'm not just a moron who just plays video games. I just want to get that in there.
Oh God.
I don't know if that speaks. I don't know if that speaks to the quality of Fallout 3 or how bad 17 again is.
Oh, it's like one of my It was one of my favourite films when I was.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I watched it on my 17th birthday.
Yeah, I'm under no illusion that it's a good movie, but it does have good performances, and that's like something I think a lot of people miss. Like, you can enjoy a bad movie because it has good performances, or it's clear the actors are having fun. Like Matthew Perry in that movie is clearly having a lot of fun, as is Zac Efron.
Yeah, it is one of those films where it's like something happens and isn't really explained why. It's like the whole Freaky Friday thing. It's not really explained why, but it's a fun concept.
Which is another great film I recommend people go watch. Go watch Freaky Friday, specifically the one with Jamie Lee Curtis and what's her name now?
Lindsay Lohan.
Lindsay Lohan in, because Jamie Lee Curtis's performance is genuinely incredible.
I know. We seem to be inside each other. I beg your pardon. I want my body back.
Like she's so. There's a reason why she's an award-winning actress when she's playing a 17-year-old in a 40-year-old body.
Yeah.
Because she absolutely flawlessly recreates bitchy teenage Lindsay Lohan's mannerisms when she's in the adult. It's fantastic.
I just like how she immediately gets a haircut and loads of piercing.
Like why not? Start spending
She's got a credit card, yeah.
What do you want, punk?
You cannot talk to him like that.
That was like the first thing Matthew Perry does when he becomes young Zac Efron. And also as well, how gutting is it for Zac Efron? Okay, here's the actor we think looks like you most when you've grown up, and it's just just schlubby Matthew Perry.
Aww.
Well, I guess they deliberately dressed him down for the role and told him you need to look like an unkempt weirdo.
Yeah.
You need to look like you're at the lowest point of your life, and it's I just finished Friends. I've got $800 million. I think I'm good. It's great to his acting as well. He could play this loser who's yeah, I've got Friends money. I've got syndication money from Friends. Do you think I'm fucking bothered?
I really like the guy who plays his best friend Ned.
Oh yeah, the rich guy.
He's he's got so much money, he doesn't give a shit, and he's just sat in his office. He's got 3 screens. He's just playing kids online at games.
Yeah. Do you know what I love about that film? Again, it's a film that's carried by the performances. It's the lady who plays the principal is Jan from The Office.
Yep.
And I try watching it. That's Jan from The Office. She's really good in this.
Are you peacocking? Really? You think that's gonna work?
I think it just might.
Yeah, it's because obviously Ned is trying to hit on her. She's just no, I'm not interested. Then when they go out on that date, he starts speaking that I don't. Yeah, that language.
I think Elvish. He speaks
Elvish.
in Lord of the Rings.
And she joins in. And he's like,
just lives that dream.
The kind of guy who spends 10 grand on Gandalf the Grey's quarterstaff from the 2 towers.
Yes, that does make you a dork. Especially since Gandalf the Grey was only in Fellowship. He returns in 2 towers as Gandalf the White.
Put a bow on the story of how Matthew Perry ended up being in Fallout New Vegas. It's reported that people from Bethesda and Obsidian saw that interview and were like, wow,
I didn't know Matthew Perry was a fan of this game. He's a pretty big actor. Maybe we can get him for this game, and they did. And they offered him the role, and he accepted it, and was more than happy to be in the game.
Nice.
And he's in the game. He's one of the main antagonists, and you can shoot him in the face. Video games. So far away, Nisha, you mentioned that you like 17 again, and I also have a soft spot for 17 again and movies of its ilk. Like, I have like such nostalgia for just that era. Do you like the mid 2000s where you had stuff like Freaky Friday, 10 Things I Hate About You, and stuff like that?
Yep.
I have such a nostalgia for movies like that, so let's just talk about them for a moment. Do you have a favourite one of those? And while you're thinking, I'm just going to say 10 Things I Hate About You is so good. And I know it's just fucking Taming of the Shrew or whatever it is. It's just ripping off Shakespeare again, but like it's still good, damn it. And again, it's just those films are entirely carried by the performance, and the performance, I think it's Julia Stiles and Heath Ledger. And Joseph Gordon-Levitt as well. You got like little baby Joseph Gordon-Levitt in there.
Oh yeah.
And just you can tell it's a film where everyone was having fun. Like where Heath Ledger's just doing like the song, and he's just like dancing from side to side, getting chased by security. And you can tell he's just having a great time.
I think one of my favourites has to be Mean Girls.
Mean Girls is so good.
It's
Like
so good.
Mean Girls, like even just unironically, is a fantastic fucking movie. Like there's a line from that that is rent free in my head. Again, like entirely carried by the performance of the people in the show. And it's like I don't know the name of the guy who plays the principal, but it's like, look, we're gonna have a discussion about all you young women in your bodies, and that lady girl stands up and says, I'm tired of people saying that I'm a slut just because I have a wide set vagina and you super tampon.
He's like, I can't do this.
Just goes, fuck this, I'm done.
He's like, I can't do this.
And like, it lives rent free in my fucking head because it's like I was howling with laughter. It's great. Yes.
Somebody wrote in that book that I'm lying about being a virgin because I use super jumbo tampons, but I can't help it if I've got a heavy flow and a wide set vagina.
Yeah, I can't do this.
There's so many of those quotes live in my head. Like, she doesn't even go here.
Yeah, it's like you can't just ask people why they're white. It's so good.
It's like, fall for you, Glen Coco. You go, Glen Coco.
It's like, I think movies like that often get shat on or looked down upon, and they're so fun. They're just fun.
They say that you're a homeschooled jungle freak who's a less hot version of me. Yeah. So don't try to act so innocent. You can take that fake apology and shove it right up your hairy butt.
And that's how Regina George died.
They are like the comedic equivalent of like those Schwarzenegger action movies from like the 80s that no one was like Commando. It's like, yeah, I know it's bad, but people making it are clearly having a good time, and as a result, I'm enjoying it too.
Like another one of my favourites was 13 Going on 30. And Legally Blonde.
I've not seen Legally. That's one of the few blind spots I've got. I've never seen Legally Blonde.
That's a good one.
I've been told that I should, but I'm waiting till I'm in the mood to watch some Legally Blonde. So I feel like it's one of those things I need to watch with people who are fans of it. It's the same way when I watched Mean Girls for the first time. I watched it with my girlfriend, or the film Heathers. I watched that with her, and we even went to the live stage show adaptation of Heathers, and that was really good as well.
I've never even heard of that one.
My son's a homosexual, and I love him. I love my dead gay son.
Boys were pansies, Bill. Yes, my boy's a homosexual, and that don't scare me none. I want the world to know I love my dead gay son.
I've just thought of another one as well, which has also got Lindsay Lohan in it, and I watched it recently actually. Just My Luck.
I've not seen that one. I've got a lot of things to add to my my watch list.
It's Lindsay Lohan and Chris Pine, and it also has McFly in it.
Of course.
But again, that's kind of a swap. They swap look, like they kiss at a party and swap look sort of thing. So it's good.
That's there's some, like another one for me is like Princess Diaries.
Oh yeah.
Like just Anne Hathaway, and I think it's who is it now? Oh no, Julie Andrews.
fuck yeah, Julie Andrews. And again, it's like, they're all having fun.
Hey, Lana? Huh. You know, that is such a cute cheerleading outfit. It's so clean cut. I bet it goes with anything. Of course it does! Mia, you're such a freak!
And I guess I have to mention my number one with a bullet, like, favourite teen comedy film, which is, and I still think it is one of the smartest movies, because of, like, how much it was misunderstood and how much it actually after.
10 things.
Shady Briggs. Guys, she's got glasses and a ponytail. Ah, look at that. She's got paint on her overalls. What is that? Guys, there's no way she could be prom queen. Damn.
And I think it should be held up there with films like Airplane as one of the greatest parodies ever made. Because I say the hallmark of a good parody is that even if you don't know the thing being parodied, you still find it funny.
Janie's got a gun. Janie Briggs got a gun. She's got a gun! Janie's got a gun! Janie Briggs got a gun. So run away from the pain. Take it easy, man.
And again, there are some moments that live completely rent-free in my head. Like the one of, like, Chris Evans going to his, like, you know, he's walking into a school, like, he's the cool guy, he's got his, like, you know, Letterman jacket on, and he sees a photo of himself, like, getting an award. Then he walks along, and there's a photo of himself looking at the photo.
Oh my god, it's Jake! Oh, hi, Dad. Hi, Jake. Jake. I love what he does with his eyebrows.
And it's really like Zucker Abrams Zucker-esque, and it's so good.
I'm sure we made a joke about that in a past video where we swapped it out for Captain America's ass.
Captain America's ass, yeah. Like, I highly recommend going and watching that film because it's fucking incredible. Because the best bit about it is no one got it. It got criticised as being like, oh, it's just dumb toilet humour, and it's like, but it has a scene in it which I've mentioned in the past. I want to mention it again, where they have like a stuffy English professor talking about how, like, basically just ripping on the entire genre. So meta commentary on the genre, and like reviewers in general talking about, like, you know, poop humour. It's like, oh, you teenagers, all you're interested in is toilet humour. You don't respect the work of, like, Shakespeare. And the joke there is that Shakespeare wasn't high art when it was made.
If I know Shakespeare, Thanos about to kill everybody up in this bitch.
Shakespeare was entertainment for the masses. There's a reason why Shakespeare plays have sex and murder in them, because Shakespeare himself realised that to get bums on seats, you know, that mass audience, you need to have the thing that entertains them: sex, violence, and poop jokes. Because there were a lot of poop jokes and scatological humour in Shakespeare's plays.
But Shakespeare's audiences had loads of fun, heckling the actors and cackling a lot in a sort of mad peasanty way. Like that. And that. To tell me more about Shakespeare's disgusted audiences, I spoke to this man.
Who are you and what's your game?
And that's the joke there that seemingly no one got off. You have this thing talking about Shakespeare is like, you know, high art. Like, it's really not. Poop humour is universal. It's always funny.
Is that a musical? Is that what your generation considers humor? Shakespeare, Moliere, Oscar Wilde. These were humorists. Your modern day, moronic, feeble-minded, sophomoric excuse for a week. Really a parade of nasty, filthy, vulgar, human excrement.
Doesn't matter how old you are, it's just always
funny, yeah, and like that completely flew over so many people's heads where it got written off as just being like, you know, they wrote it off the same way they wrote off, like, you know, American Pie movies. It's like, oh, it's just like, you know, an excuse for boner jokes and fart humour. And it's like, no, it's actually deconstructing that entire genre, and I'd say it does a very thorough job of doing that, in addition to being incredibly funny.
Yeah, I love American Pie.
And I feel like American Pie is a weird example because it does fit into that genre,
but at the same time, it was kind of like an offshoot of it, where it was like, it had that harder edge to it. Like, you know, speaking of deconstruction of the genre, because American Pie famously spawned, like, an entire genre of, like, boner comedies, didn't it? You had, like, Euro Trip and Road Trip, and they were all, for the most part, awful.
And they also had, like, sequels to American Pie, which just had a completely different casting, which I never bothered to watch.
Except for Eugene Levy, who was contractually obligated to appear in all of them, which is why he is. Yeah. And that's why I think American Pie Reunion is, again, like, I don't think it's so much a parody film as a, just like, you know, basically just putting a pin in that entire.
Dwarves were noticeably resistant to the lure of the Rings of Power, so why not give the ring to Gimli to take to Mordor? Hi everyone, this is Robert. Welcome to In Deep Geek. On this channel we do deep dives into the lore and world of the Lord of the Rings, as well as A Song of Ice and Fire, The Witcher and more. If you like the sound of that, there's a subscribe button in the bottom right of your screen. Gimli was one of the doubtiest members of the Fellowship, and arguably the one who went through the most character growth during the story. He never expressed an interest in the ring, and seemingly never came under its power. Dwarves were very resistant, so why not ask him to take the ring to Mordor? During the Council of Elrond, Gandalf and Elrond were clearly trying to push for the ring to be taken to Mordor and destroyed. Other options were considered, but they all had their problems, so the question was, who should take it? The most obvious criteria was who would be least affected by the ring. There would be no point in giving it to someone who would be corrupted by it straight away, particularly if they were quite powerful. That would just create a new and different Dark Lord. Hence considering Tom Bombadil, who famously didn't turn invisible when he wore it, and seemingly had no real interest in it at all. He definitely wouldn't have been corrupted by it, but also he wouldn't have wanted to go to Mordor to destroy it, and probably would have forgotten it or lost it. Giving it to someone as powerful as Gandalf or Galadriel would have had huge risks, but how about a dwarf? Sauron gave 7 rings of power to the Dwarf Lords back in the Second Age in an attempt to control them, but they were resistant to him and that ring magic. We are told in the Silmarillion that the dwarves indeed proved tough and hard to tame. They ill endure the domination of others, and the thoughts of their hearts are hard to fathom, nor can they be turned to shadows. They used their rings only for the getting of wealth. But wrath and an overmastering greed of gold were kindled in their hearts, of which evil enough after came to the Prophet of Sauron. That last bit about evil enough came to the Prophet of Sauron refers to how the dwarven hoards of gold led to dragons getting interested and devastating the dwarven nations to get that gold. But the important point for us is that they proved tough and resistant to the power of the rings. Though the One Ring is different to those other 7 rings, it's probably fair to assume that Gimli's resistance would have worked there too, certainly for a time. And it's also fair to say that Gimli had a good heart. He starts off understandably suspicious of the elves. Legolas's father had imprisoned Gimli's father back in The Hobbit, but through this story, Gimli bears up under discrimination from Celeborn, travelling through elven lands he had been taught were evil, and meeting people he had always thought hated him. And he grows and learns, and by the end is
Thank you for the first compliment you've ever given me, you fucking cocksucking piece of shit. I am unironically funny. I'm aware. I don't give a living shit what you think about World of Warcraft, you fucking cocksucking loser. I don't give a flying fuck what you think about anything. You're the worst piece of shit on the fucking planet. Even killers and rapists and murderers, at least they fucking, like, they do something. You don't do shit. You know? You don't do shit but harass somebody online and fail a lot. You're the worst piece of shit on the planet. Remember how I said I have never lied about anything? You actually are the lowest piece of shit the human race has ever produced. Hitler had more value because he at least did something. You're a piece of shit. You're worthless. Stop talking to me. Stop watching my channel. Leave me alone. Stop harassing my friends. Stop doxing me. Each time that you speak, I take a fucking picture and I put it in a fucking file. I ban you with YouTube. I'm going to show them how I had you banned like 20 times. And I'm going to be like, motherfucker, I want $10,000 for every single time you showed my channel. And you're going to go to jail. And you're going to lose everything you own. Everything your family owns. I keep telling you. Keep giving me evidence for my court case, motherfucker. You fucking cocksucker. Or you can just shut the fuck up and enjoy it. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you fucking effort. Shut your fucking face. Nobody cares. Nobody's ever cared what your do-nothing, worthless, critical fucking ass talk shit about all fucking day. Nobody cares when you speak. Nobody ever care when you speak. Nobody cares that you live. You're a piece of shit. Shut the fuck up now. Shut the fuck up now, you piece of shit. Shut the fuck up now. I see you, I'm swinging on you, real life, and I'ma see you. The cops will have to pull me back. I'll take the assault charge. I see you, I'm swinging on you, piece of shit. You're fucking done. You like leaving messages for yourself, you fucking idiot? Nobody in that fucking channel but you. Get used to nobody listening to your fucking ass ever. Get used to it. I mean, I wish I read it, but I just took a fucking picture of it. I didn't even read what you say. I don't read what you say anymore. I just take a fucking picture of it. I put it in my fucking file. I fucking take a fucking, I take a fucking note. I add it to the fucking thing. I'm gonna add it to the evidence tomorrow. Every day I bug the police officer, and I just keep adding evidence to the fucking file, and when the FBI and the fucking pig shows up, I'm swinging on you. I'll take the assault charge, and I'll take a real assault charge, and I'll do it on camera and shit. I punched my stalker in the face before I sued him for $3,000,001. Okay? I'm serious too. I mean what I say. I'm building a dossier file on you and shit. Every time you break the fucking law and you continue to fucking harass me, I've reported you to YouTube, Twitch and shit, the FBI and the fucking police and shit. Every time you fucking leave another fucking message, I just record it, I put it in the fucking dossier, I fucking send it to the fucking pigs, and I fucking wait until something happens. Sooner or later, you're gonna go to jail, and I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking sue you. I'm gonna fucking sue you. They gotta put the bracelets on you first before I fucking can. But I'm gonna fucking sue you. I'm not fucking kidding. I'm gonna fucking sue you. You've been attacking me now for fucking, like, what is it now? You started in June 7th. It's been 8 months now, you fucking cocksucker. Shut the fuck up. You worthless piece of fucking shit. Shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear your worthless, neckbeard, retard, 15-year-old shit-ass motherfucking talk. Nobody does. okay? Or however old you are. I guess you aren't who I thought you were. Whatever. I don't care who you are. Nobody cares what you fucking say. Nobody. Nobody cares. Nobody's ever cared. You meow, me meow. You know what I'm saying? And I'll rail, all my career I'll rail about you. And, you know, we built the plans. I wrote a script yesterday about how I'm gonna fucking sue you for $3 million. I'm gonna fucking sue you. For every time you leave a fucking message, I'm gonna hit you for 10 grand and a different charge. I'm gonna fucking sue you. I'm gonna be like, I want $10,000 for every single fucking message. The 10 months, all of it, every minute, all the fucking bullshit and shit that you put me through is on fucking record. You're gonna go to fucking jail, motherfucker, sure as the sun rises. It's just a matter of till when. And you're gonna lose all your money. You definitely are gonna lose all your money. If you don't go to fucking jail, you're definitely gonna lose all your fucking money. I'm coming for you, motherfucker. I'm gonna sue you. My lawyer's name, you keep thinking I'm joking, motherfucker. My lawyer's name is Leonard Barrionato. Would you like me to have him contact you? Would you like that? I'm not gonna listen to you when you fucking answer. I shall have my lawyer contact you on motherfucking Monday, motherfucker. You see how you fucking like it. See how you like getting fucking abused in prison, motherfucker. Put your ass in fucking jail. Talking about some fucking game that was released in 2003. Fucking clueless cocksucker. Talking about some fucking game from 2003 that I've clocked a total of, like, I don't know, 300 hours on in the last 14 fucking years. Who gives a living shit what your fucking WoW basement dweller, shit-ass, motherfucking cocksucking fucking F-it word ass fucking thinks about fucking World of Warcraft? Nobody, you fucking clueless shithead. And trust me, I'ma play this in the court too. So they understand how much fucking abuse it's been. I'm gonna play this in the court. This right here. The whole courtroom's gonna hear this particular fucking statement. I swear to God, right now. I'm gonna be like, hello, courtroom. This is me. Hi, courtroom. I just want to say hi to you guys. When you eventually get around to fucking prosecuting this motherfucker, this is me waving to you on the video I'm going to use. Hi, courtroom. Hi, lawyers. Hello, judge. I don't mean to treat you guys in any sort of negative way or some negative light. I like you. I love what you do. I am here today in this court, wherever I am in this court right here today, as I play this fucking video that I recorded however long ago it was until I actually see this fucking asshole in court, right? I'm gonna play this fucking video. Yes, I'm sorry for all the cussing and stuff, but like the amount of anger that this motherfucking cocksucker puts me through every single fucking day is unacceptable. It's a pattern of fucking, like, patterned abuse and shit, and it's against the fucking law. It's harassment. It's felony harassment to the tune of somewhere around 300 fucking times or something like that, and I want $10,000 for every single fucking time. Every single fucking time. Trying to start my career. You can see how many hours I've clocked on fucking Twitch. This motherfucker keeps trying to assassinate my motherfucking career and my bullshit and all this, you know what I'm saying? All of my shit, you know, attacking everything I do, and I'm fucking sick of it. I'm sick of the attacks in the career, and I won't stand for it. So when I play this in a court date later on, he'll understand I meant every word I fucking said, and I was never fucking lying. You understand me? The cops, the feds, I've never been lying and shit. They're just not doing anything yet, motherfucker. Enjoy the time you've got left. On that wonderful note, I'm gonna go to bed angry as usual because I've got a fucking shithead internet, fucking shithead WoW player, apparently a WoW player, fucking shitty, toxic, fucking neckbeard, worthless waste of goddamn skin, a disgrace, ingrate, fucking bullshit, fucking F-word, loser of a fucking cocksucker, wasting my fucking time every single fucking day, all goddamn day, so I'm gonna break every bone in his fucking body after I sue him for $3 million. I'm gonna have someone else do it. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, I got some people who owe me some fucking favors, motherfucker. I'm dead serious. I'm sick of motherfuckers treating me like you. I'm about to go see a PTSD doctor over a motherfucker like you. You understand me? And I'm not fucking kidding. I will see you in fucking court, motherfucker. I'm coming for you. You understand me? I'm coming for you. Court suit, fucking lawsuit, and then when you get out of fucking jail, I know what day it's gonna be, that's where you'll see me, and that's when I'll break every bone in your fucking body, the day you get out of fucking jail. You understand me? I'm dead fucking serious. Most motherfuckers They'll like most motherfuckers, they'll just take it and think, oh, it must be a measure of their fucking success or whatever. I'm not taking it from you much longer. If I catch you on my fucking channel again, I keep telling you, motherfucker, like, it's just gonna get worse every single fucking time. I just took a picture of the 20 messages you just sent me. That's $10,000 every single fucking time. That's how court works, in case you didn't remember. I'm gonna hit you for $10,000 every single time you fucking speak to me. And I'm gonna play this video in the court, too, to let them know how fucking serious I am. I'm not fucking joking, motherfucker. You understand me? You want some? Fucking bring it. Otherwise, I'll see you in goddamn court. I'm fucking suing your fucking ass. You better fucking believe it. I'm fucking suing you. I'm gonna hit you for 10 grand for 10 months of goddamn abuse if you don't stop now. I mean, it's happening anyways. You better stop. It's just getting fucking worse. Fuck you. Loser piece of shit. I'm not fucking around with this. I'm not fucking around with you. I see it on you. You might not live from this one, you know what I'm saying? Like, I see you. Motherfucker, I'm hurting you. I'm hurting you real bad. You need to get the fuck out of here now and never come back here. It's not Joker laughter or any of this other shit anymore. I'm dead fucking serious. I'm gonna fuck you up. Alright, on that pleasant note, guys, I am going to go to bed. Sorry for all the rage and vitriol at 4 in the fucking morning. I didn't think anybody was watching anyways, and, you know, I'm just going to goose fraba and detune, go outside, put my thumb in the fucking earth, and, you know, send the evidence to the cop, you know. I'm serious, too. I'm sending the evidence to Officer Ann Orbs. Is his fucking name, and the Fed agent, forget his name, I think it's like Jackson or something like that. I sent fucking like evidence to fucking Norbs and Jackson and shit. That's the cops on your case, you fucking criminal. You think I'm kidding or lying or whatever? I'm fucking not. I am dead serious. You should be in jail right now. Enjoy the time you've got left. I'm not fucking with you. I got feds and cops on your fucking ass. You've been harassing me for 10 fucking months. You're going to jail, motherfucker. I'm gonna just keep saying it. Now, this part I keep promising I'm gonna stop, but I'm not gonna stop. What I am gonna say now is every single time you ever show up again, I'm gonna tell you again, that's $10,000, motherfucker, you're going to jail. Every time you speak, I'm gonna say, that's $10,000 more, you're going to fucking jail. And when you go to jail, I'm gonna play this fucking video in the fucking courtroom, so you understand what I meant than when I said I wasn't fucking kidding. I'm not fucking kidding with you. I'm gonna prosecute your fucking ass. I'm gonna put you in jail. You're going to spend at least a year in jail, motherfucker. You're in for at least a year. The feds told me you were in for at least a year. You know what I'm saying? You're in for at least a fucking year. Just keep compounding it by attacking me again and again and again and again and again. Like, I'm looking right now. I'm hoping I'm trying to get a fucking reaction out of you on your new alt account. I keep banning you. How many times did I ban you today? Was it like 13? I don't know, but I sent a record of all 13 to the fucking cop, and I'm going to send a record of all 13 to the fucking feds. You want to lose your fucking freedom over some fucking WoW achievement argument? You go right the fuck ahead. I keep telling you, I'm not fucking around with you. I'm not fucking around with you, motherfucker. You want to go to jail over an argument over a fucking WoW achievement while I film the whole thing, put it on fucking YouTube, make an example out of your fucking ass, make you the greatest joke in the fucking world, the entire world, you know what I'm saying? All of the world will know who the fuck you are when I'm done with you if you don't back the fuck off. I'm not fucking kidding. I'll make you an example to the whole fucking world. I'll record everything you fucking do. You understand me? I'm not fucking kidding. It's not some hot fucking air now. You've crossed the line with me. You threaten my fucking family now. I've gone to the cops. I've gone to the police. I've gone to the fucking feds. I don't know what else to fucking do with your ass. So I'm just gonna keep compiling fucking evidence until I take everything you fucking own, put your ass in jail for 40 years or whatever the fuck, and when you get out, I'm breaking every fucking bone in your fucking body. I'm serious. I mean every word I fucking say. Let the jury hear it. That's how much fucking bullshit you put me through. I'll take a fucking charge for threatening you. It's been so fucking bad. The feds, they'll never charge me. The cops will never charge me. I've been a victim of you for 10 fucking months all day long for every day. I would love to be somebody like Kim Kardashian or whatever the fuck. She doesn't get it as bad as fucking you. You've been here for 14 hours a fucking day for goddamn fucking 10 months or whatever. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm done with your fucking ass. I'm gonna make an example out of your fucking ass. And I'm gonna do it like this fucking week. Now, I'm going to spend a couple hours tomorrow actively thinking of something really nasty to do to fucking you. You understand me? I got a pretty good fucking imagination. Not only am I going to disgrace you, take everything you and your family own, and put you in pauper's prison for like 40 fucking years on 20 different fucking charges, or more like 200 fucking charges, because every time you fucking keep harassing me, and every time I fucking, you know, after I filed 2 charges on your fucking ass, 2 charges with 2 different police agencies and shit, you keep showing up here every single motherfucking day. You're fucking sick. And I'm gonna let the jury hear it. I'm gonna let them hear it. The amount of fucking craziness and shit. You're gonna put me in the fucking Looney Tune house. You keep attacking a fucking PTSD motherfucker. You are a fucking sick motherfucker, you understand me? And I'm putting you fucking jail. And I'm doing it this fucking week. You just fucking wait. I'm not fucking kidding, motherfucker. I'm not fucking kidding. Let them hear it. Let them hear every fucking word. The amount of mental anguish and shit you put me through in the last goddamn 10 months is fucking unacceptable. I was supposed to have a nice career. I understood that, like, all the other people that have been nasty like you, but they leave me alone at least. You sit around, suck on my fucking dick all day long for goddamn fucking 10 fucking months? Come on! I'm just not that into you, and I'm gonna make a fucking example out of your fucking ass. Done yelling your fucking ass through a fucking one-way mic while you represent nothing and you just get responses and shit. Yeah, put me on fucking YouTube. Do it. Do it. I'm gonna put you on YouTube. Sure as the sun rises. I'm putting you on YouTube after I disgrace your ass, take all your fucking money, beat your ass after you get out of fucking jail, and like fucking all that shit. Trust me, no cop in the land would fucking prosecute me. I would love to be reported for fucking like threatening you and shit. I'd love to do that because I'll tell YouTube you've been fucking with me for 10 whole fucking months and stalking me and shit. And yeah, I'm fucking mad about it. I'm so fucking mad about it. I'm so fucking mad. I'll get them to fucking prosecute you. Your little stalker fucking ass. Fuck off now. Don't ever fucking speak again. I'm dead fucking serious. If you ever speak to me again, I'll do something really nasty, like dox your fucking ass to the entire fucking internet. 20 different fucking sites. I'm gonna drop your name, your social, your fucking address to like 20 different fucking sites. And I'm threatening you to do this. I'm not gonna fucking do it. I'm just threatening to fucking do it because I can. I'll drop all your fucking information to 20 different fucking sites and shit. You see how you fucking like it. You see how you fucking like it. You see how you like all this fucking abuse. Fuck you. I'll see you in court, motherfucker. And on that lovely note, I'm going to go to bed, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Just, you know, I'm not one to fucking take it. I'm just not. I've never been. You know what I'm saying? Every man who ever fucked with me, I put in jail. You understand me? Only one has. 2 now, counting you. Last man I put in fucking jail. I'm putting you in jail. I'll give you his number if you don't fucking believe him. You call him and fucking ask. And he'll be like, stay the fuck away from him. He'll put you in jail. I'll give you his fucking name. You guys can go suck each other off. You know what I'm saying? And you can talk to the last motherfucker who just got out of fucking jail for fucking with me like the way you are. And you can talk to him and suck him off. You understand? Fuck you. I'm not fucking joking, motherfucker. I'm done with you. Done with your fucking ass. Here's me fucking, like, you know, or well, never mind. I have to do it on my fucking computer. Here's me sending the evidence to the goddamn feds. What in the literal fuck is wrong with you? What in the literal fuck is wrong with you? What did I do to you as a fucking child for you to follow me around for 10 fucking months, 14 hours a day, making shitty comments on 3 different places, getting me banned, 50 or 60 different fucking names every single fucking day, 50 or 60 different bands, harassing my friends, harassing my family, doxing me, is following me around forever. What the literal fuck is wrong with you? You sick fucking effort. Done. So here, I'm going to log off and I'm going to file fucking charges on you again. Here we go. Let's see. I did the cops. I did the FBI. I'll call the cops in your town. I'm going to call the cops in your town. I haven't done that yet. I'm going to call the cops in your town. How's that? We'll do that. I'll call them tomorrow and have them come to your fucking house. You've been threatening me. I got all the evidence and shit. I got the messages you just sent last night, motherfucker. I mean, they're not like, you know, they're not the main thing, you know what I'm saying? But I'm sending them all. I've got a big file full of evidence now. I'm going to send them that. I'm going to email them that. Big fucking file full of fucking bullshit, like correspondence from you, all the videos of you stalking me and shit, all the shit that you do every single fucking day. I'm going to send that to the cops in your fucking town. I suppose that's the next fucking step. I've done the cops in my town. I did the fucking feds in your fucking town. Now I'm going to do the cops in your fucking town. Have them go fucking knock on your fucking door. Fucking shithead. Enjoy it tomorrow. I'm dead serious too. I'm doing this right now. Just talk to the cops in a couple hours here, you know, or whatever, like, I don't know, half an hour here. I'm gonna send them to your fucking house now. Here we go. You know what I'm saying? Provide the evidence first. I'm not swatting you. I'm not threatening to swat you. I'm talking about I'm going to provide evidence to a police officer and demand they make a fucking arrest right the fuck now. You know what I'm saying? Here's me logging to go fucking do it. You understand? I'm dead serious. I'm doing this right now. If you're free tomorrow, something's real wrong. Like, at this point, I'm going to tell them I've alerted 2 different one police authority and 1 federal fucking authority, and now you're the 2nd fucking police authority. How long till they fucking do something, motherfucker? Here's the dump of evidence I gave to the FBI. Here's the dump of evidence I gave to the people in my fucking town and the cops in my fucking town. Here's the evidence I'm dumping on you. I want an arrest or I will have your fucking badge. That's the call I'm making right now, motherfucker. Right now. You better fucking run. I'm not fucking kidding. I'm not lying. I'm doing it right the fuck now. I would show you the fucking website of the, of the cops of your fucking town. I will. I'm fucking done with your ass. I'm fucking filing charges on you with the police in your fucking town. You know what I'm saying? You have a nice fucking life, motherfucker. I'm suing your fucking ass, motherfucker. I wish I could say your fucking name. I wish.